local papers are playing the story today. Times, once again featuring a child on the cover. This, a very sad picture. This is from the southern part of the country, and the caption explains that this child is sleeping on the floor of a hospital. An injured child, along with other members of her family, have been injured, but apparently at this particular hospital, there weren't enough beds, so the child sleeps on the floor. Child also featured on the cover of the Arab Times. This one is from near the town of Najaf, taken at a POW camp. This man is a POW, and the caption explains that when he was captured, he was with his 4-year-old son, and the U.S. military didn't want to separate them, so they're together in captivity behind the barbed wire. Also making news today on the front page, on the bottom fold, the missile that Iraq tried to shoot at Kuwait yesterday, but the Kuwait Air Force announcing it was able to shoot down that missile inside Iraqi airspace before it ever even entered Kuwait. And just one more lighter note on the back page, both papers making a lot of room for sports. You've got the opening of the baseball season, you have Randy Johnson, you have the Lakers with Kobe Bryant, and a different type of international story, 500 days to the countdown of the Summer Games in Athens, Greece. The Olympics right around the corner, according to this paper.
CNN's Darren Kagan here in Kuwait City. Darren, thanks very much. Judy, as I throw it back to you, that report we just got from Dexter Filkins of the New York Times confirming what several of the other embedded reporters have been telling us, that as they get closer to Baghdad, there seems to be a greater receptivity, a warmth on the part of the Iraqi people greeting those Marines, U.S. soldiers, as they get closer to the Iraqi capital. That's a significant development. We'll have to see if that holds up, but it was pretty interesting to hear his first-hand account. Judy?
It is a significant development, Wolf. It's almost as if every day the war has gone on, and it's become clearer what the likely outcome is. The people are feeling more and more comfortable to come up to U.S. troops, U.S. Marines, to say what their true feelings are. But as you heard Dexter Filkins say to you, Wolf, he said, this man said, I'm not going to give you my name because if Saddam Hussein comes back in power, I know what would happen to me. So all these reactions, very, very interesting, important to have monitoring the population's reactions. Still to come this hour, aboard the USS Kitty Hawk, where a missing Navy jet was last seen. And there's word today that it might have been shot down by friendly fire. We're on the aircraft carrier with the latest. Also ahead, reporting from inside Basra for the first time, the British Army seizing key suburbs in that southern Iraqi city. We'll take you there.
I'm Rhonda Schaffner, the New York Stock Exchange. On Wall Street, there is calm before the battle in Baghdad. I'll have details after this.
CNN's continuing coverage of the war in Iraq, funding the fight. A live update as the Senate debates a multi-billion-dollar war package. A closer look at urban combat as U.S.-led forces close in on Baghdad. Battling the elements, coalition forces face the first heat wave of the war. These stories and more today at 4 p.m. Eastern. Stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Are you ready to save $200? Gateway announces $200 off our fully featured 300S home desktop, featuring an Intel 2.2 gigahertz processor, plus a CDRW DVD combo, a 17-inch monitor, and of course, shipping's always included. Are you ready? Call, click, or come in today for Ready Tech Go savings, only from Gateway, featuring the Intel Celeron processor.
Now, save 30%. Call your travel agent or 1-800-SANDALS.
Good afternoon, folks. Leon Harris here in the CNN newsroom with developments at this hour in the war in Iraq. U.S. forces may be in a fight now to control the airport outside of Baghdad. The Associated Press and Reuters is reporting that U.S. forces have started an assault on that location. Army troops, meantime, heading to Baghdad. CNN's Walter Rogers is with the 307th Cavalry, and he reports that they are now within sight of the capital city. Meanwhile, a power outage darkens Baghdad. You see that here in these live pictures. The Pentagon says the coalition forces did not target a power grid there. A source tells CNN the power went off before a series of explosions in Baghdad. Coalition aircraft have been pounding Iraqi positions in the north, though. They're trying to open up that area for Kurdish fighters to move in. Most of the bombing raids have taken place near Mosul and the oil-rich city of Kirkuk. In the second largest Iraqi city of Basra, CNN's Mike Betcher reports that British troops with the support of American special forces are slowly trying to take control of the city. Outside of Basra, coalition forces have been giving out aid to Iraqis. U.S. and British forces there have seized a giant food distribution complex that held tons of supplies, now going to the people. Rescued POW Private Jessica Lynch has been undergoing surgery today in Germany. CNN's Patty Davis got a chance to speak with her family earlier today. Meanwhile, government sources say that more than one Iraqi tipped off the CIA about Lynch's whereabouts. Joint Special Operations Forces rescued Private Lynch from a hospital near Nasiriyah. President Bush out rallying the troops today. The president spoke at Camp Lejeune in North Carolina, where he also paid tribute to the camp's fallen Marines, saying that they will not be forgotten by this grateful nation. At least 11 Marines from that base have been killed in the war so far. Now, here's what we're working on for you for the next hour. The battle for Basra. British and American forces creep closer to the center of Iraq's second largest city. A report from the front lines coming up. And the mercury is rising in Iraq. Will the hot weather slow down American forces? The forecast is ahead. Also, the American military goes to school to brush up on urban warfare. Who's giving the lessons may surprise you. Now, back to Judy Woodruff standing by in Washington. Judy?
Thank you, Leon. It has been a tense situation today aboard the aircraft carrier Kitty Hawk. A jet that flew from the carrier's deck is missing in action, and we know now that it may have been downed by a Patriot missile. The pilot is the subject of a search and rescue mission, and CNN's Becky Diamond is posted aboard the Kitty Hawk. She's reported the very latest.
The jet took off last night. It was reported missing about midnight. Also reported in the area of where the jet went down were surface-to-air missiles and anti-aircraft artillery. The fate of the pilot, the fate of this jet, unknown right now. Search and rescue missions are underway, and of course everyone is hoping again for the best here. Now, jets that are taking off from the Kitty Hawk are flying close air support missions. Those are missions that support U.S. ground forces. And those missions right now are supporting the U.S. Army's 5th Corps, and that group is operating between Karbala and Baghdad. Again, not sure where this jet went down, but everyone on this ship is hoping that this search and rescue mission will be successful. And yesterday, this is against a backdrop of good news yesterday, where 2 pilots had ejected over Iraq, a pilot and his radar interception officer, which is an F-14 Tomcat. They ejected over Iraq, and they were rescued very quickly by search and rescue teams. So, of course, people on the Kitty Hawk hoping for the same today.
Becky Diamond reporting from the Kitty Hawk, the aircraft carrier. We want to tell you that at the Pentagon briefing just a short time ago, Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld said, of course, as always, we regret if there has been a friendly fire incident, but he pointed out these things have happened in every war since time immemorial, and he said we're doing everything we can to find out what happened. At this point, they just don't have more information to confirm it one way or another. Well, after a few days in the markets of being where investors were very closely paying attention to this war, Rhonda Schaffler's at the New York Stock Exchange now. It seems to me, Rhonda, they're looking more broadly at the economy as well as at the war today.
A bit, Judy, although we've actually seen the momentum pick up here in the past hours. Troops continue their advance on Baghdad. We know that the past 2 days there were some impressive gains on Wall Street on news of coalition troop successes in Iraq. In just this past hour, investors have started buying once again. The Dow Jones Industrial Average making a modest advance. It's up 39 points, but that is close to the best level of the session. And the NASDAQ is up 12 points. We had actually seen stocks showing little direction for much of the morning. There is some concern about the economy, and that came today after a surprisingly sharp jump in weekly jobless claims. Tomorrow we get a very important report, the monthly employment report, and the fear is that could be weaker than expected. Also, we want to tell you that some economists are starting to say the deadly flu-like virus SARS could be the next sore spot for the global economy. Travel and airline sectors are already feeling the impact, with many trips to Hong Kong and other Asian destinations canceled. And the union representing U.S. flight attendants is demanding the FAA take immediate precautions against SARS. They want latex gloves and masks given to the flight attendants or permission to wear them on their own. the latest from Wall Street. Back to you now, Judy.
Thanks, Rhonda. Wouldn't it be interesting if it is this mystery illness, so-called, that does end up having an effect on the economy, the global economy? All right, we're, of course, following the progress of that illness as we have been for the last few days. Still to come this hour, a central Iraqi town is under control of coalition forces today, but not without a share of controversy. Our Ryan Shilcoat, live from Najaf after the break.
And also after the break, retired Major General Don Shepard will be joining us, and he'll answer your emails about what's going on in the war. You're watching CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Who has time for skincare that doesn't work? Not me. I know what makes my skin firmer.
Rock promises visible results with Protein Slip Daily Moisturizer, proven to visibly lift and firm.
In just 8 weeks.
Rock, we keep our promises.
You bet they do.
The war in Iraq continues, and no one takes you closer than CNN, live throughout the day. Stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Excitement is in the air at the Philadelphia Zoo. The Channel 6 Zoo Balloon and Soaring Safari, the zoo's new free flight bird show, starring Ruko, the African fish eagle. Come see Ruko dive in free flight from the Channel 6 Zoo Balloon 400 feet above the zoo. Plus, Ruko's friends, vultures, buzzards, and eagles soar overhead. It's high-flying fun that puts you right in the action. Things are looking up. Be part of it all at the Philadelphia Zoo.
It's a feast at Applebee's on me on my own. Add a little spice and it sure is nice. I love this combo. Cajun combo gets me noticed twice a meal. Well, I'm gonna get my fill with one great deal. Cajun combos make my mouth go ooh-wee. Slice it up, can't get enough of Applebee's. Eating good in the neighborhood.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Welcome back to our coverage. I'm Miles O'Brien at the CNN Center in Atlanta, and joining me is Major General Don Shepard, who by now has become quite a familiar face to you. He is one of our military analysts, retired from the U.S. Air Force. And not only does he answer questions that we pose to him, he also answers the harder questions, and those are the ones from the likes of you. So we appreciate them, by the way, in advance. We only can get to a few of them right now, but let's look at question number one, Don Shepard, and see if we can come up with a good answer. Tamara Grove has this. It has occurred to me that our enemies in Iraq would consider it quite a coup to kill one of our media persons while they are broadcasting live from their positions. What, if any, steps are taken to protect these men and women? While you're answering, Don Shepard, we're going to show some of these dramatic pictures that Walt Rogers has fed in from the 3-7 Cavalry right at the pointy tip of the spear. Go ahead.
Yeah, it might surprise you to know that there's no special protection for media personnel. The embedded personnel, of course, are protected because they're with the deployed units out there. But if their car breaks down, if their vehicle breaks down, they have to catch up on their own. And the media that are out there on their own are taking great risks. They are always a target to dangerous business, just like being a soldier, Miles.
All right. And it's a risky business. That's all we can say. We've done a lot to protect them. All of our folks in the field have with them a dedicated security person, and that we hope is helping them out, and we wish them well and safe journeys. Next question for us. This one comes from Michael in Michigan. Reports earlier this week stated Syria is siding with Iraq. Is this something that we, the American people, should be worried about? And, you know, this relationship between Syria and Iraq is a very complex, nuanced relationship. I'll let you dive into those waters.
Yeah, my take is that this is something that Syria should be worried about. If Syria is perceived as coming down on the side of Iraq, she has already received warnings from the Secretary of Defense with his very strong comments. This is difficult stuff and would not be appreciated by the United States, Miles.
All right. And the relationship is interesting because of the fact that Iraq and Syria are, in fact, trading partners. But there's a lot of complexity to the whole thing because no one wants to, in the end, be on the side of a loser. All right. Next email for our general here, our man with the answers. I see a lot of about psychological operations. The military folks call them PSYOPs. with computer programs today, why doesn't the coalition take a picture of Saddam Hussein on a stretcher and say that he has been found dead? That comes from Dan Bates in Barry's Bay. And while we're talking here, we're going to show you one of the PSYOPs that we've offered you an animation of in the past, and that is this C-130, which flies over and broadcasts, well, it's regular AM, FM radio transmissions, correct?
Yeah, psychological operations are fair game. One thing that we do not do is we do not lie. We do not fabricate things. We may mislead people or allow them to believe in something that may not be going on by not correcting it. But as soon as you start lying, no one will ever believe you again. It's a one-way street.
It is a shade of gray, though, as far as errors of omission as opposed to errors of commission, correct?
Yeah, that's fair game. Errors of omission are fair game, or not answering a question. Primary example, the big left hook. You know, had somebody come out and said, are you doing a left hook? There would have been no comment on future operations, but nobody would have said, no, we're not doing a left hook.
Interesting. All right, left hook meaning the possible 101st
in the Gulf War.
Right. Oh, you're talking about the Gulf War.
During the Gulf War.
All right, great. All right, Don Shepard, thanks very much. Appreciate your insights and answers, and we hope the viewers were satisfied by them. We're sure they will. Keep those emails coming to us at livefrom@cnn.com. Livefrom@cnn.com. Let's send it back to Judy. Judy?
Miles, you're right. The viewers always have better questions than we do.
They do.
Thanks very much. Thank you both. Well, there have been a number of developments in and around Iraq's capital city of Baghdad just in the last few hours. We know the electricity is down in the city for the last couple of hours. At the Pentagon, they are saying this has not been a target of coalition forces. We know that U.S. troops are right now said to be within 10 kilometers or 6 miles of the southern rim of Baghdad. We also know that wire services are reporting fighting around Baghdad's international airport. This is some miles southwest of the city. Iraqi forces said to be putting up some resistance there. So a number of things going on. I want to bring in CNN's Pentagon correspondent Barbara Starr. Barbara, as coalition forces contemplate going into Baghdad, the hardest part of what this war has been all about, I think we've all come to understand. What exactly are they dealing with?
Well, the first step, as you say, Judy, is taking the airport. That is going on right now. By all accounts, there is fighting around the airport. Officials saying that the U.S. Forces there are running into elements of 4 regular Iraqi military divisions. But here in the Pentagon today, during the news briefing earlier, General Richard Myers, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, laid out a strategy where U.S. forces will enter the city, establish a provisional government, and essentially make the regime irrelevant. Here's what he had to say.
I use the term irrelevant because at this point they're not going to be able to communicate with the people of Iraq. That will all be shut down. They won't be able to communicate within certain parts of Baghdad, and you'll continue to ensure that happens. You know, there's we would control the water, the electricity, things like that. I'm not suggesting any of that would be turned off, turned on. It just would depend on the tactical situation. So they become an entity, perhaps, if there's anybody left, if they haven't all run.
So, Judy, General Myers raising the possibility that U.S. forces will simply enter the city and declare themselves in charge. Judy?
Barbara, what about this notion that as coalition forces get closer, worries that the Saddam Hussein regime may somehow lash back?
That is what the sort of fly in the ointment, so to speak, is here, because they can declare themselves in charge, they can declare the regime irrelevant, but there is a great deal of concern that in those last minutes, hours, days, the Saddam Hussein regime would become desperate. One of the issues they raised today was that the regime may attack the very large Shia population on the eastern side of Baghdad in a place called Saddam City, that the regime may launch artillery strikes against them, blame the United States, also, of course, continuing concern about possible use of chemical weapons. So while they think maybe this strategy works, there is still a lot of concern that the Saddam Hussein regime would make a desperate last move. Judy?
All right, Barbara Starr helping us understand what the Pentagon, what coalition forces may have in mind as they get closer to the city center. So, Wolf, back to you as we continue to look at these live night scope pictures of Baghdad, because as we've been saying, the electricity is out apparently in most of the city.
It seems it may be out in all of the city, Judy, based on eyewitness accounts. You can only imagine what those 5 million or so residents of Baghdad 2 weeks into this war must be going through. No power, no electricity unless they have their own generators. It's going to be difficult, obviously, for all of them. No word on who may be responsible. The Pentagon insisting the U.S. Central Command did not target the power grid of the Iraqi capital. We'll continue to monitor what's happening in Baghdad. Meanwhile, one of the U.S. Army's most elite units is set to have control of the city of Najaf, but not necessarily its residents. CNN's Ryan Chilcote was with the 101st Airborne Division, 3rd Brigade, when it ventured into the city.
Wolf, well, Najaf, I wanted to start by telling you, Najaf has very little to no electricity and light as well, with the exception perhaps of the light on our camera and the lights lighting up the Imam Ali Mosque. But first, earlier today, the day was supposed to begin with what was supposed to be a pretty uneventful patrol. The goal to link up the soldiers' commander here, the soldiers of the No Slack Battalion of the 101st Airborne's 1st Brigade, with the Grand Ayatollah Sistani. He is the spiritual leader of the Shia people, and he was to meet with the soldiers' commander. Now, the soldiers got about halfway to his compound when the Grand Ayatollah called them via radio and said, before we meet, I would like the soldiers to secure my compound. Well, the soldiers said, no problem. That was their intention to do that. The problem was that his compound was located about halfway down the road from where the soldiers were to the Imam Ali Mosque, a mosque that is considered one of the holiest shrines in the entire Shia Muslim faith, and it is obviously not a place where many Muslims are comfortable with Christians or at least non-Muslims being nearer. The soldiers started moving out that way. The crowd was not at all apparently aware of this, of the Ayatollah's request for the soldiers to come to his house. Chaos ensued, and some very quick action from both the Ayatollah's representatives who were on hand and the soldiers' commander really saved the day. The soldiers' commander telling his men to step back, to take a knee, to point their weapons at the ground, and to be as friendly as possible with the local Shia population there in front of them. They did have some success. I have to say it was the most commendable effort by the commander. A lot of the people, a lot of the Iraqis in the crowd who had been very upset also sat down. It was real amazing diffusion, if you will, of a very tense situation. But not everyone sat down, so the commander decided to pull his troops back. He decided to wait for cooler heads to prevail. Wolf?
Okay, Ryan Chilcote, thanks very much for that report. Ryan Chilcote is with the 101st Airborne Division covering that story. The British have been battling to take control of the southern city of Basra since the opening days of the war. Britain's defense secretary says his forces have seized suburbs around the city and are consolidating their advances. British reporters were able to broadcast live from the outskirts of Basra earlier today.
Well, I think it's fair to say that for the first time we are broadcasting live from the city of Basra. The Desert Rats have made a move into the city this morning, and certainly you can see what's happened behind me. As the Iraqi troops retreated, they set alight to an oil trench, and a pipe is feeding that. Let's have a quick word with Major Tom Scott of the British Royal Engineers. Tom, what exactly is going on now behind us?
Right, we came across the trench, which was on fire, obviously, in front of our position and causing a bit of obscuration. So what my guys have actually done from 3-1 Armoured Engineer Squadron is to actually cut the flow of oil into the oil trench itself, and then we're in the process of basically extinguishing the flames and therefore allowing us to basically see forward into Basra.
Now, we are on the front line here. This is dangerous work.
Well, everything's dangerous, isn't it? But the guys are well trained. They're up for it, and there should be no problem. We've got a ring of steel from Scots Dragoon Guards Battle Group out front, so it's not too bad.
Now, the Desert Rats have moved in to Basra today. This isn't an advance to take the city, I know, but it's a good foothold, isn't it?
Yeah, we're across the Chateau Basra, and we're very, very close now.
And if you wanted to launch operations, you couldn't really get a better place.
I suppose so. Not wanting to say too much, Tom Scott, thank you very much indeed. That is significant, though, that this morning they have moved into Basra. This is the first time you can actually see houses now right on the city, and you can see how close we are. The Royal Engineers not only wanting to put the smoke out to help British military operations here, but also the people of Basra, because this toxic fumes now going right over the city itself, and I think everyone will be pleased when they've done their job.
British reporters on the outskirts of Basra earlier today doing some dramatic reporting around that second largest city of Iraq. Judy, back to you.
That's right, Wolf. British forces struggling with Basra for days now, so we do see them making some progress this day. Still to come this hour, an alleged Iraqi torture chamber found. It is a disturbing sight. We're going to take you inside after the break.
What the world needs now. What you need now is Sandals Royal Bahamian Resort and Spa, the Bahamas' only 5-star diamond hotel, where a world of incomparable luxury awaits, and it's all included. Warm up to sun-drenched beaches onshore. Escape offshore for exotic adventures on our private island. Discover the world's most pleasurable way to get away. Sandals Royal Bahamian. Call your travel agent or 1-800-SANDALS.
You need to manage your business anytime, anywhere. Gateway's new business notebooks featuring Intel Centrino mobile technology help you stay productive with wireless connectivity. Plus the freedom of having up to 8 hours of battery life. Now get 0% business financing for 24 months when you purchase Gateway 450E Series business notebooks. Gateway, business, government, education. Gateway 450 notebooks feature Intel Centrino mobile technology.
While other mortgage companies are still filling out the paperwork, Ditech.com is busy processing your loan. Right now, you can apply for a second mortgage with a no closing cost option. It's a whole new way to get a mortgage. Just log on or call 1-800-71-FIXED. Ditech.com, your mortgage solution delivered.
Always sobering numbers, the update on casualties in the war in Iraq. Well, meantime, on the front lines in southern Iraq, British forces say they have found sobering evidence of Iraqi torture chambers. Reporter Clive Myrie is with the Royal Marines, and he takes us into the Iraqi police station, which is now in the hands of British troops.
Outside a police station in southern Iraq stands a mural of this country's leader. Saddam Hussein's dreaded internal security police were based here. This cabinet is locked. Saddam's portrait adorned every room. Not anymore. And downstairs, cells. This one barely 4 feet by 8 with no windows and a filthy pillow and mattress. In other rooms, hooks hang from the ceiling. This room is bare but for 2 old tires and an electricity cable. We are later told a torturer might use the tires to stand on while water is poured on the floor and the prisoner electrocuted. And in this room are the identity cards of scores of Iraqi men, aged between 20 and 40. It's a crime here not to have your ID card with you at all times. Why do these men no longer need theirs? We later found one man who didn't want to be identified, who gave up some of the secrets of the police station. He tells me there was a tariff system. If you committed a crime but paid enough money, you wouldn't be tortured. We've spent days trying to find more people willing to speak on the record about torture in Saddam Hussein's Iraq. This man would only talk to us within the safety of a Royal Marines commando base. And if he was a prison guard and Saddam Hussein walked into his jail, I'd cut him into 50 pieces, he tells me. In the distance, as smoke rises from a battlefield, Iraq's tools of repression are being taken away. Clive Myrin, Abu al-Qasib, southern Iraq.
The kinds of things that none of us ever want to know about, but it is the reality of what has been going on in part of that country. Still to come this hour, images of the war, photos from the front line. CNN's coverage of the war in Iraq continues after a quick break.
Listen, you can't even hear it. What? The XLI. You have a trained XLI cooling system? Of course it's quiet. It's those galvanized steel louvers.
Oh, how rugged.
Tell me about it. Climate-tough compressor, patented spine fin coil.
It might outlast Evelyn's third marriage.
What? Oh, next we buy you a baby carriage.
Must be some air conditioner. The Train XLI. It's hard to stop a train.
Every day and every night as the war in Iraq continues, CNN is there. Every morning at 7 Eastern, get your first look at what happened overnight on American Morning with Paula Zahn.
Breaking news out of Iraq.
Then, every night at 10 Eastern, Aaron Brown takes you from the home front to the front lines on Newsnight.
The maneuvering is now intense.
American Morning with Paula Zahn and Newsnight with Aaron Brown for your first and final word on the war in Iraq. Stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
A thank you now for the sacrifices and the service from America's Commander-in-Chief. Today, President Bush traveled to Camp Lejeune, North Carolina, a base that has suffered a number of the U.S. war casualties.
This is a time of hardship for many military families. Some of you have been separated from your loved ones for quite a while because of long deployments. All of America is grateful for your sacrifice, and Laura and I are here to thank each one of you. No one who falls will be forgotten by this grateful nation. We honor their service to America, and we pray their families will receive God's comfort and God's grace. Having traveled hundreds of miles, we will now go the last 200 yards. The course is set. We're on the advance. Our destination is Baghdad, and we will accept nothing less than complete and final victory.
Hello, everyone. I'm Heidi Collins. Here's the news happening at this hour. The lights are out in Baghdad, and AP and Reuters report American ground forces are attacking the city's airport. CNN's Nick Robertson reports the widespread power outages appear to have been initiated by the Iraqis. Iraq's information minister disputes American claims that U.S. troops are poised at Baghdad's outskirts. In an interview with Al Jazeera, he said American ground forces are not within 100 miles of the city. The interview ended abruptly when the power went out. CENTCOM officials say an American soldier was killed and several more are missing in Iraq in another possible case of friendly fire. They say the incident may have involved a U.S. Air Force F-15. The officials say they are investigating. Movement on the northern front. CNN's Ben Wiedemann reports Kurdish forces backed by small groups of U.S. soldiers are trying to secure a major stretch of road between Kalat and Mosul. Kurdish commanders say Iraqi troops continue to retreat. An apparent threatening message cuts short an international airline flight. The United plane was bound for New York from London when the note was found in a seatback. Authorities are searching the plane on the ground at Ireland's Shannon Airport. If nothing is found, the flight will continue to New York tomorrow. Here's what we're working on this hour on CNN. The battle for Basra. British and American forces creep closer to the center of Iraq's second largest city. A report from the front lines coming up. And the mercury is rising in Iraq. Will the hot weather slow down American forces? Our forecast is ahead. Plus, the American military goes to school to brush up on urban warfare. Who's giving the lessons, though, may surprise you. Our coverage of the war in Iraq continues right now.
I could see the sparks hitting the pavement of incoming AK-47 rounds. At that point, of course, we slid forward and sought refuge.
On the road and under fire, U.S. forces and the reporters with them reached the outskirts of Baghdad. Iraq says Saddam Hussein is urging his troops and civilians to fight on with weapons and even their hands. I'm Judy Woodruff in Washington with our continuing coverage of the war in Iraq. Let's begin, though, in the war zone with my colleague Wolf Blitzer in Kuwait City. Wolf.
Thanks very much, Judy. Coalition ground troops are so close to the heart of Baghdad, they are within sight of the city's skyline. Just after midnight in Iraq, and it's more difficult to see that skyline. That's because the lights in the city went out a few hours ago, a first in this 2-week-old war. U.S. forces say they have not targeted Baghdad's power grid as troops press closer to the capital. After days of pushing north through the Iraqi desert, coalition troops faced limited confrontations with Iraqi forces on their approach to Baghdad. Moving in 2 armored columns toward the capital, U.S. forces reportedly have launched an assault on Saddam Hussein International Airport. Pentagon sources say that's a key coalition target. CNN's Walter Rogers has been moving toward Baghdad with the Army's 3/7th Cavalry. He filed this report on the resistance the troops faced along the way.
Most of these soldiers appear to be in an Iraqi green uniform. That is to say, the ones we've seen today are in green uniforms. They they give no evidence of being members of any elite units or even major organized units like the Republican Guard. For those of you, our viewers who are familiar with war in the Middle East, often you get freelance gangs, what the Army is calling thugs of Iraqi soldiers, and those Iraqi soldiers will travel in groups of 10 to 20, often with a pickup truck with a machine gun on the back or some sort of armament too heavy to carry, and they ride around the countryside. As I say, we have seen them digging in to some farmhouses, and again, the 7th Cavalry has taken fire from farmhouses in the past 45 minutes. Additionally, they have taken up sniper positions along the road. Again, the camera is focusing very tightly on an M1A1 Abrams tank immediately in front of us. That tank has been engaged in action, combat hostile action, for at least the last half hour, as have most of these vehicles. The reason we can't give you a bigger picture than that is because we are forbidden by the Pentagon of revealing the topography, the terrain, through which the 7th Cavalry is moving. Any disclosure of that topography would enable the Iraqis to come up with a fairly good estimate of where the 7th Cavalry is, and of course that would perhaps draw out a much larger unit, a force-on-force unit. Fortunately, that has not happened so far. Again, you're looking at a tank which is the troop leader's tank of the Apache troop of the 7th Cavalry. The 2 soldiers aboard that tank, if you can see them, on the left is the tank loader Marcusio Posey. I know he's from Alabama. And on the right is Captain Clay Lyle. He's the commander of the Apache troop. They have been firing pretty regularly, as I say, for 30 to 45 minutes on both sides of the road. And there are a goodly number, I cannot be precise again for security reasons, a goodly number of armored vehicles ahead and behind our position in this armored column.
Walter Rogers, he's with the 7th Cavalry, moving closer and closer toward the Iraqi capital. Farther to the south and east of Baghdad, fiery battles today in the outskirts of Kut. The ancient city is on the Tigris River, making it strategically important. CNN's Martin Savage is with the 1st Battalion, 7th Marines. He says the battalion moved to secure 2 key sites first thing this morning.
The U.S. Marines have now secured the key city of Al-Kut. Al-Kut is located on the Tigris River. It is one of the last rivers you're going to be crossing before you get towards Baghdad. It is very ancient and a very crucial city because of its geographic location. Also thought it could have been a key city when it came to some sort of fight on the part of the Republican Guard. It was the Baghdad division of the Republican Guard that was headquartered in this particular region. However, no indications of heavy fighting But certainly, if you take a look over here, all the indications of a clear U.S. military marine buildup already in this particular area. We are beyond Al-Quq now, continuing to push north. We are to the east or southeast of Baghdad. Relative distance here, not accurate, but would be about 40 miles away and closing, as the Marines would like to say. There is a very large military presence in this region now. As we drove up this road, we did pass by burned out Iraqi tanks, also burned out Iraqi armored personnel carriers, what appeared to be artillery positions, and trucks and ammunition that were blown up. This may have come as a result of the early barrage of artillery that came from the Marines this morning. Then the ground units moved in, another burst of artillery coming from the Marines, and then things got quiet, an indication that if there was a fight, it was short, and if there was any cleanup operation required militarily, the Marines were capable of handling with their own units, such as the very mobile tow missiles in the back of Humvees and armored personnel carriers.
CNN's Martin Savage is with the Marines moving ever closer towards Baghdad. Judy, back to you in Washington.
Thanks, Wolf. And we want to tell all of our viewers that the parents of captured U.S. and then rescued U.S. POW, Private First Class Jessica Lynch, her parents are going to talk to reporters at their hometown of Palestine, West Virginia, just about half an hour from now. We know that there are reports today that coming from several sources that Jessica Lynch put up a heroic fight with Iraqi troops before she was captured, apparently after she was injured. We don't have any confirmation of this, though. At the Pentagon today, they wouldn't talk about it. So, of course, we're going to be listening very closely for more information about what happened to her and about her condition when we hear from her parents in half an hour. CNN will be carrying that live. Now we turn back to Iraq and the battle for Basra in the south. British troops have met with pockets of fierce resistance in the southeastern city, but according to Britain's defense secretary, they now have seized some key suburbs of Basra. British pool correspondent Juliet Bremner says units are now methodically working their way into the city, dipping their toes, if you will.
As dawn breaks, the British take their first tentative steps into the outskirts of Basra. From a rooftop, they monitor the progress of tanks heading into the suburbs. This is uncharted territory, a provocative move intended to test Iraqi reaction. Their arrival at a key road junction brings the answer. Rockets launched from a house in the city are tracked down and the building demolished. This is what the British Army calls dipping its toe into Basra. It's the farthest forward that the tanks have been. If their presence doesn't cause too much of a ripple, they'll be persuaded to take greater strides into the heart of the city. A roadblock set up on the main route into Basra. Groups of men thought to have links to the military are marched away. Even if they aren't directly involved, they may have vital information. The British fear that the Fadaim militia could be hidden anywhere amongst this warren of homes. Although they're being slowly worn down, they're not yet defeated.
The attacks, though, are becoming increasingly desperate, and in fact last night I can tell you that they mortared one of our positions in the south of the city, resulting in a pregnant woman being injured, and we then managed to evacuate her by our own helicopters to a hospital.
As part of their fight to stamp out the paramilitaries, the army are trying to put out some of the oil fires they use as a smokescreen. But armed with only 2 fire engines, it's one battle they're still far from winning. Juliet Bremner, near Basra.
And from the looks of that smoke, it's going to take a while for that air to clear. Right now, the U.S. military is investigating a possible friendly fire incident in Iraq today. Central Command saying that an American soldier is dead and several others are injured or missing after the incident involving an Air Force fighter bomber. Before that report, the number of coalition deaths stood at 78. At least 30 of them were the result of friendly fire or other accidents. Iraqi officials are still reporting 420 civilian deaths, but they are not releasing figures on military casualties. Wolf.
Thanks, Judy. The Army says it now has control of the southern city of Najaf. isolating Iraqi forces in areas of the Muslim holy city. Najaf is home to one of the holiest sites of the Shia Muslim faith, and today became a potential powder keg. CNN's Ryan Chilcott is embedded with 101st Airborne. He's joining us now live. Ryan?
Well, first, we have some exclusive pictures. Our cameraman, Greg Danilenka, just went out with one of the companies of soldiers out here where they found a weapons cache right in the middle of a school. Take a look at these pictures. They're really going to shock you. Acting on a tip from some people here in the city, they went to this school. They didn't know whether it was just going to be weapons or whether they would find some Fedayeen fighters inside the school as well. Well, they didn't find any Fedayeen fighters, but they certainly did find a lot of weapons, a lot of RPG rounds, a lot of mortar rounds, just a lot of weapons in general. This is exactly what U.S. troops are hoping is going to happen. They are hoping that people are going to get comfortable enough with their presence and comfortable enough with the security situation in the city that they're going to tell U.S. troops about the presence and whereabouts of these weapons caches today. Really a big payoff for U.S. troops. Now, earlier in the day really starting off with what was supposed to be a rather uneventful patrol. The goal of that patrol for the soldiers commander to link up with the Grand Ayatollah Sistani, the leader of all Shia Muslims here in the city of Najaf and really throughout the world. The soldiers got about halfway to the meeting place where they got a radio call from the Ayatollah. He telling them, hey, I would like you to secure my home before you do that. The problem with that, of course, only was that the Ayatollah's compound was about halfway down the street from where the soldiers were, halfway down the street to the Imam Ali Mosque, which is one of the holiest shrines in the Shia Muslim faith, a place that non-Muslims aren't necessarily welcome. Well, the soldiers set out with those intentions, but no one apparently had told the crowd, which up to this point had been very welcoming of U.S. troops. Chaos, absolute chaos ensued. The crowd apparently believing that the troops were going to approach the Imam Ali Mosque itself, something that really, as you can see, disturbed them. Some really quick action from both the Ayatollah's representatives on the scene and the soldiers' commander. He stepped right in. He told his soldiers to take a knee, to relax, to point their weapons at the ground, and to try and be as friendly as possible, diffusing what could have been a really ugly situation. Wolf?
Ryan Chilcott talking about an ugly situation, potentially at least. Thanks very much for that report, Ryan's in Najaf. Judy, back to you in Washington.
Well, such interesting pictures. That may be the largest single gathering we've seen of Iraqis since the war got underway, a measure of just how comfortable they feel coming out into the open. A blackout in Baghdad as U.S. forces draw closer. Up next, the latest from the Iraqi capital and an update on the approaching U.S. forces. Also, what awaits coalition forces in the hours and days ahead? A look at the potential for urban combat and other challenges. We'll check in with our military analyst just ahead.
How do you invest to help secure your future? You start with your dreams. And Edward Jones.
My life, my world, it all begins with a dream.
Edward Jones.
Are you ready to save $200? Gateway announces $200 off our fully featured 300S home desktop, featuring an Intel 2.2 gigahertz processor, plus a CDRW DVD combo, a 17-inch monitor, and of course, shipping's always included. Are you ready? Call, click, or come in today for Ready Tech Go savings, only from Gateway, featuring the Intel Celeron processor.
You decided. Once again, CNN is #1. For trust and experience, Americans choose CNN as the most credible news source. CNN is the most trusted name in news.
As we look at those slices of humanity across the battlefront, we want to tell you that U.S. troops, something we've been reporting throughout this day, getting closer to the gates of the capital city of Baghdad, but without having engaged the Republican Guard in what has been described as any sort of major force-on-force battle. And now there is speculation that some of Saddam Hussein's best troops may be in the city, relying as best they can on urban combat. CNN's Miles O'Brien, joined now by our military analyst, Lieutenant Colonel Robert Leonhard. He is a Persian Gulf War veteran and a military science professor at West Virginia University. Miles.
Thanks very much, Judy, and thanks very much to the Lieutenant Colonel for joining us, giving us some insights on what may lie ahead as it relates to the possibility of urban combat. Lieutenant Colonel, first of all, let's talk about the significance of the airport, Saddam International, and why that is at the top of the list of objectives.
Well, I think there's a couple reasons. One, it has obvious moral implications there on the morale of the Iraqis. When we take down Saddam International Airport, that is a direct hit on the regime. It demonstrates that we're there and we're there in force. And it's those kind of things that are eventually going to cause truth to break out in Baghdad, and the troops are going to start worrying, rumors, where are the Americans now? There's special forces in the rear and so on, and that could cause a collapse. The other reason, of course, is that the airport can be used to bring in supplies, can evacuate casualties and so on. So it's a very important mobility route into and out of the city.
All right, let's, now that we finally got EarthViewer.com on, let's zoom in on Baghdad, and we'll give you a little bit of proximity here. It's about 10 miles from Saddam International to the heart and soul of this regime, the presidential palace, the Republican palace that we're talking about here. Let me just give you a quick lay of the land here so you can understand what's going on. That's the Republican palace there, or excuse me, the airport there, and that is the center of Baghdad. As we say, that's 12 miles or 10 miles thereabouts. Let's zoom down to Saddam International Airport. I want to talk about some of the scenarios that we might see once this foothold has in fact been secured by the coalition forces. We expect that to happen soon. Some possible scenarios that may lie ahead. What about the concern that comes up, and the buzzword that concerns a lot of people, is house-to-house combat? First of all, is that a likely scenario, and what does that really mean? Does that mean kicking in every door?
Yeah, I actually think that's not the most likely scenario. It is a possible scenario, and as we all know, that is a very serious casualty-producing event if that occurs. That is a possibility. There are some other possibilities as well. One of them that I think is a distinct sequel to this action will be possibility of a coup attempt in Baghdad while we are closing in on the city, and then other forces in a counter-coup effort. And so we could find Iraqi forces fighting each other, and then we'll have the difficult call as to help one side or the other, or just sit back and let them fight it out. I think another option, of course, is that you'll see widespread surrenders and collapse. That of course, is the eventuality we're hoping for. If we do have to go house to house, if we do have to actually do the urban fight, I don't think that you're going to see the typical World War II style kicking in the door kind of thing and clearing rooms. Our style now in the military is to do it with a little more patience and a little more finesse. I think you'll probably see buildings being surrounded, city blocks being surrounded, and then we will work on making the enemy's position untenable so that he has to come out of his position, at which time we can engage him or arrest him. I think the key factor that you should remember is that the side that is moving in urban warfare is the side that's going to take the casualties.
Interesting. All right. Well, there's a lot more to talk about. I think next time you come up in the next hour, we're going to talk about some of these tactics and the fact that a city of this size, 5 to 6 million, that size can really cut both ways from an offensive and defensive perspective. We'll get into some of that in just a little bit. Lieutenant Colonel, we appreciate you being with us. That's Lieutenant Colonel Robert Leonard. Judy?
All right, Colonel Leonard and Miles, thanks very much. President Bush rallies thousands of Marines and meets with the families of those lost in battle. Up next, an update on the President's trip to Camp Lejeune. We'll have a live report from the White House.
CNN's continuing coverage of the war in Iraq, funding the fight. A live update as the Senate debates a multi-billion-dollar war package. A closer look at urban combat as U.S.-led forces close in on Baghdad. Battling the elements, coalition forces face the first heat wave of the war. These stories and more today at 4 p.m. Eastern. Stay with CNN, the most trusted daily news.
Tired of playing the mortgage rate game? You know, when you hear one of those ads that promise you the moon and you call up only to find out that the points are too high and there are hidden fees attached? Well, at ditech.com, there are no games. Right now, we're offering a second mortgage with a no closing cost option. You can be pre-qualified over the telephone or online. Use the money to pay off credit cards or for home improvements, whatever you want. Do it now before the rates go up. ditech.com. Call 1-800-71-FIXED.
A definite edge. Cadillac CTS. Breakthrough.
President Bush has returned to Washington after a midday visit to Camp Lejeune, North Carolina. Mr. Bush arrived back at the White House just a short time ago, and for more on the trip, let's turn to CNN White House correspondent Dana Bash. Dana, at least part of this trip had to have been very difficult for President and Mrs. Bush.
There's no question about it, and we are getting some information about part of that trip. But, Judy, you know, there was a lot of jubilation here at the White House after they found out that Army Private Jessica Lynch had been rescued. And the president used today's trip to talk to Marines, to thank the Marines that helped in that rescue. But there are 6 Marines from Camp Lejeune, where the president visited today, still missing, and about a dozen who have been killed during this war. And the commander-in-chief met privately with Mrs. Bush, with about 20 family members of those lost Marines. They met in the chapel annex there, and it's the first time the president, since this war began 2 weeks ago, has met with family members of those who have been lost. And the senior administration official said it was a very emotional meeting. The president was teary, especially when talking to the children who were there. He apparently met with some small children who had lost their fathers, and he said, quote, "He's in heaven and God bless you all." The president also talked about the fact that when he talked to about 12,000 people you see there at the Marine base, he talked about the fact that everybody lost in this battle will be remembered.
No one who falls will be forgotten by this grateful nation. We honor their service to America, and we pray their families will receive God's comfort and God's grace.
Now, the president also ate lunch, as he tends to do when he visits these bases, ate lunch in the mess with the troops. And while he was there, he gave an upbeat assessment of the war, which, as they said, is a little bit more than 2 weeks old. And according to his aides, he is keeping very close tabs on the progress on the battlefield. He's getting constant briefings from the man in charge of this, Tommy Franks, who, of course, in Doha, Qatar. He's talking to him regularly by secure video phone about the imminent push towards Baghdad. And when he spoke to the crowd there, he told them that the vice is closing on Saddam Hussein.
Having traveled hundreds of miles, we will now go the last 200 yards. The course is set. We're on the advance. Our destination is Baghdad, and we will accept nothing less than complete and final victory.
And, Judy, the president made clear in a direct message to the Iraqi people that unlike 12 years ago, when the U.S. was at war with Iraq and left Saddam Hussein in power, this time they won't leave until Saddam Hussein is gone. Judy?
All right, Dana Bash reporting from the White House on the president's trip. Wolf?
Thanks very much, Judy. Iraqi television showed some more videotape of Saddam Hussein tonight, not long before the power went out in large sections of the Iraqi capital. Our Nick Robertson has been in contact with his sources inside Baghdad. He's joining me now live from his post along the border between Jordan and Iraq. What's the latest, Nick?
Wolf, some very interesting news coming in the last few minutes from one source in Baghdad. This source telling us that the checkpoints around Baghdad are closed now to Iraqi civilians, that they are not allowed to leave the capital. However, in the neighborhood that is close to Saddam International Airport, that airport about 20 kilometers outside of Baghdad, southwest of the city, an airport where there have been reports of sporadic fighting today. In the neighborhood close to that airport, we are being told by our source that Iraqi government vehicles are driving around that neighborhood with loudspeakers on their cars, telling people to leave their houses and head out of the city in the direction of the airport. Now, that is what our source is telling us. Is also saying that people are following those instructions, that they are leaving their house and that they are headed out towards the airport. Now, this comes in an evening when the first time we have seen the lights over Baghdad, the street lights, the house lights, the lights in government offices, all go off. Now, the Iraqi authorities said this was not because of coalition bombing. Coalition forces say the lights going off in Baghdad was also not because of coalition bombing. What we understand has happened this evening, for the first time since the aerial bombing campaign began over Baghdad, Iraqi authorities have switched off the lights on the city. Perhaps an indication because they feel the city is now under greater threat than it was in the past. Certainly, through 14 days of aerial bombardment, the lights have been on. Tonight, they are off. It is also the first time that these checkpoints around the city have been closed. These are checkpoints on the main roads that lead into and out of Baghdad. They have been relatively open for Iraqis until very recently. Tonight, we are being told those roads are closed. Also, earlier in the day, the Iraqi Ministry of Information characterized the position of coalition forces, saying that they were nowhere near Baghdad. In fact, saying that so far, Iraqi forces are hunting down the coalition forces.
The mercenaries today, they were surrounded and they sustained heavy losses, and big numbers of them have been killed, and they were backed off. They backed off to the same place, to the same area which they have been surrounded. The battle is still going on, and today he will give them the lesson they deserve.
Now, to try and make their point to the journalists who are in Baghdad, Iraqi officials this afternoon took the journalists to Saddam International Airport just outside the center of Baghdad to show them that Iraqi authorities still control the airport. That was in daylight. That was this afternoon, and at that time journalists could see that the road to the airport was open, that the airport indeed at that time did appear to be in the hands of Iraqi authorities. The journalists went back to Baghdad. The road's still free for them to travel back to the city, but developments this evening, Wolf, the lights going off, the checkpoints being enforced, changing situation apparently in Baghdad.
Nick, if the lights are off, the power is off in Baghdad, does that mean that Iraqi television is off the air as well?
It would mean, Wolf, that people wouldn't have electricity in their houses to turn their television sets on to watch it if it was on. It's not clear if the transmitter itself has been switched off, if the studio is perhaps running on emergency power, but anyone in the city who doesn't have their own power, their own generator to run their television set won't be able to see Iraqi television. But perhaps the most interesting thing about the checkpoints being closed is the fact that we're being told in the neighborhood near the main airport, the international airport, Saddam International Airport, that residents there are being told by Iraqi authorities to leave their houses and drive towards the international airport there, Wolf.
And very briefly, Nick, that airport, Saddam International, it's not just the main international airport of Baghdad that once used to be a thriving airport, but there are also significant Iraqi military facilities in and around that airport. Is that right?
It is, as you say, a very large civilian airfield. It is somewhat separate to the center of Baghdad. There's a large presidential palace, perhaps just a couple of miles away from the airport. When I was there just before the war began, I think almost the eve of the day the war began, there were some increased fortifications, but much more defensive positions. Bunkers had been dug at checkpoints beside the road. I didn't see a substantial increase at that time in the number of anti-aircraft gun facilities around the airport. It didn't seem at that time to be heavily militarized, just days before the war, but certainly a strategic site such as that airport, so large, so useful to the coalition, so close to the center of Baghdad, it would seem highly likely that Iraqi forces had sought in the days since the war began to reinforce it. But it is certainly an area that is sort of, if you will, self-contained from the center of Baghdad. There is a gap between the airport and where the civilian population live around the outskirts of Baghdad, Wolf.
All right, Nick Robertson, who's been monitoring all of these developments for us over these past many, many weeks and months. Thanks very much, Nick, for that report. Judy, back to you.
And Wolf, Nick giving us a very curious information about Iraqi authorities telling people to get up and walk in the direction of the airport, raising all sorts of questions, and I know we're going to be trying to get answers to. Coming up, an update from the northern front, the bombing and reports of looting. But first, the latest headlines at this hour.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Heidi Collins in the CNN newsroom with the headlines at this hour. U.S. ground forces have punched their way to the outskirts of Baghdad and reportedly have launched an attack on Saddam Hussein International Airport. The power is out in the Iraqi capital for the first time during the war. A source in the capital says the blackout does not appear to be related to coalition bombing. Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld says there is not a chance of a negotiated settlement to leave Iraqi President Saddam Hussein in power. As the conflict in Iraq continues, Rumsfeld said today, quoting here, "For the senior leadership, there is no way out." Congress appears poised to pass an emergency spending bill to finance the war in Iraq. The $80 billion measure would also reward key allies, bolster homeland security efforts, and help floundering airlines. Members of both the Senate and House are still wrangling over last-minute amendments. The State Department is giving non-essential diplomats in China permission to leave for fear of the spread of the mystery illness known as SARS. Under the status granted today, those diplomats and their families will get free flights out of the country. SARS has infected more than 2,200 people worldwide and has killed at least 78. American forces close in on Baghdad, but will they be drawn into street fighting? Next hour, we'll get military analysis from an expert. Also coming up, the back of the front, why the support troops in the rear are as vital as the fighters leading the attack. Plus, as we've been saying, a mystery illness has air travelers worried and reaching for protection. We'll tell you about that as well. I'm Heidi Collins. CNN's coverage of the war in Iraq continues in 90 seconds.
Moving freely makes my spirits soar.
Flexium works two ways. Patented SAM-E helps ease pain from everyday activities. Plus, glucosamine helps renew cartilage. You can feel results in as little as 2 weeks. Feel the Flexium difference. Guaranteed.
The war in Iraq continues, and no one takes you closer than CNN, live throughout the day. Stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Music, dance, great entertainment. There's always something new at the Kimmel Center. Edward Villela's Miami City Ballet lights up the Academy of Music on April 26th and 27th, performing the Philadelphia premiere of George Balanchine's timeless Jewels trilogy. You'll experience dancing as brilliant as the gems they're named after. For tickets, call 215-893-1999 or visit kimmelcenter.org.
Discover something new at the Kimmel Center. The arts. Come be inspired.
What if you lost your freedom? What if your livelihood disappeared? What if your individuality was taken away? What if your security no longer existed? You lose a lot more than a car when you're the victim of auto theft. Call for tips on preventing a thief from choosing your vehicle.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
CNN's Walter Rogers is with an advanced U.S. Army unit not far from Baghdad, and he's reporting right now that most of the air support is coming from fighter jets, not helicopters. Our Gary Tuckman is at one of those air bases where those close support missions originate. Gary?
And Wolf, we've been talking to pilots here all day, and they do indeed tell us almost all of them are flying to the Baghdad area throughout the day today and throughout the evening tonight. The last time we talked to you and Judy, Wolf, we told you we had to evacuate this area near the tarmac, near the A-10 attack planes that go a mile away because a 500-pound bomb accidentally fell off a trolley they call a jammer. It's what they bring out to the planes to load the bombs. It was a precaution. Nothing happened. Everything now is safe. It's very unusual, they tell us, that a bomb would fall off the trolley before it gets on the plane, but everything is safe and nothing happened. The bomb will actually be loaded on an A-10 plane later. We do want to tell you that munitions experts at this base we're at near the Iraqi border tell us during the 15 days of this air war, about 8,000 bombs and missiles have been fired upon Iraq. From this base alone, 1,800 bombs and missiles. That's about 22% of the total. That gives you an idea of just how large this particular base is. Now, almost all of America's bombs are made at the Army ammunition plant. That's in McAlester, Oklahoma. But when they come to the various bases, the finishing touches have to be put upon them. And at this particular base, the finishing touches are done in a place called the bomb dump. The bombs you see here are made in the United States, specifically the Army ammunition plant in McAlester, Oklahoma, but they come to the Persian Gulf disassembled, and this is where they assemble them. These are GBU-10s. These are 2,000-pound bombs that are used on the F-16 aircraft that are at this base near the Iraqi border. With us is Sergeant Bill Seifman. Sergeant Seifman, tell us a little bit about these bombs.
These are the GBU-10 versions. These are the Mark 84 bombs. They're 2,000 pounds, 945 pounds of explosive weight in them.
So the explosives are like half the weight of the bomb.
Correct.
Okay, now tell us, for example, this woman right here, what is she doing?
They're installing the fuse assembly. It's the FMU-139 electrical fuse. That's the fuzzy 48, which provides the electrical power during the fall.
So what are you actually assembling here?
We're actually assemble the airfoil groups, the guidance collar on the front of the bomb with the fusing inside.
How dangerous is this work?
It's fairly safe. They put a lot of safety into design of the munitions assets. So there's a lot of safety factors designed into the fuse, so it has to go through several stages before it actually detonate.
There are certainly other jobs that are safer, but I think he's speaking in relative terms. Now, we can tell you there's one more step to take. When they bring the bombs out to these planes behind us, they put on the laser-guided collars and fins. Those turn those bombs into smart bombs. Authorities are telling us from the Air Force that every single bomb they've dropped over Baghdad or populated areas have been the so-called smart bombs. Judy, back to you.
Thanks, Gary, very much for that report from that air base very close to Iraq. Well, the United States and Great Britain have agreed to increase their cooperation to prevent and to prepare for potential terrorist attacks, including the threat of simultaneous strikes against both countries. U.S. Homeland Security Secretary Tom Ridge made the announcement yesterday alongside Britain's Home Secretary David Blunkett. Secretary Blunkett joins me now from our New York studios. Secretary Blunkett, first of all, to what extent do you believe your citizens, as well as U.S. citizens, right now are at risk of a potential terror attack?
Judy, we think that since the 11th of September 2001, we've faced a similar heightened threat level, and we've been enhancing both the exchange of intelligence and security information and the assessment of that information, because that's the crucial element. And now we're suggesting that we go forward with joint exercises, that we join together into a task force to make sure that the information we have is swiftly transferred, communicated between the two countries, and that we learn the lessons of what we're doing and what you're doing on Homeland Security.
Why do you think it is important to do this, to have this joint effort? Is it because there are risks, is it because there are threats that are directed to both countries?
We think there's potential for that, and we think that our citizens and yours would be very angry if they thought that we hadn't taken every possible step for prevention and then for joint action in the likelihood of those who threaten our lives and our well-being taking action at the same time. We've known all along that the cells that are placed across the world, those who fund those cells, believe that we are the enemy, the United States and Great Britain are the prime enemy, and therefore they are quite likely to want to develop modes of attack and particular timings for attack coterminously in both countries.
We in the United States, as you know, use a color-coded security threat level alert system. What do you use in Great Britain to alert your citizens?
We have internally 7 different layers of threat level. We announce the heightened threat level only when we believe that the public themselves are at risk or when we have to take obvious action, as we did 6 weeks ago, to ensure that there wasn't a threat to Heathrow Airport. In other words, we're pronouncing publicly at a moment when we believe either that we should engage the public in their own surveillance, or at a moment when the threat level has heightened to a position where either in heightened policing or in terms of using military hardware, as we did 6 weeks ago, it will be obvious to the public that we're taking action.
Are you expecting, let me put it this way, is there a greater likelihood, do you believe, of some sort of terror attack because of this war that's underway or the aftermath of the war?
Well, I think we've all been very vigilant to ensure that those who were likely to use this as an opportunity were kept under surveillance, and that we had a heightened level of intelligence and security between our two countries and other friendly countries as well who have been working with us. I don't believe, and neither do my colleagues in the United States, that the conflict in Iraq has put us at greater risk. In fact, we think that once we've obtained a free and democratic and prosperous Iraq, we can stabilize the region. We can move to finding a solution in the Middle East in relation to Israel and a sustainable and viable Palestine, and that will lessen the threat and lessen the attractiveness of the terrorists to young men and women in particular, who at the moment are obviously drawn into this terrible syndrome of attack on the West, and in particular the United States and Great Britain.
Home Secretary David Blunkett, Home Secretary in Great Britain, we thank you very much for talking with us today. He's visiting in the United States. We appreciate it. He's visiting after announcing greater cooperation with the United States Homeland Security effort. Thank you very much. Now back to Wolf.
Thanks very much, Judy. Still ahead, an update from the Northern Front. Coming up, the bombing and the reports of looting. Details straight ahead.
That's me with his whole family.
Oh, you on a farm?
Yeah, imagine with my allergies.
Go where you wanna go, do what you want.
This is Trisha.
Now, there's a new and different way to treat seasonal allergies. Singulair, the only seasonal allergy medicine that specifically blocks leukotrienes, an underlying cause of allergy symptoms. It's a once-a-day tablet that helps relieve a broad range of symptoms for a full 24 hours.
Yeah.
Side effects are generally mild and vary by age and may include headache, ear infection, sore throat, and upper respiratory infection. Ask your doctor about Singulair.
Morning.
Good morning.
Ready to go for a tractor ride?
You know, I think I did just fine.
Singulair, a different way to treat seasonal allergies.
In northern Iraq, the commander of the Kurdish forces says Iraqi troops have now pulled back beyond the Khazar River. U.S. airstrikes routed them from positions in the village of Khazar. CNN's Ben Wiedemann reports civilians are looting abandoned Iraqi positions.
Bombs crashed near the Iraqi-controlled town of Khazar on the road to Mosul, scene of a battle for a bridge still held by Iraqi troops. Kurdish fighters and a handful of American soldiers watch from a protected position. The Iraqis, defying the relentless bombardment, maintain their grip on the bridge and respond by lobbing mortar rounds at the Kurds. Just a few hours before this exchange, hundreds of Kurdish troops had walked confidently through territory that had been under Iraqi control for 12 years. They lack heavy weaponry, but American troops, increasingly visible in the north, are calling in punishing airstrikes that almost even the odds. And as the Kurds moved ahead, behind them came villagers eager for loot. Scavenging through Iraqi positions, they take away whatever they can carry, and then some. Kurdish soldiers ordered this man to unload his motorcycle. In the end, they relented, their desire to impose order overcome by his determination to drive away with the booty. Latecomers went away with the leftovers. Not glamorous, but useful nonetheless. Late afternoon, and smoke rises from an incoming Iraqi mortar round. The Kurdish advance is not as inexorable as it sometimes seems. Despite a day of coalition bombing, we're now hearing the Iraqis may be about to counterattack. Clearly, this front can move in both directions. Ben Wiedemann, CNN, Nazimiyah, Northern Iraq.
Just ahead, the Iraqi desert is baking under rising temperatures. The latest on the hot weather and the challenges this heat poses for coalition troops.
Now save 30%. Call your travel agent or 1-800-BEACHES.
While other mortgage companies are still filling out the paperwork, Ditech.com is busy processing your loan. Right now, you can apply for a second mortgage with a no closing cost option. It's a whole new way to get a mortgage. Just log on or call 1-800-71-FIXED. Ditech.com, your mortgage solution delivered.
The new Silverado is here, now with quadra-steer four-wheel steering. It's the most maneuverable full-size pickup you can get. Silverado, the truck from Chevy.
While combat action intensifies weather-wise, Baghdad is reported calm today, and the lack of a breeze probably means that the smoke from several fires around the area might hang over the city and provide a smoke screen. Our meteorologist Jackie Jarris joins us now with more detail. Jackie, hello.
That's right. Hello, Judy. There is a very stagnant air mass in place right now, so there's very little wind, only about 5 miles per hour. So that smoke is not going to be moving very much, and that is going to be causing some visibility problems. As that happens, our temperatures are going to be heating up pretty dramatically as well. We want to show you the high temperatures that we're expecting over the next couple of days. Friday, a high of 94 in Baghdad, 100 degrees on Saturday, and by Sunday, 90 degrees. And this is unusually warm for this time of the year. In fact, some of the hottest temperatures that you'll ever see in the month of April. And this is going to cause some problems for the troops out there. They're at a level 2 for their MOP gear, which means they're basically covered head to foot. The only thing exposed is their faces and their hands. So you can imagine temperatures like this are very uncomfortable for you and me being outside in our short sleeves and our shorts. But to be covered up like that, these guys have got to be miserable. The National Weather Service asks us to use caution when temperatures are between 80 and 90 degrees, extreme caution between 90 and 105 degrees, and 105 to 130, very much up there in the dangerous category. So we're going to be very close, and you can imagine with no breathing going on in that gear, Judy, they're going to be very hot, and they get wet because they don't have any air flowing in there, so they're going to be very damp and very uncomfortable.
It surely sounds that way. Jackie Jarris, thank you very much. And as she said, it is just April. Those hot temperatures are just the beginning because the summer heat starts early in the Iraqi desert. CNN's Bruce Burkhardt has more on that.
Iraq has some of the highest temperatures in the world. Over the next couple of months, temperatures will increase dramatically. The average temperature in Baghdad is 61 degrees in March, and by July it reaches the mid-90s. The intense heat could cause problems for troops if they need to wear suits that protect against the threat of chemical and biological weapons. These suits are restrictive and cumbersome and are not ventilated. It is estimated troops will only be able to stay in the fully protective suits for 15 to 20 minutes in the desert, depending on the degree of their activity. Other weather concerns include the lack of rain, which contributes to sandstorms that currently occur every 3 to 5 days. During these storms, winds could reach 60 miles per hour. Sandstorms not only make desert maneuvering difficult because of the obscured visibility, they can also quickly clog the engines of tanks and helicopters in the field. They can also affect laser guidance systems, like those used on bombs, because the laser cannot see the target because of the storm. One thing to keep in mind is that in war, Mother Nature takes no sides.
For more on the war in Iraq, log on to CNN.com. Get reports from the front lines.
Huge explosions.
And all the facts and features you need to track the war. Plus, sign up for breaking news alerts and be the first to know. Log on and stay informed at CNN.com.
CNN's continuing coverage of the war in Iraq, funding the fight. A live update as the Senate debates a multi-billion-dollar war package. A closer look at urban combat as U.S.-led forces close in on Baghdad. Battling the elements, coalition forces face the first heat wave of the war. These stories and more today at 4 p.m. Eastern. Stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Mr. Hogan is here to talk about software.
Yeah. Beautiful day, isn't it? So, how much software would you like to buy? Thinking about a license for 20 servers. Great! 500 it is. We're not that big of a company. Great! 500 it is.
Mr. Williams for 230 is here.
Great!
Thank you.
Does any software company actually listen? We do. Introducing FlexSelect Licensing from Computer Associates.
CNN puts you alongside the troops with soldiers.
Bang, boom, boom, and then there came small arms fire.
With sailors.
6 U.S. Navy warships were involved in the Tomahawk strikes.
With airmen.
There goes the plane taking off now.
With Marines.
What they want to do is try to take this facility intact.
Plus, CNN joins forces with top news organizations and our network of affiliates to put more reporters in the region to keep you informed. No one gets you closer than CNN, the most trusted name in news. Every day and every night as the war in Iraq continues, CNN is there every morning at 7 Eastern. Get your first look at what happened overnight on American Morning with Paula Zahn.
Breaking news out of Iraq.
Then, every night at 10 Eastern, Aaron Brown takes you from the home front to the front lines on Newsnight.
The maneuvering is now intense.
American Morning with Paula Zahn and Newsnight with Aaron Brown for your first and final word on the war in Iraq. Stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
When U.S. forces captured a 19-year-old POW, Jessica Lynch, 2 nights ago in a daring raid, it was also reported that they had recovered the bodies, the remains of 11 others. We've been waiting to find out the identity of those. Our Barbara Starr at the Pentagon has more on that now. Barbara.
Judy, there is some initial information. Defense officials are telling CNN that 2 sets of those remains have now been returned to an Iraqi hospital. There has been an initial determination that those 2 sets of remains were not the remains of Americans. Now, the other 9 sets of remains are going to undergo complete DNA analysis. We believe that those remains will be processed at Dover Air Force Base in Delaware, the military not making it precisely clear as to the location of those 9 sets of remains at this time. But at least now we do know that 2 of the sets of remains are being returned to an Iraqi hospital, the determination having been made that they are not Americans. The DNA analysis continues on the others. Judy?
So, Barbara, the signs seem to point in that direction you're saying, but until they make positive identification, they're not saying.
That's correct. The U.S. military has a very well-known, very intense process for the identification of the remains of servicemen and women recovered from the battlefield. There is extensive laboratory procedures that have to be undergone, and then there is an extensive family notification process, of course. So it could be some days before we get more information on it, but they do appear to be narrowing their search just a bit.
All right, Barbara Starr at the Pentagon now with more information on the remains that U.S. forces found when they made that daring raid on what Iraqis were calling a hospital near Nasiriyah. They were able to bring out safely Jessica Lynch, and we are waiting right now for a news conference. Her parents are expected to talk to reporters in just a short time from their home or near their home in Palestine, West Virginia. Obviously a very happy family, but we're waiting to hear more from them. Wolf?
Thanks very much. That'll be very interesting to listen to the parents of Jessica Lynch. Up next, the latest headlines in the war in Iraq. Also coming up, the view from the rear, why the support troops far from the front lines are as vital as the fighters leading the attack. Stay with us.
You decided. Once again, CNN is #1. For trust and experience, Americans choose CNN as the most credible news source. CNN is the most trusted name in news.
The war in Iraq continues, and no one takes you closer than CNN, live throughout the day. Stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Every day, a new journey begins.
What are you going to show us today?
A new adventure in living well and feeling great.
We've got some interesting thoughts to share with you.
Spring is on its way. This Sunday, Suzanne kicks it into high gear with a little annual maintenance and the secrets to speed cleaning. Seeking Solutions with Suzanne. Sunday, April 6th at 6 p.m. exclusively on CN8.
Presents the 18th Annual Soap Opera Digest Awards. Live, April 5th, starting at 8 p.m., only on SoapNet.
Call 1-800-COMCAST and ask for Comcast Digital Cable.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Heidi Collins in the CNN newsroom. Here's a quick look at the headlines. Sources in Baghdad tell CNN's Nick Robertson that even though the power is out across the city, Iraqi officials are using vehicles with loudspeakers to urge city residents to gather at the Saddam International Airport. Amid reports of fighting in the area, a reporter with ABC News reports coalition forces have now taken control of the airport. Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld and Joint Chiefs Chairman Richard Myers say 2 so-called friendly fire incidents are under an investigation. An Air Force F-15 may have fired on U.S. Army soldiers. 1 soldier is dead and several others are missing. Also, a Navy pilot is missing, and officials say a Patriot missile may have downed his F-18 Hornet. Iraq's information minister disputes American claims that U.S. troops are poised at Baghdad's outskirts. In an interview with Al Jazeera, he said American ground forces are not within 100 miles of the city. The interview ended abruptly when the power went out. A word of warning today from the United Nations envoy to North Korea. Maurice Strong told a London news conference that North Korea's nuclear standoff with the U.S. has the potential of growing into a war. Strong says UN Secretary General Kofi Annan could help defuse the situation and bring the 2 sides together for talks. A rather modest day on Wall Street today as investors balance weak economic data with progress in the war in Iraq, but the markets couldn't seem to hold on in the final hour of trading. We're seconds away from the closing bell now. Right now, the Dow Jones Industrials are down more than 40 points. The NASDAQ is down 1 point. Our coverage of the war in Iraq continues right now.
Small arms fire.
Fire inside the red zone. U.S. forces punch closer to the bullseye, Baghdad.
For an hour and a half at least, we've been under small arms fire intermittently of those bunkers. You've just heard a shot go off close to us.
Confusion in Najaf. Iraqis mistakenly believe soldiers have their sights on a sacred landmark.
There's no finer sight than to see 12,000 United States Marines and corpsmen, unless you happen to be a member of the Iraqi Republican Guard.
The commander-in-chief meets the troops in North Carolina and remembers their comrades, those who have fallen and those still fighting in Iraq.
And I want them to come home as soon as they can.
CNN Live this hour. Judy Woodruff reports from Washington with correspondents from around the world. a special edition of Inside Politics. The war in Iraq starts right now.
President Bush says the vise is closing around Baghdad. The U.S. push closer to the center of Saddam Hussein's power reportedly is bolstering confidence within the Bush White House about the progress of the war. Also on the home front,
frankly, what irritates me the most are these blow-dried Napoleons that come on television and in some cases have their own agendas.
House Majority Leader Tom DeLay shares his views about the war and about critics of the battle plan. Plus,
if America is going to become an arrogant nation, do things only our way, this is a good way to begin. I believe it would be a tragic and a terrible mistake.
if you think pouring out French wine sent a dramatic message to Europe, wait until you hear what Congress is considering. But first, as always, we want to begin closer to the military action. Let's go back to Kuwait City and my colleague, Wolf Blitzer. Wolf?
Thanks very much, Judy. With the power out now in Baghdad, we're getting word that loudspeakers have been blaring in the Iraqi capital, urging citizens to go to the international airport there, presumably to defend it against coalition forces. Now that armored columns of U.S.-led troops have reached the outskirts of Baghdad, eyewitnesses report fighting and shelling around Saddam Hussein International Airport. In the final push to Baghdad, U.S. forces faced limited resistance from Iraqi troops, but the Pentagon believes some Iraqi Republican Guard units have withdrawn to the capital for what could be their last stand. Farther south in Basra, smoke rose over the city as coalition vehicles moved in today. British forces say they're consolidating their position in Basra's key suburbs. And in northern Iraq, Kurdish political leaders and members of the Iraqi opposition are engaged in talks with U.S. military commanders. They reportedly are exploring the option of joining forces against Saddam Hussein. Coalition forces launched their latest advances toward Baghdad in the pre-dawn hours today, heading toward the Iraqi capital from the southeast and the southwest. The forces encountered limited resistance along the way and are now poised for the final assault not far from the edge of the city. Reporter Carl Dinnan of Britain's ITN filed this report.
Baghdad is now within striking distance as troops make their final thrust through the desert. Wrecked armor by the sides of the road suggests there has been some Iraqi opposition, but by and large the Republican Guard has either been destroyed or has withdrawn, and the way seems to be open for coalition forces to close in on the city's southern limits. At daybreak, U.S. troops pushed through the outskirts of Karbala on the road to Baghdad, capturing a key bridge on the Euphrates River. Meanwhile, coalition commanders boasted that American special forces were now operating at will. These dramatic pictures show a raid on a presidential palace less than 60 miles from Baghdad. It seems to have been abandoned, but the United States said it was still on the trail of Saddam and his closest circle.
We remain cautiously optimistic. We don't think that the fighting is over yet, and so there are still options available to the regime, including the use of weapons of mass destruction. We take that very seriously. We take it in a sober fashion, and at the same time we remain prepared to continue our operations.
The Americans say they've destroyed 2 divisions of the elite Republican Guard.
The Medina division, which is one of the toughest outfits in the Republican Guard, is now down to 10% of its fighting strength. That means it's practically inoperative. Others are down to 50%, but there's still 1 or 2 divisions which are around 75, 80, 90% of their fighting strength. And they could still put up very stiff resistance indeed when the American forces get en masse to Baghdad itself.
The noose appears to be tightening on Saddam Hussein. The question is how desperate he will get before he is finally toppled. Carl Dinnan, ITV News, Iraq.
In the southern city of Najaf, home to one of Islam's holiest sites, moments of tension that could have gone either way earlier today. Armed coalition soldiers moving toward a venerated mosque at the behest of a Muslim cleric. Angry locals who did not understand their intentions clearly showed their intentions as well. CNN's Ryan Chilcote is in Najaf. We're going to get to him shortly, but Judy Woodruff back in Washington has some breaking news. Judy?
Wolf, we're going to break in here because the parents of Jessica Lynch, who live in Palestine, West Virginia, are before the microphones, I'm told, just about to talk with reporters. They're walking toward the press. Let's listen.
Come on now. Come on the left. Yes, we're good.
Good afternoon. We appreciate y'all coming out for what you're doing for Jesse and all of the other troops that are missing. We've been waiting all day, word from the doctors, and they have successfully done one surgery on her. There will be other surgeries to do that. It's going to take time and patience.
But she's great. She's doing good.
She's in real good spirits. We talked to her.
Well, we talked to her before the surgery. We talked to her after the surgery, and she's doing good. Okay.
Yeah, a bunch, but my mind's blank.
Tell them what they found.
The doctors has completed one surgery on her back. They have released the pressure on a nerve and realigned all the discs and put plates and stuff in it. And that was because she didn't have any feeling in her feet. So he's pretty sure right now that that'll relieve the tension, and her feet will be able to move. Also, we have heard and seen reports that she had multiple gunshot wounds and knife stabbing. The doctor has not seen any of this. He looked for the gunshot wounds, for the knife stabbing, and there is no entry whatsoever. They will do surgery again tomorrow on her legs. She has fractured legs and her right forearm. And we are just waiting to get that good news too.
But we talked to her before and after the surgery, like I said, and she just sounded real good. Of course, this morning she was a little groggy. There was, but yet she was good because it was early. And then this afternoon after the surgery, she was our Jessie again. If there weren't gunshot wounds to cause the broken bones, do they know what caused the fracture?
They have no idea at this time what caused them.
Step up to the mic a little more, please.
We know she's in good spirits because they told her they was going to put pink cast on her legs and arms, and she had pink cast when she was in the 3rd grade on her arms. So we know her mind is working good. So she's in good spirits, and we hope the surgery will go good tomorrow, just as well as it did today.
Can you tell us what she said to you on the telephone? You said she was in good spirits. Can you describe your conversation?
I teased her again about the Army Jeeps, and she said, I know where there's a bunch of them that we can find. So we know that she's in good spirits.
And she was asking for a hairbrush.
Gregory Lynch, the father of Jessica Lynch and Jessica's mother, talking to reporters, saying they have talked to her today, both before and after surgery, that she says she's feeling good. They say she will be good, but they said the doctors did go in and apparently do some work on her spinal cord or spinal column. He said to relieve some pressure on a nerve. They were concerned because she didn't have feeling in her feet. They did go on to say the doctors could not find either bullet or knife entry wounds, suggesting that her broken bones came from some other source, and it is not clear yet. Her parents said they don't know yet what caused their daughter's injuries. Back now to the battlefront and to the southern city of Najaf, home to one of Islam's holiest sites. Moments of tension that could have gone either way today. Armed coalition soldiers moving toward a venerated mosque at the request of a Muslim cleric, but angry locals who didn't understand what they were trying to do. CNN's Ryan Shilcote is in Najaf with the 101st Airborne.
A tip leads the Bastogne Brigade's No Slack Battalion to this parking lot in Najaf, where the Fedayeen are said to have stashed weapons. The search turns up nothing. The only resistance comes from a Volvo. The Shia population seems curious and friendly, but they don't get too close. This man agrees to be interviewed as long as his face isn't shown. The Iraqi government, he says, has satellite TV. Anybody could be an informer and punish us for talking to you. Even my family, he tells me in Arabic.
Even one of these. Brother or sister or your brother.
The troops also keep their distance.
Yeah, it's very uneasy out here. Just don't know who's who.
Sergeant Rod Sutton from Indiana on the corner of a street leading to the highly sensitive Imam Ali Shrine, one of the holiest sites in the world for Shia Muslims.
Does it make you nervous that you're like so close to the Ali Mosque, and do you like feel like you're tramping on
holy ground?
Yeah.
To some extent, I feel fortunate that I'm here because this is something I never would have seen before, and now that I see it, I kind of understand some of the history behind it. So it makes me more appreciative of it. But to the same extent, I don't want to be invasive with these people here.
Yeah.
You know, and I don't want to trample on their holy ground, and I want to respect that as much as I can.
Word comes from the Grand Ayatollah Sistani that he is willing to meet the American commander, but he asked first for soldiers to secure his compound, located halfway down the road to the mosque. But no one explains that to the crowd.
There is no more striking example of the sensitivities that the U.S. soldiers face here than what is taking place on this street right up from the Ali Mosque right now.
Chaos as the crowd apparently believes the soldiers want to approach the shrine.
You are a Christian. They don't want you to let inside the holy shrine of Imam Ali.
Clerics appear with a message from the Grand Ayatollah, but the message is drowned out. The colonel instructs his men to stay calm.
They gotta understand, he wants us here. Smile, relax.
His soldiers take a knee, their weapons brought down from the ready position. They do everything soldiers can to appear less hostile. But the potential for confrontation remains. The commander makes the decision.
Turn around. Okay. Just turn around and go.
He orders his men back to their compound to await cooler heads. Ryan Shilcote, CNN, with 101st Airborne in Najaf, Iraq.
And CNN's Nick Robertson telling us earlier, significant that the Shia Muslim Ayatollahs, what they did, that they were cooperating with coalition and U.S. troops, saying that that will send an important signal to Shia Muslims throughout the country. Well, U.S. officials are investigating two possible friendly fire incidents in which coalition forces may have mistakenly shot at Allied aircraft. In one of the incidents, a soldier was killed and several others wounded. Before word of that death, 40 Americans had been killed by hostile fire in Operation Iraqi Freedom, 11 of them by friendly fire or in other accidents. Most of the 27 British troops killed have been victims of friendly fire or accidents. Meantime, Iraq says that 420 civilians, they say, have been killed during the war, and they say 4,000 injured. U.S. officials say more than 4,000 Iraqis have been captured. 7 Americans we know remain prisoners of war in Iraq. 15 others are said to be still missing in action. Well, when they do finally enter Baghdad, U.S. and coalition troops could face urban combat with the Republican Guard, some of whom may have withdrawn into the city. But the U.S. military is expected to remain focused on specific targets in the Iraqi capital. Nevertheless, CNN's Miles O'Brien is with our military analyst, Lieutenant Colonel Robert Leonard. He is a Persian Gulf War veteran and a military science professor at West Virginia University. Miles.
Thanks very much, Judy. And Colonel Leonard, we're going to talk a little bit about urban combat. And I wanted to start this off by saying a lot of people, when they hear about urban combat, they think of that Black Hawk Down scenario, Mogadishu, and the problems that can go wrong there. This is not probably a comparable situation, is it?
Not in any way. And one of the reasons is because we have armored fighting vehicles there in Baghdad, and we will use them. Those tanks have 120 millimeter smoothbore gun on them. The Bradleys have 25 millimeter chain guns and coaxial machine guns. That's a lot of mobile protected firepower, completely different from the Mogadishu situation, in which we did not have such vehicles. And we also are not going to use similar tactics there. We're much more likely to use patience and finesse rather than assault tactics.
All right, we want to show you an animation and share with our viewers. Maybe you can point out a few things about this as we move in on Baghdad and give you a sense of the kinds of targets that might be encountered in urban combat. What we've depicted here is something here which shows some armor sort of off the wings here. Right over here is a mosque. We depict that to show that's something you obviously want to stay clear, as we just saw with that Ryan Chilcoe piece from Najaf. But as we get a little bit closer here, in a typical scenario like this, you might very well have Republican Guard snipers up on balconies like this, and possibly up on the roofs of buildings in anti-aircraft artillery or artillery encampments like that. What we have presented here is an armored column with air support coming in. How much jeopardy is a column like this in as it goes through these concrete canyons of a city?
Yeah, it's a great question, and I think the animation is good because it does show that you can hide literally anywhere in a city environment, and that is why movement through an urban area is very, very dangerous. It's the side that's moving that's going to take the casualties. That said, the armored fighting vehicles that you see there, they look to me as if they're moving a little bit faster than we probably will. We'll use patience and finesse. We will take the time to locate the enemy, surround the blocks and the buildings that he is in, and then we'll probably surge fires into there, both lethal and non-lethal, to make his position untenable, to make him move rather than us moving through the assault zone, at which time we can engage them or arrest them.
All right, we'd like to resume with that animation if we could. That's Saddam International Airport. That's another segment. Can we get back to the animation? And I'd like to just finish this out. Here we go. As we move it along, you'll see eventually the troops will come marching in this case, slightly off target here because you see them all going in the front door. Typically, when they would assault a target like this, they would do what?
Well, typically, if they do go in, which is generally the option of last resort, but if we do have to go in, often we'll try to go in from the top of the building down. One of the reasons is because we use grenades a lot in clearing buildings, and grenades tend to fall downhill rather than uphill, and so you always want them going down staircases rather than having to try to throw them up the staircase.
Interesting. All right, so gravity rules, even in urban combat. All right, Lieutenant Colonel Robert Leonard, we appreciate your insights in urban combat, something that is not something that the U.S. military would prefer to engage in, but it might become inevitable. Thank you very much for your time. We appreciate it. Judy?
Thank you, Miles, and thank you, Colonel Leonard. All of that certainly helps us visualize what might happen. President Bush vows a final push to victory, and he mourns the loss of fallen Marines. Up next, a report on the president's trip to Camp Lejeune, and a look at how the Camp Lejeune community is coping with the challenges of war.
It's been tough lately, but you stay the course.
Because to you, investing is a journey.
And like any journey, the time comes when you gotta ask directions.
But who are you going to ask?
Who are you going to ask?
Some stranger standing by the economic roadside?
You want to ask someone who's made this trip thousands of times before.
The last thing you want to hear on this trip is, hey, are we lost?
Being in control of your financial future has never been more important. Call 1-800-FIDELITY for a comprehensive portfolio analysis today.
Tired of playing the mortgage rate game? You know, when you hear one of those ads that promise you the moon and you call up only to find out that the points are too high and there are hidden fees attached? Well, at Ditech.com, there are no games. Right now, we're offering a second mortgage with a no closing cost option. You can be pre-qualified over the telephone or online. Use the money to pay off credit cards or for home improvements, whatever you want. Do it now before the rates go up. Ditech.com. Call 1-800-71-FIX.
CNN Tonight. Join Paul Azan and Wolf Blitzer for a special report. Follow U.S. troops near Baghdad, plus the possible impact of Jessica Lynch's rescue on other POWs. We're live from the front lines. CNN Tonight, 7 Eastern.
At Camp Lejeune, North Carolina today, President Bush told an audience of Marines and their families, quote, "A vise is closing around Baghdad, and the days are numbered for the regime of Saddam Hussein." Camp Lejeune has deployed more than 17,000 Marines to Iraq, and 11 from that base have been killed in the war so far. Mr. Bush said only one end to the war will be accepted.
Having traveled hundreds of miles, we will now go the last 200 yards. The course is set. We're on the advance. Our destination is Baghdad, and we will accept nothing less than complete and final victory.
Before leaving Camp Lejeune, Mr. Bush and First Lady Laura Bush met with some of the Marine families whose loved ones have died in the war. CNN's John Zarella is with me now for more on how these families and the communities surrounding Camp Lejeune are handling all the pressures of war. John.
Judy, well, the White House handed out 19,000 tickets for the event, and it was not enough. There were lots of people, others who wanted to go, who just couldn't go. This is clearly indicative of the strong support for the president here, both from the military community and the civilian community in the city of Jacksonville, North Carolina. Now, this is a very tightly connected community that rallies around the families of the soldiers in action. Shannon Kloger sat in a pew with her 20-month-old son, listening to the choir practice. For comfort, Shannon comes here to the Baptist church she attended as a child, and where she and husband Anthony were married 6 years ago. He is somewhere in Iraq now with the 101st Airborne.
He's protecting my future. He's protecting my son's future. Everybody's, you know.
Is there anything you wanted to ask?
Just that if he sees this, that I love him.
There are 65 members of the Brookwood Baptist Church congregation serving in the Middle East. The church youth group has been writing them and others regularly since January.
And to help the country of Iraq.
13-year-old Michael Swanton is writing to a man he knows pretty well, his dad. For Michael, it's hard to find the words to express his feelings.
The feelings I have right now can be mixed, and sometimes it feels like you could cry at once, be mad, you get a whole bunch of feelings.
Wherever you look in Jacksonville, North Carolina, there are yellow ribbons, flags, and banners.
Our care packages are going all the way to the front line.
Judy Pitchford is executive director of the USO. She's seen the bond between the civilian community and the Camp Lejeune Marine Base strengthen since the Gulf War a dozen years ago.
There wasn't that, we're here to support you, you know, everything came from the base, and now that's totally different.
Walter Scott, wounded in Desert Storm, has noticed it too.
With war, you got tragedy, but you also got the love and the affirmation from everybody else in the country, and we're going to give our people the support that they need without question.
For the Marines in the Persian Gulf and those leaving now, knowing their families will be taken care of removes a burden they don't need to carry with them. Now, the next big event that is going to be planned here in Jacksonville, North Carolina, says the USO and the community leaders here, will be a reunion and a celebration when the Marines come home. Judy?
Thank you, John. You know, we saw that same reaction when we visited the Norfolk Naval Base not too long ago, the same notion of the community coming together to be more supportive of the troops after Desert Storm, and certainly as this war approached. John Zarella, thank you very much. We appreciate it. Question, how to pay for the war in Iraq, and reaction to critics of the U.S. war plan. Just two of the topics covered in my conversation today with House Majority Leader Tom DeLay. He shares his views on these and other issues next.
CNN's continuing coverage of the war in Iraq. The U.S. Commander-in-Chief rallies the troops. Coalition forces move within sight of Baghdad's battered skyline. And Dr. Sanjay Gupta on the medical front lines with a day in the life of the U.S. Navy Devil Docs on Wolf Blitzer Reports at 5 Eastern. For complete coverage of the war in Iraq, stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Disciplined investing. It's not about following the crowd. At T. Rowe Price, our independent research means we're not deceived by every market ripple, and we don't chase every fad. Over 70% of our mutual funds beat their 3, 5, and 10-year Lipper averages. We have the experience to know what works and the insight to find real opportunity. T. Rowe Price. Invest with confidence.
When you have acid reflux disease, heartburn boils up again and again.
As bad as the heartburn can be, the real threat is what lies beneath.
Over time, that burning acid can wear away the lining of your esophagus, and even if your heartburn symptoms aren't severe, the damage can be.
I didn't know.
Your doctor knows about a purple pill called Nexium. Nexium goes to the source of the problem, actually reducing the amount of acid your body creates.
For many people, one prescription Nexium a day provides complete 24-hour
day and night heartburn relief.
And importantly, Nexium is proven to heal acid reflux erosions in the esophagus. Other serious stomach conditions may still exist. The most common side effects of Nexium are headache, diarrhea, and abdominal pain. Talk to your doctor and call this number for more information and a free trial offer for Nexium.
Relieve the heartburn, heal the damage. It's possible with the purple pill called Nexium.
As we've been reporting, U.S. forces are closing in on Baghdad. These live pictures of Baghdad at night. U.S. forces now close to the southern edge of the city. Witnesses report fighting and shelling at the Saddam International Airport, which is located about 12 miles south of the city. The airport was expected to be a key coalition target. A little earlier today, I talked about the progress of the war with the House Majority Leader, Tom DeLay. I started by asking him to give me his sense of how the war is going.
Well, I'm pretty amazed at how great it's going. The progress that's been made is pretty overwhelming. Traveling hundreds of miles in a week, being able to really take over most of the country. I imagine now we control 90% of the country.
Events seem to be moving very quickly now. Based on what you know, could we be on the verge of a coalition victory right now?
Victory has always been certain. When it comes, I don't know. The American people, I think, need to just be patient and let it work itself out. They're doing it in the best way they can to minimize the losses on our side and, frankly, minimize the losses of civilians in Iraq.
As you know, there have been some officers on the ground in Iraq who have raised questions about whether the resilience of the Iraqis was perhaps underestimated and whether there were enough troops going in. Are people who make those statements just making a big mistake?
Well, frankly, I don't know why they're making the statements. If you look at the big picture, you can see that we are accomplishing our plan. Frankly, what irritates me the most are these blow-dried Napoleons that come on television and in some cases have their own agendas. They're not involved in daily briefings. They're not involved in the command center. They're not on the ground.
Who are you referring to?
Well, General Clark is one of them that is running for president, yet he's paid to be an expert on your network. And he's questioning the plan and raising doubts as he becomes this expert. I think they would serve the nation better if they just comment on what they see and what they know rather than putting their own agenda forward as an expert.
Is he the only one? Or
no, there's others. The American people know it. I'm getting briefings every day, so I think I know what's going on, and I don't need to get it from some expert on television.
Let me turn the corner a bit. While this war has been underway, the president, as you know, was handed a major defeat in his tax cut proposal in the Senate. The Senate voted to cut it in half to $350 some billion. Do you think it's harder to get the White House attention to fight these kind of domestic battles when you've got a war underway?
Well, first of all, I wouldn't say it was a defeat. It was a setback, for sure. The House has a very significant growth package number. We're going to stand by that number, and we're going to fight for it when we get with the Senate to work out our differences.
But are you saying the president's going to get his $726 billion?
Oh, I don't know about that exact number. Whatever we can get and pass in both houses, that gives us the opportunity to write good policy is good enough for me.
One other thing, Mr. Leader, and that is the question of how money for the war is authorized. The White House has said this should be the administration that decides, for the most part, how the money is spent. Does Congress have a role in how that war money is going to be spent?
Congress has a definite role. We decide how much money is being spent and where it's being spent. The president obviously is listened to. We gave him some flexibility, but we still held on to the strings of the purse, and that's our responsibility, and we're carrying it out.
Mr. Majority Leader Tom DeLay, good to see you. Thanks very much for talking to us.
Great to be with you,
We appreciate it.
Thank you.
We are just after the bottom of the hour. Headlines at this hour right now.
Hello, everyone. I'm Heidi Collins in the CNN newsroom with the headlines at this hour. The lights are out in Baghdad as U.S. forces close in on their prime target. One source tells CNN that checkpoints around the city are closed and Iraqi civilians are not allowed to leave the capital. The Iraqi government is urging residents to leave their houses and head to the airport. Fighting and shelling are reported near Saddam Hussein International Airport, 12 miles southwest of downtown Baghdad. Reuters reports dozens of Iraqi soldiers and civilians were killed in U.S. air attacks in the area. U.S. troops drove to the outskirts of Baghdad today. CNN's Walter Rogers, who is traveling with the 307th Cavalry, reports they are very close to Baghdad. U.S. officials say troops are within 10 miles of the city. A coalition spokesman is still warning that the toughest fighting may lie ahead. Here in the States, our Salt Lake City affiliate, KSL, has obtained video showing the dugout, the underground space where 14-year-old Elizabeth Smart was held. It's believed the girl was taken to the site after she was abducted last year from her Salt Lake City home. Police found Elizabeth and her alleged captors last month on a street 15 miles from her home. The State Department says non-essential U.S. diplomats and their families can leave China because of danger from severe acute respiratory syndrome, or SARS. The infectious disease was first detected in China. Worldwide, 2,200 people have contracted SARS. 78 of them have died. CNN's coverage of the war in Iraq continues right now with Judy in Washington.
Thanks, Heidi. Well, we've shown you action in the south and the advance on Baghdad. When we come back, the dangerous road to Mosul on the northern front, where it is reported there is heavy bombing underway now.
For years, people have been telling us that a long-distance call is so different from a local call that it has to cost more money. They both look like apples to me. That's what's great about the neighborhood. You can get unlimited local and long distance for one low monthly price. So every call from home is the same. That's some fresh news.
Get 50% off your first month in the neighborhood. Call 1-800-JOIN-MCI before May 1st.
CNN Tonight with U.S. troops nearing Baghdad, European and Arab reporters on what the rest of the world thinks. Only on Larry King Live, CNN Tonight, 9 Eastern.
There's a romantic getaway just around the corner in Lancaster County. It's a short drive to a long-ago world of Pennsylvania Dutch tradition. Plus fantastic shopping, great golf, outstanding live entertainment, memorable dining, even an adventure or two. To reserve your getaway package, call 1-800-PA-DUTCH or log on to padutchcountry.com. Lancaster County, the heart of Pennsylvania Dutch country.
They were inspected 2 years ago.
Well, you should have your brakes checked every year.
You know, there's a big difference in the quality of brake parts. Bargain brakes are no bargain. That's why I trust my car to Jim, because he only uses Raybestos brand brakes.
I'm never taking my car to another place again.
I've earned my customers' trust by only installing premium quality Raybestos brakes.
A life-saving reminder from Raybestos.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
The man who steered the CIA under former President Bill Clinton says the United States has entered into a new world war, and it's going to last a while. James Woolsey told an audience of about 300 UCLA students yesterday He considers the Cold War to be World War III. So he says this is number 4.
This Fourth World War, I think, will last considerably longer than either World Wars I or II did for us. Hopefully not the full 4+ decades of the Cold War.
Woolsey said that this new war is against 3 enemies: religious rulers of Iran, the so-called fascists of Iraq and Syria, and he added the Islamic extremists such as Al-Qaeda. Well, right now the Reuters news service is reporting heavy bombing in the northern Iraqi town of Mosul. That's those reports coming in just moments ago, with further proof that the fighting for coalition soldiers is hardly going to be a walk in the park. Here's ITN's Julian Mannion with more from the north.
U.S. jets are pounding Iraqi troops on the road to Mosul. The Iraqis have been ordered to stand and fight after yesterday's retreat, but they are taking terrible punishment. Earlier, we advanced on foot towards Mosul, which is part of Saddam's heartland. We followed a unit of Kurdish Peshmerga through miles of territory which the Iraqi army has abandoned. With us, half a dozen U.S. Special Forces soldiers, who for a time were hopeful that the enemy had pulled out altogether. So what's your procedure when you get up to a place like this?
Well, usually we sneak up to it at dark in the middle of the night. But seeing how the Peshmerga pretty much secured the whole high ground here, we're just going to walk up there.
There's firing going on.
And they're moving.
We've just heard a shot over there.
Yeah. Contact front, dude.
The Iraqis were a few hundred yards ahead of us, and they opened fire.
Right there. Right there.
Soldiers and journalists dived for cover, and the Peshmerga rapidly began to fire back. New situation here on the road to Mosul. Up to just a few minutes ago, we were walking calmly down the road with a few members of the U.S. Special Forces. Then our position was fired upon. Since then, both U.S. troops and Kurds have gone into action, as you can see behind me, taking over a former Iraqi army position and opening fire on what they believe are enemy positions further ahead.
Go down, quick.
Kurdish and American troops began to move forward towards the enemy. The Kurds fired rocket-propelled grenades towards their enemy. Iraqi troops fired back from behind a low hill, and their mortar rounds began to land nearby. We took cover.
Roger, grid 7-0.
The Americans called in airstrikes, and the jets screamed in. But tonight, the Iraqis are still holding out on the road to Mosul. Julian Mannion, ITV News, on the Northern Front.
A very real taste of the battlefield as we watch these live nightscope pictures of Baghdad, where the electricity remains out for most, if not all, of that city. We know this war is not over yet. We don't know how much longer it will go on, but we can tell you that already there are arguments about who will run post-war Iraq. State Department correspondent Andrea Koppel with more on that after this.
Sarah Fisher does a lot of driving to and from work, so when Sarah needs brakes, she insists on premium quality Raybestos brand brakes. She knows there's a big difference in brake parts and repair, and that bargain brakes are no bargain. Why does Sarah know so much? Because she doesn't just drive to work, she drives at work. Discover what Sarah Fisher knows. Have your brakes checked every year and ask for premium quality parts.
A life-saving reminder from Raybestos, the best in brakes.
In a world of computer confusion, 3 young interns will soon learn there's one place with all the answers. A place where you can get a PC made just for you at a price that's right for you. A place where computer confusion has met its match.
Thanks for calling Dell. What can I build for you today?
Get ready. Dell presents The Interns.
So, what do you think of my movie?
Well, that's one way to make an intern training video.
Now you can get a Dimension desktop with an Intel Pentium 4 processor for just $5.99 after mail-in rebate. And right now, for a limited time, you'll get free shipping. Visit our website for even more great offers. And check out our notebooks, too. You're not just getting a great deal, you're getting a Dell.
Darren, about my close-ups, there could be more of them.
Rated E for easy. Easiest Dell. Dell PCs use Intel Pentium 4 processors.
While Defense Department officials are primarily busy with the war itself, Secretary of State Colin Powell is focusing on post-war Iraq, trying to deal with growing demands by the NATO allies for the United Nations to run the country after Saddam Hussein is gone. Our State Department correspondent Andrea Koppel reports.
As the war in Iraq enters its third week, retired General Colin Powell is fighting his own battle on two fronts, on the international stage and at home. On the one hand, facing demands from NATO allies that the United Nations, not the United States, must administer post-war Iraq.
We believe that the UN should have a central role in the reconstruction of Iraq, whether political, whether economical.
But Powell countered a UN role will not mean UN rule.
I think the coalition has to play the leading role in determining the way forward. This is not to say that we have to shut others out, and not to say that we will not work in partnership with the international community, and especially with the United Nations.
Powell indicated the U.S. might support a limited UN role, such as a coordinator for Iraq, similar to the UN's representative to Afghanistan, Lakhdar Brahimi, and possibly a UN-sponsored conference in Baghdad to help select an interim government like the one convened in Bonn after the Taliban fell. But the Bush administration is not of one mind. Powell has already crossed swords with Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld, who wants the U.S. military to run the show, and has designated a retired U.S. general to administer Iraq once the war is over, and prepared Iraqi exiles like Ahmed Shalabi to assume key roles in an interim Iraqi government.
How an interim authority will be developed is a subject of discussion, and I got some good ideas here today, which I will be sharing with my colleagues when I get home.
U.S. officials say Powell's strategy is to use what he heard in Brussels as ammunition back in Washington, arguing that any UN role in Iraq would provide much-needed legitimacy and attract donors for reconstruction, whereas an Iraq run by the U.S. military risks deepening the rift between the U.S. and many of its closest allies. Andrea Koppel, CNN, at the State Department.
So diplomacy continues even as the war rages on. Now we turn to how the war is being covered by newspapers around the world. CNN's Richard Quest has been keeping tabs on newspaper reports for us from London.
If all the world's newspapers pretty much agree that the war in Iraq is the top story, the difference is in the emphasis and the treatment. Take, for example, the Hindustan Times from India. Although the war is #1 on its web edition version, it's the story and the picture that comes from the United States, where there's a US helicopter going round the Statue of Liberty, focusing instead on the homeland security effort. Back in Europe, it's the battle for Baghdad that makes main news, although France's Le Monde, perhaps predictably, is concentrating on the civilian casualties. Süddeutsche Zeitung from Germany, though, has a picture on its front page of the first US military officer to be buried in the conflict back home. Finally, in Britain's Guardian newspaper, there's a fascinating account of the differences between US and British military officers. Obviously seen from the British point of view, the paper says, we like to think that we do things better. Our officers less bullish, more articulate than their US peers. And in a conclusion about the British Military Training College, it says, the men from Sandhurst are better educated and better at educating than the men from West Point. No comment. Richard Quest for Inside Politics, London.
Thank you, Richard, and we are sure that the folks at West Point might disagree with that. We'll see. Up next, a Democratic presidential hopeful meets with an Iraqi official. Find out who and why. And Congress considers ways to pay back the allies who've been less than supportive about the war.
other mortgage companies are still filling out the paperwork, Ditech.com is busy processing your loan. Right now, you can apply for a second mortgage with a no closing cost option. It's a whole new way to get a mortgage. Just log on or call 1-800-71-FIXED. Ditech.com, your mortgage solution delivered.
I think the spirit of service comes from the people, from the heart of the people who work for Quest.
Quest people are committed to being there, proudly doing whatever it takes to serve their customers.
The spirit of service is ingrained in everything I do.
That's our goal. That's what we do.
If there's anything I can do for the customer above and beyond, I'll do it.
To make our communities a little stronger, volunteering at Habitat for Humanity, donating blood, and encouraging people with special needs.
There's always something you can do. There's always something you can do.
Nos complace poder ayudarles.
In serving our country, taking our commitment to the spirit of service one step further.
Commitment and loyalty, it carries across whether you're in uniform or out.
We're reservists and Quest employees.
So you're always helping somebody, and that's the nature of, I guess, who I am and what I do.
It makes me very proud to work with people like that.
Whatever it takes for us to do it, we're there.
The spirit of service, there for you.
As we look at these live pictures of the White House here in Washington, we know the war in Iraq may be turning our attention away from politics for a while, but there's evidence that the issue is not being avoided out on the campaign trail. Democratic presidential hopeful Al Sharpton met with the Iraqi ambassador to the UN, Mohammed Al-Duri, this morning in New York to talk about the treatment of American prisoners of war. And last night in New Hampshire, Senator John Kerry, another candidate, called for not only a regime change in Iraq, but also here in the United States. Kerry told an audience that the U.S. needs a president who has visited, in his words, more than a sum total of 2 countries before taking office. Well, House Speaker Dennis Hastert, Majority Leader Tom DeLay, and the Republican National Committee have all come out critical of Kerry's comments. In contrast today, Senator John Edwards traveled on board Air Force One with President Bush to visit with Marines at Camp Lejeune in North Carolina. Senator Edwards and Senator Kerry lead, we should tell you, in the early money chase. Each raised more than $7 million during the first 3 months of this year. In their campaign, Senator Joe Lieberman took in just over $3 million in the first quarter. Lieberman's fundraising operation got off to a slow start, they say, because the senator waited until Al Gore decided against running for president himself. Today, Senator Lieberman began a West Coast swing through California and Washington State, while Senators Edwards and Kerry plan to visit Iowa this weekend for the first time since the war in Iraq began. Now, we turn to Capitol Hill, where the war is very much a part of the congressional debate. Specifically, some lawmakers are looking to send an angry message to certain American allies overseas. Here's our congressional correspondent, Jonathan Carl. Hello, John.
Hello, Judy. Earlier this hour, the House rejected an attempt to strip $1 billion in aid to Turkey from the emergency wartime spending bill. But the money survived only after a day of very tough rhetoric on the floors of both the House and the Senate about allies that failed to support the war effort. Some in Congress say it is payback time against American allies that oppose the war against Iraq.
I think that it would be absolutely wrong for American tax dollars to go to countries and to companies in those countries who have tried to turn the world against us.
There needs to be a message sent and a penalty, Mr. Chairman.
Republican Duke Cunningham urged the House to deny the White House the $1 billion it has requested in aid for Turkey because it failed to allow U.S. troops to invade Iraq from Turkish territory.
And I do not mean to demean Turkey by making this point, but merely to make a point. If my own daughters intentionally did something egregious, I'm surely, Mr. Chairman, not going to raise their allowance. I love them. I want their love in the future. And the same goes for Turkey.
The amendment faced strong opposition from the White House, which in a letter from Condoleezza Rice said the aid could play a significant role in bolstering the U.S.-Turkey partnership. In the Senate, Republican John Ensign called France and Germany's behavior in opposing the war despicable and proposed banning German and French citizens and companies from receiving any money to rebuild post-war Iraq.
The United States gives and gives and gives, and it's time for the United States to hold countries accountable that come against us.
That prompted a spirited response from several senators who warned against further straining the U.S. relationship with Germany and France.
I believe we will drive deeper the scar tissue into the psyche of America with this amendment. I believe we will rent apart our alliances with this kind of amendment. I hope this...
The White House agreed with that, and a senior administration official called Senator Ensign opposing his bill. Senator Ensign reluctantly withdrew his bill from the floor of the Senate. But, Judy, later today, the House is expected to vote on a bill, again, denying reconstruction money to France, Germany, and other allies on the Security Council that opposed the war. That measure is considered to have a very good chance of passing. Judy?
Jonathan, quickly to another domestic spending issue, and that is spending for the airline industry, which in the United States taking a hit right now during the war with Iraq. The White House making it clear this week they don't like the idea of a big bailout package, but on the Hill, somewhat different story today.
The White House has made it very clear that they think that the $3 billion that both the House and the Senate are talking about giving the airline industry is simply too much. But, Judy, what's fascinating here is nobody seems to care about the White House criticism. Republican leaders in the House and the Senate say they are marching forward with this full aid package. And look what Speaker of the House Dennis Hastert had to say about this today. He said to reporters, quote, "The White House didn't come forward with a number. I'm not going to get in a fight with the White House. It's really up to the Congress." Speaker Hastert and Leader Frist over here in the Senate are both saying that they expect the Congress to pass a full, roughly $3 billion bailout or aid to the airline industry, despite that very vocal opposition from the White House.
So with the president very much focused on the war, Jonathan, some Republicans are turning in other directions on issues like this. All right.
Absolutely.
Jonathan Karl, thanks very much. Our live coverage of the war in Iraq continues. We'll be right back.
CNN's continuing coverage of the war in Iraq. We're live from the Pentagon as the search continues for the pilot of an F-18 jet that crashed in Iraq. A closer look at urban combat as U.S.-led forces close in on Baghdad. Battling the elements, coalition forces face the first heat wave of the war. These stories and more throughout the afternoon. Stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
In a world of computer confusion, 3 young interns will soon learn there's one place with all the answers. A place where you can get a PC made just for you at a price that's right for you. A place where computer confusion has met its match.
Thanks for calling Dell. What can I build for you today?
Get ready. Dell presents The Interns.
So, what do you think of my movie?
Well, that's one way to make an intern training video.
Now you can get a Dimension desktop with an Intel Pentium 4 processor for just $5.99 after mail-in rebate. And right now, for a limited time, you'll get free shipping. Visit our website for even more great offers. And check out our notebooks, too. You're not just getting a great deal, you're getting a Dell.
Darren, about my close-ups, there could be more of them.
Rated E for easy. Easy as Dell. Dell PCs use Intel Pentium 4 processors.
In war, there are those who fight and those who keep them fighting. CNN's Martin Savage is with the 1st Battalion, 7th Marines. He has shown us the heroes of the front lines during this war. No less heroic are the Marines on the field train.
There's an old saying that goes, troops fight battles, but logistics win wars. Marine Lance Corporals Derek Leonard and Jonathan Haddon are warriors in both worlds.
This right here is the M16, a semi-automatic weapon, my preferred weapon. It's easy to carry around.
From their foxhole beside the road, they have enough firepower to stop a tank or put a big dent in any possible infantry attack. But security isn't their only job. Derek fixes radios. Jonathan supplies the batteries that make them run.
Do either one of you, as you sit here, ever wish you were up front with the rest of the battalion?
All the time, every day. I'd much rather be up there. I mean, back here, yeah, we're doing something, but I guess it would seem a lot more real if we were up there, actually in the front.
Instead, Derek and Jonathan are at the back of the front, assigned to the 1st Battalion, 7th Marines Field Train.
We provide the beans, the batteries, and bullets, which basically is we provide them with chow, water, ammo, and anything else they need to continue to fight.
The field train travels with the battalion, but remains in the rear when the rest of the unit goes off to battle. But there could be no fight without the field train and the men who make it run.
They know their role is very vital, although some of them do get anxious because they want to be up with the fight.
If not on guard, then the remainder of the Marines in the field train rest. They will work when those at the front return and sleep themselves. For now, there is little to do but wait for the main body of the 7th Marines to come back from the field. When they do, the men of the field train will begin their daily miracles of repairing, refueling, and replenishing. Just as determined and just as vital in the outcome of this war as any Marine that goes before them. Martin Savage, CNN, with the 1st Battalion, 7th Marines in central Iraq.
All the roles that are being played by these troops are important. We want to tell you before we wrap up our coverage this hour, there are continuing reports of coalition forces moving on the international airport. You see it there on the map just outside of Baghdad. Reuters saying dozens of Iraqis, including civilians and soldiers, were killed in a barrage of U.S. artillery. Our own Nick Robertson reporting that Iraqi government vehicles Thursday night going through areas near the airport, telling people to gather there. Much more ahead on Wolf Blitzer Report. That wraps up our coverage for now. We'll see you tomorrow. I'm Judy Woodruff.
CNN Tonight. Join Paul Azan and Wolf Blitzer for a special report. Follow U.S. troops near Baghdad, plus the possible impact of Jessica Lynch's rescue on other POWs. We're live from the front lines. CNN Tonight, 7 Eastern.
The war in Iraq continues, and no one takes you closer than CNN, live throughout the day. Stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
The Christopher Brothers has been designing headstones, bronze markers, mausoleums, and statues since 1915. A family-run business for 4 generations, we understand how hard things can be during trying times. Our knowledge and experience has helped hundreds of people learn hard to understand cemetery regulations. With our help and advice, you can plan the perfect memorial for your loved ones now. To Christopher Brothers, take our hand. We'll make it easier.
Tonight, 3 cool reasons to keep it on Comcast Digital Cable. At 8, it's Showtime on HBO Comedy. At 9, Wings of the Luftwaffe Take Off on Discovery Wings. And at 10, tune in for National Geographic Today on the National Geographic Channel. It's all cool, all night, only on Comcast Digital Cable. If you don't have it, get it at 1-888-900-2424.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Airport assault. The coalition fights for control of Saddam International. Lights out in Baghdad. An uneasy sign as U.S.-led forces reach within striking distance. Showdown with an angry mob. Our cameras capture the troops in a tight spot. And is this war the start of a world war? Former CIA Director James Woolsey speaks out.
We will make a lot of people very nervous.
All this on day 15 of Operation Iraqi Freedom.
CNN Live this hour. Wolf Blitzer reports from Kuwait City. With correspondents from around the world, Wolf Blitzer Reports starts now.
Major developments in Baghdad unfolding at this moment. Right now, coalition troops are poised on the city's outskirts. Is the bloodiest battle yet on the horizon? Hello from Kuwait City, I'm Wolf Blitzer. Will it be Saddam Hussein's last stand? Will Iraq use chemical weapons? As we report this hour, coalition forces have made rapid progress toward the capital of Iraq. Saddam Hussein International Airport is under attack right now. The airport sits 12 miles southwest of Baghdad. Reuters reporter Luke Baker reports troops have discovered a tunnel system that runs from the airport to the Tigris River. ABC News, which has an embedded reporter on the tarmac of Saddam International Airport, right now is reporting the coalition tanks encountered little resistance entering the airport. That reporter from ABC News reports Saddam International Airport is indeed already in coalition hands. CNN is working to independently confirm that report. Just earlier in the day, Saddam Hussein International Airport appeared to be rather calm. Cameras inside showed empty terminals and an almost barren tarmac. Also happening right now, parts of Baghdad without power. Question, who turned the lights out? The Pentagon says it didn't target the power grid. You'll want to stay with CNN this hour throughout the night for what's sure to be a changing situation in and around Baghdad. With us to track all the progress of the troops and the late-breaking developments, CNN's Nick Robertson, who spent time in Baghdad, CNN's Miles O'Brien at the CNN newsroom in Atlanta, and retired Brigadier General Mitchell Zace, who served in Kuwait in 1998. But first, let's go to Heidi Collins in the CNN newsroom.
Thanks, Wolf. Here are the headlines at this hour. The U.S. Central Command says Special Operations Forces raided the Tharthar Palace, Saddam Hussein's second largest, and a known residence of the Iraqi leader and his sons. No Iraqi officials were found in the raid 56 miles from Baghdad, but the military says documents were confiscated. Iraqi television today showed another video of Saddam Hussein in a room with top aides. There's no way to determine if the video is recent. A statement said to be from the Iraqi leader, read by a news anchor, urged military commanders to maintain troop discipline. More criticism today for the U.S. attack on Iraq. French Prime Minister Jean-Pierre Raffarin said the decision to go to war was a mistake, morally, politically, and strategically. Secretary of State Colin Powell has been mending diplomatic fences damaged by the war. In Brussels today, Powell met with NATO and European counterparts and told them the coalition, not the United Nations, must play the lead role in post-war Iraq. He said time is fast approaching.
With each passing day, Iraqi forces become weaker, coalition forces become stronger. A very skilled campaign is being waged, and we all hope that it will come to an end soon, and it is an end that will certainly be successful.
Those are the headlines making news at this hour. Another update at the half hour. For now, back to Wolf in Kuwait City.
Thanks very much, Heidi. For the first time since the war began, the lights have gone out in most of Baghdad. As we look at live pictures of the city, we can report this situation is quite fluid. And as we mentioned, coalition forces attacked, and according to ABC News, now control Saddam International Airport. Our senior international correspondent, Nick Robertson, is tracking all of these developments from Ruwayshed in Jordan. That's right next to the Iraqi border. Nick, tell us what you're hearing.
Wolf, according to Iraqi officials in Baghdad tonight, the electricity did not get switched off in Baghdad because of coalition bombing. Coalition reports say the same thing. It appears that Iraqi authorities have decided unilaterally to shut down the power in Baghdad. At one stage, the electricity went off in the east of the city. Shortly after, in the west of the city, all the street lights are off, all the offices, all the government offices, the lights are off, and in all the private residences, lights appear to be off. Sources are also telling us in Baghdad this evening that all the checkpoints in and out of the capital are now closed. This also is something new. We are also being told by sources in Baghdad that Iraqi government officials are driving around in vehicles in the neighborhood close to Saddam International Airport, where coalition forces are now believed to be. Those Iraqi officials are telling the residents of that neighborhood to leave their homes and go towards the airport. We understand that some people in that neighborhood have been doing that this evening, despite the fact that earlier in the day Iraqi officials did show to journalists the airport, Saddam International Airport, and at that time it did appear to be in Iraqi government control. The situation, however, in Baghdad tonight is changing substantially. Wolf?
Nick, why would they want people, civilians, to simply go to the airport? Is it to simply get a human wave out there to try to stop the coalition tanks and armor from continuing to move onto Baghdad?
Wolf, we don't know from our sources why Iraqi officials have chosen this particular move, but it certainly has all the indications that this would create a human wave of civilians moving towards the airport, where Iraqi officials
assume or believe that coalition forces may now be. This would therefore put a wave of civilians between Iraqi forces and coalition forces, potentially put those civilians in danger, although as we talk to our sources in Baghdad, they say they are not being given a reason by Iraqi authorities, but it would certainly give the appearance of this, that the Iraqi authorities are trying to create a human wave, buffering their forces from the coalition forces at the airport, Wolf.
Nick Robertson with all the latest developments to a truly, truly fast-evolving story. But to get some further explanation now of why Saddam International Airport is a key target, let's turn to CNN's Miles O'Brien in the CNN newsroom. Miles?
Well, Wolf, the military folks will tell you that airports are always at the top of the list whenever the objective is to seize control of a city. Some of this is common sense, and some of it is, perhaps you might not think about it, but preemptively, a military person would like his or her adversary not to have access to an airfield. Obviously, there's offensive and defensive reasons then for controlling a field. Let's take a look at Saddam International Airport, give you a close-up view using some of our satellite imagery from our friends at earthviewer.com. Rather significant international airport, has two major runways, one about 10,000 feet, one about 15,000 feet. But I want to call your attention to this edge of the airport here as I zoom down a little bit closer. It's not your average civilian airport. What you're seeing here in the lower part of the screen are 1, 2, 3, 4 hardened bunkers which could be used to protect fighter aircraft, for example. Now, we know in the course of this 2-week-old war that the Iraqi Air Force has not fielded a single fighter into the air, but nevertheless, these bunkers, and there's another 4 of them over here at this end of the airport, could very well house aircraft. Now, the key here from the perspective of the coalition is you don't want those air assets to be used. Let's take you from the bunkers across the field to the main terminal, rather conventional-looking main terminal. Now, these images were shot well before any bombing campaign. I just want to show you a quick shot showing some recent imagery, which comes from Space Imaging Eurasia. It shows pictures that were taken within the past couple of days and gives you a sense of some of the damage areas. As I bring it in, it's kind of brownish. If you look over here to the left and over here to the right, you'll see a couple of spots where there is damage to these presidential grounds. I'm just going to zoom you in on one, and then we'll send it back to Wolf and give you a sense of the kind of precision bombing that has occurred. Nevertheless, those runways are perfectly intact. The U.S. likes to keep those runways usable so that aircraft from the coalition can use it. As I show you the before of this presidential site here, and look at the after, see those multiple holes right there indicating a precision strike there. Nevertheless, the airport is perfectly functional. Wolf?
CNN's Miles O'Brien in the CNN newsroom. Thanks very much. And I immediately want to go to CNN's senior Pentagon correspondent, Jamie McIntyre. He's over at the Pentagon. He's got some new developments. Jamie?
Well, we have confirmed, Wolf, from Pentagon sources that U.S. forces are now at Saddam International Airport. Pentagon officials say they reached the airport primarily by ground. They are now at the airport. An official stopped short of saying the U.S. had full total control of the airport, but they do have forces there. Clearly, that's a key objective. Once the airport is secured, it can be used as a base of operations. And Pentagon officials also confirmed that the runways of the airport were not targeted in recent airstrikes, so that the U.S. will be able to use them quickly as soon as they've secured the entire facility. But the U.S. forces are at that airport just southwest of Baghdad. Wolf?
All right, we're going to get back to that airport in a second. But, Jamie, we saw another videotape today on Iraqi television of Saddam Hussein with his advisors. Similar tape that we've seen over the past 2 weeks. No indication when that was made. What are you hearing from your sources about these videotapes?
Well, excuse me. Well, Wolf, CNN has learned that a U.S. intelligence analysis of all the videotapes of Saddam Hussein that have appeared on Iraqi television since the beginning of the war on March 19th, the conclusion has been made that all of those tapes were recorded before the start of the war. That is to say, none of these images, according to U.S. intelligence analysis, are of Saddam Hussein after the beginning of the war. Again, it raises the question of where is Saddam Hussein? Is he alive? Is he dead? What condition is he in? Wolf?
Are they giving you any evidence why they believe now all these videotapes we've seen over the past 2 weeks of Saddam Hussein are old videotapes? Are they similar? Are they identical to what's been shown before? Is that it?
Well, there are a lot of clues in the tapes, and the one thing they would caution us is that this is not 100% science where they can prove conclusively. But they've analyzed the tape, including the background, the room, the time that it was made, the speech patterns. They've looked at all these things, and after a careful analysis, they have come to the conclusion, the educated guess, that none of these tapes are of Saddam Hussein after the war started on the 19th, when, of course, his residence was targeted by cruise missiles and bunker-busting bombs.
CNN's Jamie McIntyre at the Pentagon. Breaking news here for us on this program. Thanks, Jamie, very much. Let's get a little bit more analysis now. Joining us to talk about the fighting around Baghdad is the retired Army Brigadier General Mitchell Zais, a former West Point professor and White House aide. He's the president of Newberry College, joins us from Mount Pleasant, South Carolina. General, thanks so much for joining us. So what do you make your overall bottom line assessment now as far as the battle for Baghdad is concerned?
What you won't see is what I've heard a lot of people talking about is house-to-house fighting, neighborhood by neighborhood. The U.S. and coalition casualties would be horrendous, the collateral damage would be awful, and we would be losing the support of the very people we are hoping to gain the support of. What you will see are selected strikes against military and political targets that are based on actionable intelligence.
Well, I assume Saddam International Airport is one of those.
Absolutely, and Saddam International Airport is critical because it facilitates bringing in resupplies and critical supplies, parts, and evacuation of any casualties that we may incur.
So is that suggesting to you, General, that they may just be patiently going after selected targets in and around the Iraqi capital, waiting in effect for the Iraqi regime to collapse?
I don't think they're just going to have a siege. They will continue to go after targets as they're identified, but there will be a concurrent effort to convince the Iraqi people that further resistance is futile. Of course, the way you do that is to show that the Saddam Hussein and his inner circle have been killed or rendered ineffective. As you know, we can take over their television stations, broadcast on their radio frequencies. They listen to BBC and other Western networks. So there's both a battle for control of the political and military targets. At the same time, we're trying to destroy the will of the people to resist.
What about what Nick Robertson reported, that the Iraqis are going out with bullhorns, telling people to leave their homes near the airport, get out in the streets, walk toward the airport, in effect potentially creating some sort of human wave or human shield between the airport and the rest of Baghdad? What do you make of that supposed Iraqi strategy?
Well, I think it's a desperate attempt. When you don't have anything else to do, is you try and create casualties, civilian casualties, to bring the weight of public opinion against the coalition forces. As I understand it, there aren't many civilians taking them up on that offer.
General Zais, thanks very much for your expertise. We're following a lot of late-breaking developments right now. General Zais, thank you very much. Jamie McIntyre reporting on this program just within the past few minutes that the U.S. intelligence community now convinced that all of those videotapes that we have seen, all of those videotapes of Saddam Hussein, the ones he speaks in, the ones he's just seen pictures, we see pictures of him and his advisors, were made before the war started. Let's go back to Nick Robertson. He's joining us once again. Nick, what do you make of the U.S. intelligence community's bottom line conclusion that none of these videotapes since the first night of the war are really fresh of Saddam Hussein? They're all old videotapes.
One thing is for sure, Wolf, this is going to put pressure on the Iraqi leader to prove some way conclusively by issuing a new videotape that is absolutely time sensitive and everyone can see that. And that's the only way that he'll be able to prove, according to U.S. officials now, prove to the Iraqi people, prove to the rest of the world that he is still alive and well and that he is still in control. Quite possibly this may assist the coalition in locating the Iraqi leader, certainly it is going to put pressure on him to do that. And as far as Iraqi officials are concerned, this type of pressure is what they've been characterizing in the past as a psychological war. That is, pressure put on them to make some movement, to say something, to give some visible demonstration that, that they are, in fact, in control and that things are not as the coalition says. Of course, these pictures have been very difficult to analyze. Now, U.S. analysts say that they believe everything recorded before the 19th of March. It certainly seems in these tapes that we've seen a degradation in quality of some of the tapes, that some of them may have been shot in hastily convened situations on a lower than broadcast quality recording device, maybe a DV camera, something like this. Some of the tapes have been shot and they appear to have been shot in a bunker type setting. We've seen the numbers of people present in these meetings decrease. Some of the officials you would expect to be close at hand not to be there. What I found interesting, particularly about today's tape, quite a large number of people in the meeting with President Saddam Hussein, Vice President Taha Yassin Ramadan, a number of ministers, all in military or Ba'ath Party uniforms, political party uniforms, but a large number, a sudden change from the previous days, an indication suddenly that the Iraqi leader would have all these military and leadership officials around him when one might expect them to be dispersed around the country. So, Wolf, it's been very hard for us on the outside to judge these pictures, but it's certainly going to put psychological pressure on the Iraqi leader to come out and prove he is alive and well. Wolf?
At the same time, as you know, Nick, top U.S. commanders, including General Tommy Franks, suggesting they've seen no evidence whatsoever that Saddam Hussein or either of his sons, Uday or Qusay, have been in touch communications-wise with any of the top leadership in Iraq in the way they used to be in touch, because presumably the U.S. is monitoring those kinds of communications. If they are not in leadership positions, who in effect is running the military, giving the orders to the Republican Guard and the other leadership positions?
Tough question, Wolf. Uday Saddam Hussein in charge of the Fedayeen, supposedly, and was. Qusay Saddam Hussein, the younger son of the president, in charge of the Republican Guard, indeed in charge of the whole of the center of Iraq in the current military situation. Izzat Ibrahim, deputy chairman, vice chairman of the Revolutionary Command Council in charge of the north. Ali Hassan al-Majid, cousin of the Iraqi leader, also known as Chemical Ali for his involvement in using chemical weapons against the Kurds in 1988, supposedly in charge of the south of Iraq. Where are these people? Where are these people? That's the question the coalition is asking, and therefore who is running the country at this time? The images that have been created and the image that's been created in the minds of the Iraqi people has been shaped by the Ministry of Information, by the Vice President, by a military spokesman coming out every day reaffirming the Iraqi leader is in control. But the question being raised is who actually is in control. That just isn't clear. But Wolf, I believe the way the Iraqi officials would look at this is psychological pressure on them. And it's also a message fundamentally to the Iraqi people that maybe your leader isn't there. And of course, the fact that President Saddam Hussein is around, and that's been the belief of all those Iraqi villages that coalition forces have swept through in the south of Iraq. That is the understanding why those villagers haven't come out in such big popular support of the coalition forces, because they've been fearful that the Iraqi leader is still around. So perhaps by helping foster the notion that the Iraqi leader is nowhere, is not in charge, is not around, the coalition maybe believes this will get Iraqi people more quickly and more readily to step over to their side, if you will. Wolf?
And as we're...
Stay nearby, Nick Robertson, who knows the area best of all here, for having lived there now for a while, had lived there for a while. Nick, you've been watching some of this play out, I know, from where you are near the Jordan-Iraqi border.
Indeed, being able to watch it play out, very interesting to watch Walter drive through and past those defenses close to Baghdad. Very interesting because just a week before the war I was able to drive out in that direction. I think I was saying earlier what I find interesting at this time is the defensive positions that I'd seen south of Baghdad were not substantial exactly as Walter has described them now. but there were no defensive positions north of that, if you will. And now that Walter and the 7th Cavalry and other units have arrived very close and in fact at Saddam International Airport, they appear to have very much gone through those defenses. From my knowledge of the city just before the war, and of course I don't know what defenses may have been put in place between the airport and the city of Baghdad since the war began, but from my knowledge before, no extensive defensive positions had been dug in between the airport and the center of Baghdad. It would seem to suggest that there is very little in terms of fixed positions between this position at the airport now, where Walter is, and the center of Baghdad at this time. Very little between the coalition forces and essentially the center of the city, Aaron.
Nick, thank you. We're going to get back. We're going to move cables around here and get Walt back. Live picture, I believe. And there may be a little glitch when that happens, but just bear with us, excuse me, while we do that. That's the glitch. And Walt, that's the live picture. We can see it again. Just take a minute, if you will, and recap for those people who are coming in now at 8:30 on the East Coast, where you are and what the last couple of hours have been for the 7th Cav, just in a minute or so.
Hello, Aaron. We're a few kilometers from the Baghdad International Airport. The pictures you're looking at are of a burned-out Iraqi T-72 tank. Behind that, you can see smoke rising from an armored personnel carrier. Just to the right of the armored personnel carrier, you can see a dead Iraqi soldier in the road. Over the course of the past several hours, that Iraqi armored company tried to push its way through the 7th Cavalry. At least 10 Iraqi tanks were destroyed in combination with the Air Force and the 7th Cavalry. The 7th Cavalry continues to stand, hold its line. No casualties, at least amongst the Apache troop that I'm with. At this point, the Iraqi counterattack has been stopped, and at this point, early morning in Baghdad, there's a thick pall of smoke over the city, very choking, limiting visibility to about a mile. The reason for that being the Air Forces and the Navy's heavy bombing of Baghdad last night. Aaron?
All right, Walt, stay with us. General Grange, what does it tell you that, listening to Nick Robertson's description, that there wasn't a lot of defense set up by the Iraqis? What is from a military guy's point of view, what's that telling you?
Well, I think they had earlier, when you get down by, for instance, Kabbalah, Najuf, all the way around to Hela and Al-Qut, an outer defensive, a covered force, you may say, in military talk, or outer defensive ring. And then it kind of came back in, it appears, with small remnants to conduct delay-in operations, which they failed at, on coalition forces, all the way back in, a little bit closer to Baghdad. But I think that a lot of the forces were destroyed by airstrikes or in Apache helicopters, and then, of course, some by these ground elements. And either the other defensive positions or hasty defensive positions, it appears, because they don't look like they're very well prepared, pulled back into Baghdad or moved laterally around east and west up to the north of Baghdad. It's hard to say, but it doesn't look like much resistance in this part of the area.
All right, General, thank you. Stay with us now for a while. All of this is important because this picture you're looking at is just a few miles less from the airport itself, from Saddam International Airport. I don't know if we still have a picture live or tape, but the Americans moved to the airport today. We saw pictures of that suggested some element of control. Jamie McIntyre at the Pentagon described the Pentagon's view of this as these are tape pictures from the airport itself as kind of mushy, whether they had absolute control of it, but clearly that operation is not done. There's more to be done there. Even if they had secured the airport itself, there would still be the buildings around the airport, the area around the airport, all of that, some distance around that still needs to be secured. It still represents a danger to the American forces. They have done this without bombing the runways at the airport. So when they get control of the area around it, that airport will be, in theory at least, they can use it. They can bring in supplies, they can bring in reinforcements. They can bring in aid. They can bring in anything they want. They have not damaged the runways to the airport, to our knowledge. Walt is just a bit behind that in the shot that you see now. Let me bring in a few more voices, though clearly unplanned in all of this. We have, at this time of the night, gathered around us people from different parts of the country to get a feel for how the country is reacting both to the day-to-day of this, and there is some mood-shifting day-to-day in all of this, and also to the broader issues that the war clearly has generated. And I'm not sure in what order we've got you all. Excuse me. Deborah Saunders is with the San Francisco Chronicle. Deborah describes herself as a conservative writer in a liberal city. Neil Carlin down at the bottom, that's an easy one. He's an author, freelance writer in the Twin Cities of Minneapolis and St. Paul. And Bobby Joe Buell, and I hope, Bobby Joe, I pronounced that right, at the Arizona Daily Star. Deborah, let me start with you, and quickly we'll ask all of you the same thing here. You've all been sitting here watching this. This is what, this is the living room war, isn't it?
It certainly is, and I think it's made a lot of people who've been watching this war become very quiet. It's not something that you're reading about in the newspapers. It's not an issue you can haggle over. It's something you can actually watch. You can see the courage. You can see some of the atrocities. And I think it's made people very quiet. You know, at the Chronicle, we had 850 letters to the editor on Monday. We had 800 letters Monday. We had 150 Tuesday. People are riveted and speechless, I think.
Are they, in San Francisco, San Francisco is, as you described it, this liberal town. It's had a vibrant anti-war movement going on. Has there been, in any sense, the anti-war movement, from your perspective, been deflated through all of this?
Hugely. I mean, there was a time when there was a weekend we had about 2,000 arrests. Yesterday, I think there were about 250 protesters. This morning, I went to Market and Powell, where a lot of protesters are. There were just a handful of them. People are pretty quiet here. I think that it has to do in part with the war. It also has to do with the fact that a lot of San Franciscans are very angry at the tenor of the demonstrators. I mean, signs like, "We support our troops when they shoot their officers." I don't think that really works with a lot of people. And then, of course, there was the fact that demonstrators were going after the most liberal city in the country, costing the city about $900,000 a day, stopping people, many of whom were anti-war, from getting to work, from taking public transit, getting into their offices. So definitely the steam seems to have run out.
Bobby Joe, your area, perhaps more divided, I think, on this than some people might think. Been riveted by moments like this, though?
Well, I think very much here in Tucson, which is the most liberal part of the state, but also has a very large military presence. We have an Air Force base right here in the city and an Army fort to the south of us, a lot of military retirees, still very much in favor of the war. Although in the early days, most of the public presence in Tucson were peace protesters, but that has certainly changed. And last weekend, for example, the largest protest of the weekend was a pro-troop rally with about 3,000 people.
Do you think that, I mean, given the shot that we are all looking at right now, and the shot that we have been looking at for about an hour and 45 minutes, has the reality of war, the horror of war, forget whether you support it or oppose it, whether you thought it was the right thing or the wrong thing, do you think that that's come home?
Oh, I do. In my office, for example, I last week finally turned off the TV. I'd had it on all the time, and the images are so powerful that you can just sit there sort of glued to it, hardly believing that what you're seeing is something like a war in real time. Becomes just overwhelming. And in that sense, I think newspapers are a little different. We obviously don't have as many images, a lot more words. But I find myself that I just can't sit there and watch it as much as I did in the early days.
Neil, I read in the pre-interview that you had turned your TV off or put it away a long time ago. Tell me the truth. Have you not caught a glimpse of any of this over the last couple of weeks?
I caught about
2 minutes when I was in a restaurant a couple days ago, but that's what totally blew me away about that was that was truly the first scenes I'd seen. It was a mistake, sort of. I didn't plan on not watching on TV. I'd pulled my TV out to finish a book, and after a couple days I thought, well, let me see if I can kind of do it like World War II, where I just listen to the radio full time, which is what I've been doing, and read a couple magazines. All that's missing is sort of Ed Herlihy, you know, with the March of Time, and that actually blew me away. It sort of took my breath away. When you listen to radio, and I've been going from, you're from here, we've got, you know the range of stations, from Patriot Radio, where they're calling red diaper doper babies who should be arrested for sabotage, and then you turn to BBC Radio, where they're, you know, talking about the missile strikes in the tissue, Nigel, of the Iraqi defenses, and it all just feels like propaganda after a while, every single station. But when you see those images, in some ways, that was the first time the war really came home to me, when in fact I thought I was getting away from the propaganda by just listening to the radio, watching nothing, and just reading a couple papers like they did. And I thought, whoa, this is really like World War II. The blue stars are going up again, you know, the blue star families. But just seeing that has sort of changed everything for me.
So, as you've watched tonight for however long you've been sitting there in Minneapolis, do you in any sense feel like you've missed an important experience? And I mean that literally, that there's something about having watched this, for better or for ill, play out, that is an important marker in life?
I don't really, because I still don't think we're going to know what this means in the same way we didn't know what World War II means, and people are still writing hundreds of volumes half a century later. We don't know what those isolated shots really do mean. I mean, this will, you know, there'll be 10,000 PhD theses written on this, but it brought home to me, whoa, this is what a dead Iraqi soldier looks like. But I don't know what it means. I think that fallout will take a long time. It just, that's what war means. What I think of World War II and D-Day, I know from The Longest Day and John Wayne. I wonder what cameras filming live would make of that. Would we think the Germans won or we won, you know? I know in World War II, the Germans showed their own people what they said was Normandy, and it was actually other battles. Is that going on now? We won't know for a long time, but just the images of warfare, I think, will live for a long time.
Deborah, you're in the media, you're in the newspaper business, you're in the media. Do you think that this will have changed media at all?
You know, being a conservative columnist in the newspaper business and in San Francisco of all places, things sort of work a certain way when a story comes out. Elion, Florida, the impeachment thing. There would be a time when I'd walk through the newsroom and people would just sort of come to me and yell at me about what they don't like, and I had to get the standard line. I'd say to them, you know, I'm sorry I'm the only Republican you know, but if you want to talk to me about my column, I'll talk to you. I can't speak for everybody else. Make a new friend, talk to them. This is so different.
Yeah.
I walk through the newsroom now, people are quiet. They'll tell me they're apprehensive, they're worried about our troops, they're worried about the future. They are speechless. And so I think this is one of those times where it's so profound. It's not a fun partisan fight. It's a profound change. And I do think that people are very introspective right now. Whether it will change the business, I don't know. I can just tell you it feels so much different than anything I've experienced in the last 10 years.
Bobby Joe, I'll give you the last word here. From your perspective in Tucson, do you feel like this has changed the way all of us in some respects see media, see government, see war, see our petty little political fights, all of that?
Oh, I think especially what you just said in the last part about our petty little political fights. This isn't some abstract anymore, just a debate about your feelings pro or con with the war. You can sit there and watch it live, and that has to affect everybody in a much more personal, direct way, and I think makes you reconsider some of the petty things.
Bobby Joe, thank you. Deborah, Neil, thank you all. You were quite patient waiting, and we appreciate that. Thanks a lot. We will, for those of you who may just be joining us, we'll update you on where we've been so far. Excuse me, oddly, we haven't moved at all, and we've been a lot of places. We'll take a short break first. Our coverage continues.
I'm saving $160 a night at this 4-star hotel.
A 3-star for $59 a night. We're saving $100 a night in New York City.
We even got the kids in their own room.
Priceline now has the guaranteed best prices at top-of-the-line hotels. Save up to 40% off other leading online sites.
I paid $55 less than at Hotels.com.
$60 less than Expedia.
I told them the price.
The exact neighborhood and even how many stars. And they found it. Now we'll stay at a hotel instead of the in-laws.
Top of the line, guaranteed best price. Priceline Hotels.
It's all about efficiency.
It's your thing. Do what you want to do.
We're going to the fair.
I can't tell you who to side you to.
It's my other set of wheels.
Gets me to class.
I'm going to see my boyfriend.
We're going to the fair, all right.
Public transportation, wherever life takes you.
It's another business day, filled with meetings and memos and migraines. But amidst this tornado of stress, there is an island of calm called PIP Printing. You can relax and rely on PIP Printing to handle important jobs like brochures, presentations, newsletters, and manuals with the quality and speed of digital technology to meet your deadlines with work that'll make you proud. PIP Printing will help you keep pace. Call 1-800-223-7477 or find us at pip.com.
CNN puts you alongside the troops.
We're literally talking to pilots after they climb out of the cockpit. The Marines are moving forward.
More reporters in the region to keep you informed. No one gets you closer than CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Picture you are looking at is just a few kilometers outside the airport in Baghdad. It's a live picture. A senior Army official has told Reuters, the news agency, quote, "We now control the airport." We'll get into more detail on what that means. We've been with this now for almost 2 hours, and I want to set it aside, if we can set it aside for a bit, because there were a number of other things that happened today that also fit into the larger picture of what's to come. And what's to come is not simply one tank sitting on the side of a road. For example, today in one of the holiest places to Shiite Muslims, elements of the 101st found themselves in a jam, if you will, or other ways, in other words, perhaps. In the end, history books may record that they got out of that jam with the help of some quick diplomacy and a commander's order to smile. It's reported by CNN's Ryan Shilcote.
A tip leads the Bastogne Brigade's No Slack Battalion to this parking lot in Najaf, where the Fedayeen are said to have stashed weapons. The search turns up nothing. The only resistance comes from a Volvo. The Shia population seems curious and friendly, but they don't get too close. This man agrees to be interviewed as long as his face isn't shown. The Iraqi government, he says, has satellite TV. Anybody could be an informer and punish us for talking to you. Even my family, he tells me in Arabic.
Even one of these.
The troops also keep their distance.
Yeah, it's very uneasy out here. Don't know who's who.
Sergeant Rod Sutton from Indiana on the corner of a street leading to the highly sensitive Imam Ali Shrine, one of the holiest sites in the world for Shia Muslims.
Does it make you nervous that you're like so close to the Ali Mosque, and do you like feel like you're tramping on
holy ground?
Yeah.
To some extent, I feel fortunate that I'm here, because this is something I never would have seen before, and now that I see it, I kind of understand some of the history behind it. So it makes me more appreciative of it. But to the same extent, I don't want to be invasive with these people here.
Yeah.
You know, and I don't want to trample on their holy ground, and I want to respect that as much as I can.
Word comes from the Grand Ayatollah Sistani that he is willing to meet the American commander, but he asks first for soldiers to secure his compound, located halfway down the road to the mosque. But no one explains that to the crowd.
There is no more striking example of the sensitivities that the U.S. soldiers face here than what is taking place on this street right up from the Ali Mosque right now.
Chaos as the crowd apparently believes the soldiers want to approach the shrine.
You are a Christian. They don't want you to let inside the holy shrine of Imam Ali.
Clerics appear with a message from the Grand Ayatollah, but the message is drowned out. The colonel instructs his men to stay calm.
They gotta understand, he wants us here. Smile, relax.
His soldiers take a knee, their weapons brought down from the ready position. They do everything soldiers can to appear less hostile. But the potential for confrontation remains. The commander makes the decision.
Turn around. Okay. Just turn around and go.
He orders his men back to their compound to await cooler heads. Ryan Chilcote, CNN, with 101st Airborne in Najaf, Iraq.
General David Grange, we talk about winning the war and we talk about winning the peace, and there's an example of how difficult winning the peace might turn out to be. A small moment that told a lot.
Very much so. I mean, this reminds me of Bosnia. Reminds me of the discipline when you had situations like this. Three key things, Aaron, comes out of this clip. One is the discipline of the individual soldier. Two is the leadership from the battalion commander down through the other officers and the squad leaders, the sergeants on the ground, maintaining their cool and understanding the situation. And the last item is understanding the operational environment, the culture that you have been placed in as a combat force, and yet respecting that culture and adapting to what you find in that particular situation and resolving it. And that was a perfect example of those three criteria for a modern-day Army in this world.
We've just got about 40 seconds here, but it's hard not to be impressed with the, whether he was an officer or a non-commissioned officer. I didn't really notice the way he walked around his troops and said, smile, put your guns down. He's reading the situation. He understands the risks of the situation to a degree to his men, but more so to the civilians. And he makes judgments and decisions, and it was pretty impressive.
Yeah, that was the battalion commander, a lieutenant colonel, you know, probably about 40 years old.
So no kid was he, and he handled himself pretty well. General, you'll be with us for a bit, I think. We're glad to have you with us. We need to take a break. We'll update the headlines. Darren Kagan will take care of that, and our coverage will continue in just a moment.
When conditions are at their worst, Quest people are at their best.
We know sometimes disaster strikes.
Floods, fires, hurricanes,
earthquake in Seattle.
I think we rise to those challenges.
Situations like that where minutes count.
Helping their customers.
Employees have always rallied around blizzards.
We are comforted in the knowledge that we can respond quickly when needed.
I mean, you realize, you know, how important what you do is. To the customer, we are the front line.
The spirit of service, there for you.
Pay bills online free. With free checking from Bank of America. Higher standards.
Announcing non-drowsy allergy medicine you can take right when you need it.
It's Alavert. New Alavert starts dissolving the instant it touches your tongue, without water.
So Alavert is non-drowsy relief you can take inside, outside, in your car, wherever you are.
Get prescription-strength, non-drowsy, 24-hour relief. Even Claritin can't beat. New quick-dissolving Alavert.
Allergy medicine you can take right when you need it, wherever you are. I'm Darren Kagan, live from Kuwait City. It is now Friday morning here. Let's take a look at what is happening this hour. Iraqi tanks are burning and the bodies of Iraqi troops are lying along a highway near Baghdad as the U.S. Army's 3rd Infantry Division charges toward the Iraqi capital. CNN's Walter Rogers says that Iraq troops tried to tackle U.S. forces with dump trucks and a suicide bus, but they were crushed. And dramatic pictures near the Baghdad airport where an Iraqi soldier surrenders. against the backdrop of a life-size image of Saddam Hussein. Defense and U.S. intelligence experts have been poring over the latest video pictures of Saddam Hussein and now say it's likely these images shown on television were taped before the war started. The CIA says its analysis is not conclusive, but this raises new questions about whether the Iraqi leader is dead or alive. There was fierce fighting in the town of Kut today, including door-to-door combat that killed 2 U.S. Marines. Their searches of various bunkers and hideouts turned up scores of weapons, which were laid out and run over by coalition tanks. In other news today, Americans who were hostages of the Iraqis during the 1991 Gulf War are getting more than $90 million from frozen Iraqi assets. Former oil worker Jack Frazier, who went partially blind and suffered nerve damage in Iraq, received the largest award. He gets $1.75 million. 180 plaintiffs are sharing in those payments. And those are the headlines at this hour. Now back to Aaron and more coverage of the war in Iraq. Aaron, good morning from Kuwait City.
Good morning to you, Darren. Nice to have you aboard now for a while, and Darren and Anderson Cooper will take you through much of the morning. We're glad to have them with us as well. It's just a bit past midnight here in the East. For those of you either here in the East or anywhere else who might just be joining us, the lead tonight is pretty clearly that the Americans have taken, according to a senior Army officer in the area, taken control of Saddam International Airport, about 12 miles outside of the city of Baghdad itself. Excuse me, as you'll see in a bit, there is a very thick layer of smoke over the city now. It was earlier in the day that the information minister in Iraq said to the Iraqis and to the world that these reports that the Americans were at the gates of Baghdad were silly and untrue. It will be a harder sell today in that regard to the Iraqi people, that the Americans, and these are Americans, the British continue to work the south around Basra and elsewhere. These Americans, including the 7th Cav, are not in fact at the gates of Baghdad or even within the gates of Baghdad. The airport is important tactically and symbolically. Imagine what it would be like if a major American airport or the biggest American airport or the most important American airport were taken. These are live pictures from just outside the airport, a few kilometers outside the airport. Walt Rogers is there with the 7th Cav, and he can describe in a minute or so what it is like there now. Walt?
Hello, Aaron. We're showing you pictures of a burned-out Iraqi T-72 tank. It was the vanguard of an Iraqi convoy which began moving southward about 3.5 hours ago. It was an Iraqi counterattack, the first serious counterattack we've seen them muster in several days. Behind that and over to the left, you can see a burned-out armored personnel carrier. At least 10 Iraqi tanks were knocked out, some by, the majority by U.S. tank fire and the Bradley fighting vehicles. The others were knocked out, at least three were knocked out by U.S. air power. Again, we're several miles from the airport, actually less than that. We're a few kilometers from the Baghdad International Airport, where there was considerable fighting earlier, but as this soldier reported, the airport is now firmly under Allied control.
In Baghdad, this is the first step, possibly to many more. Hopefully, this is a sign that we're able to send to the residents of Baghdad that we're here, and they can rise up and deal with the regime appropriately and save some future battles inside the city.
Beyond that burning armored personnel carrier is a line of U.S. forces. Having said that, there is some risk to being in this general vicinity because the fires both inside the tank and inside the armored personnel carrier likely to set off ammunition. That has been a risk throughout the trip, besides the ambushes and the snipers shooting at us, exploding ammunition from the Iraqi vehicles which have been put out of action. Again, there's a thick pall of smoke over Baghdad now, even with the sun up at least a 35-degree angle. It's on the horizon. We see very little, much beyond a pall of smoke, no more than a mile out. After that, it's nothing because of the very heavy bombing of Baghdad airport last night. The air in the Baghdad area is acrid this morning. Aaron?
Walt, one of those small ironic moments as you were describing the scene just a couple of miles or a couple of kilometers from the airport in Baghdad. We were looking at quotes from the Iraqi Information Ministry, including one that says the Americans are not within 100 miles of Baghdad. Take one more moment here and describe this situation where the Iraqis load up these trucks or buses and how they use them, the level of defense that they're now able to employ.
Certainly, Aaron. I would say, though, with regard to the information from the information minister, we have been traveling along roads that show the kilometer distance to Baghdad, and we're very, very close. When the 7th Cavalry encountered this tank company coming in its direction, after putting out the tank company, we also saw that the Iraqis would load dump trucks with 10 to 15 soldiers with Kalashnikov rifles, and they would make suicide charges on the 7th Cavalry's column. Totally futile, because the firepower of a tank or a Bradley fighting vehicle can take out a dump truck or pickup trucks as well. They were using both, and they would just come charging madly down the road and shooting. Scores of trucks, similar trucks, have been knocked out. At one point, I can see in the distance the burned out hulk of a bus, which was used as another suicide vehicle directed in the area of the 7th Cavalry. I asked the captain how he knew it was a suicide bus. He said because when they hit it with shell fire, there was an enormous explosion, much, much bigger than you would expect from just a fuel tank going off. So the Iraqis have been making kamikaze suicide attacks in the direction of the 7th Cavalry, but neither the kamikaze attacks nor a company of tanks has had any effect on the American position. Aaron?
Walt, thank you. We'll stay with you tonight, Walt Rogers in the 7th Cav, and that's the position that he is in tonight as that tank continues to smolder. We have said, excuse me, a number of times over the last 2 weeks that the danger here is to see one small piece of the puzzle and to think you see the entire puzzle. This is a piece of the puzzle. This is the airport piece of the puzzle, or the route into the airport piece of the puzzle. But the situation in many respects is always more complicated than that. In all the talk of progress made and ground taken, we ought to remember that these are not dots on a map. There's always a price to be paid. This is the story of the price of holding a bridge on the Euphrates River. It's reported by CNN's Jason Bellini, who's with the 15th Marine Expeditionary Unit on the video phone. Jason, good evening.
Good evening, Aaron. I'll describe for you briefly our piece of the puzzle here. We've been here for about 3 mornings. This is our 3rd morning here now, and all day, good portions of the night while we're still awake, we're hearing gunfire, we're hearing explosions. Some of those are by the Marines as they blow up. They've found huge caches of weapons, enormous caches of mortar rounds, more than they were ever expecting to find. So it's a noisy town, and it's not an easy place to live for either the Marines or for the citizens who are living here.
What happened?
A loud bang, followed by confusion, the pattern of life day and night in Nasiriyah. This time the bang came from a cluster bomblet, unexploded, until a Marine steps on it, setting it off. It destroys 2 of his toes. A couple hours later, a set of staccato bangs from the other side of the river. Bullets hit the Marine compound. At least 15 Marines answer back with their M16s, firing in what they believe is the direction of the attackers. At least 1 civilian apparently wounded in the crossfire. He's carried away. Iraqis we meet here admit they know little about what the booms and bangs mean. This man says he doesn't even know whether Iraq's president is dead or alive.
Don't know from news finish to Nasiriyah.
Clear, though, to the Iraqis here, there is no electricity, no running water. That means they have to do just as their ancestors did at the birth of civilization. Fill their buckets down at the banks of the Euphrates.
I want you to tell the officer, your captain, water, electric, very important.
We asked these young Iraqis, in broken Arabic, if they think the Americans are good,
أمريكي كويس؟
أيوه.
ليش؟
No. 50-50.
50-50 is about the odds most young Marines give to Nasiriyah becoming quiet and resistance-free anytime soon. They find large caches of weapons here every day.
First shot's over there earlier too.
In the city where 18 Marines died, no one anticipated so many bangs or so much confusion.
Aaron, a number of the Marines I've overheard just saying that they wonder if Nasiriyah is a test case, if they're part of a test case in a military occupation of an Iraqi city. They wonder if the higher-ups are keeping an eye on them and their situation here. To them, at the higher levels, I imagine, it probably looks pretty good. No Marines have died the last few days. Things seem to be under control, yet we have these incidents that occur very sporadically, but often. Aaron?
Well, and I guess the point being that the big picture always looks a little bit different than being on the ground. If this is the face of an Iraqi occupation, are the Marines comfortable with it?
Tough question. They're certainly not comfortable when they're taking fire at their compound. They know that the Iraqis who want to hurt them know where they are. On the other hand, there are friendly Iraqis who come by and who say hello, have things that they want to sell, and who give the thumbs up. As they drive around town, they see people who seem to be, if they can't express it in words, at least on their expressions on their faces, appear okay with the Marines being here. The biggest complaint they've heard is that there's no electricity here, there's no running water, and people have to go down to the river to get water, and the water is making some of them ill, some of their children ill, and they want to know what the Marines can do about that. And I think that question to them, what can you do to help us, is the kind of question they want to hear from the Iraqis.
Jason, thank you. Jason Bellini with the Marines tonight. It's now Friday morning in Iraq, Friday morning. These are pictures, if you're just joining us, just outside of the airport in Baghdad, Saddam International Airport. And the airport is in control of the Americans. There's still much work to be done around the airport before it could be used again, but they did take the airport without damaging the runways, apparently. There were some small firefights going on over the last couple of hours, but nothing major has occurred in the last couple of hours that would threaten the American control of the airport just 12 miles outside of Baghdad. Ann Scott Tyson is a correspondent with Christian Science Monitor, an embedded one, and she's on the road and on the move and now on the phone. Ann, what can you tell us?
Well, here from the one of the division headquarters of the 3rd Infantry Division, people are feeling fairly good about the progress of the division in the last few days, particularly achieving or in the process of achieving two key objectives they had from the outset, which was to take the airport and also block the major highways leading into the city from the south. So to a certain extent, this is almost like, touching home base for the people in this division. And they feel good about the swift progress they've been making. At the same time, same time, they realized that a lot of the Iraqi forces that were set up outside the city abandoned a lot of their equipment and retreated into the city. So that certainly complicates things down the road.
Do they have a sense of what is next for them?
I'm sure that people are thinking about that, but fairly senior people in the division I've spoken to, really are taking sort of a wait-and-see attitude, including one of the top generals conducting this effort. Has been pretty much all along not sure whether they'll be involved in further cordoning off efforts or what is to come next. I think there's a lot of that wait and see right now.
And thank you, Ann Scott Tyson and the Christian Science Monitor, doing some reporting for us tonight as well. We hear Walt's voice in the back. Nick Robertson is on the border of Jordan and Iraq. Nick, you've been following all of this. Just give us an impression here and we'll move forward.
Aaron, I've been able to talk with sources in Baghdad this morning, some more clarity on the situation, if you will, around the airport and as it develops in Baghdad. I am told about 3 or 4 miles from the airport, checkpoints are being set up now by the police and the Republican Guard. The area around Baghdad International, Saddam International Airport is a closed military area now. The civilian housing area close to the airport, we've been reporting through the night that the civilians have been told to leave their houses and head towards the airport. What we understand now is that most of that area is now empty. Most of the civilians have moved out. They have, in fact, we understand, moved towards the center of Baghdad. That area is now closed to them. They cannot go back to it. We also understand the checkpoints around the city of Baghdad remain closed, that civilians cannot leave the city of Baghdad, that there are a lot more vehicle searches going on the streets of Baghdad, and we are also told that militia forces, Fedayeen fighters, have been told to move towards the airport as well. Aaron?
As you were talking, we ran a fact that Iraqi TV is telling the Iraqi people that the airport, any reports that the Americans have taken the airport are untrue. So the Iraqi government, the regime, still has the ability to communicate. Whether the Iraqi people believe any of that is something that we can't know, but clearly they must be aware that something is happening just 12 miles from the center of the city.
They absolutely must be. Word of mouth spreads very quickly in Baghdad at times like this. It's certainly a lot of people will be aware that people have had to move out of that neighborhood by the airport. They certainly will be aware by word of mouth what will have been happening at the airport. We had speculated and wondered how the Iraqi government would respond to this, that the Iraqi people have been told so many times in the last 2 weeks, coalition forces are defeated, they're pushed back into the desert, that the Iraqi government controls the cities in the south of Iraq, and that to try and tell a similar story for the airport so close to the center of the city of Baghdad is not something the Iraqi authorities could get away with doing in a convincing fashion. Clearly this morning we are seeing that is exactly what they are trying to do. It would seem at this stage very difficult for them to convincingly pull this off and convince the people of Baghdad that the coalition forces aren't there. Word of mouth spreads quickly. The people I'm talking to are in the middle of Baghdad. They certainly know what's going on at the airport at this time, Aaron.
Nick, thank you. It's an intriguing bit of reporting there. We have focused almost entirely on the area south central Iraq to the capital. There was also considerable action today in northern Iraq, coalition bombing near Mosul and Kirkuk, pushing Iraqi forces back to perimeter positions there. The idea here is to clear the way for the advance of Kurdish troops who are doing most of the fighting. More on what is happening in the north from British correspondent Julian Mannion.
U.S. jets are pounding Iraqi troops on the road to Mosul. The Iraqis have been ordered to stand and fight after yesterday's retreat, but they are taking terrible punishment. Earlier, we advanced on foot towards Mosul, which is part of Saddam's heartland. We followed a unit of Kurdish Peshmerga through miles of territory which the Iraqi army has abandoned. With us, half a dozen U.S. Special Forces soldiers, who for a time were hopeful that the enemy had pulled out altogether. We've just heard a shot over there.
Yeah. Contact front, dude.
The Iraqis were a few hundred yards ahead of us, and they opened fire.
Right there. Right there.
Soldiers and journalists dived for cover, and the Peshmerga rapidly began to fire back. Huge situation here on the road to Mosul. Up to just a few minutes ago, we were walking calmly down the road with a few members of the U.S. Special Forces. Then our position was fired upon. Since then, both U.S. troops and Kurds have gone into action, as you can see behind me, taking over a former Iraqi army position and opening fire on what they believe are enemy positions further ahead.
Okay.
The Kurds fired rocket-propelled grenades towards their enemy. Iraqi troops fired back from behind a low hill, and their mortar rounds began to land nearby. We took cover.
Roger, grid 7-0.
The Americans called in airstrikes, and the jets screamed in. But tonight, the Iraqis are still holding out on the road to Mosul. Julian Mannion, ITV News, on the Northern Front.
The view from the north, we early in the evening talked about the risks now growing of chemical weapons being used. The closer the Americans get, the more bunched up they get, if that in fact happens, and the more desperate the Iraqi regime gets. All a bad prescription. In a moment, we'll talk with Judith Miller, who has been working that side of the story for the New York Times. We'll take a break first, and our coverage continues.
Nobody but the service experts at Ford, Lincoln, and Mercury dealers bring you the Blue Waters and the Pirates of the Caribbean. Nobody else offers chances to win great prizes, including movie tickets, a trip to the Caribbean, or to the world premiere of this summer's hot new movie, Pirates of the Caribbean, The Curse of the Black Pearl. Hurry in to win, and while you're there, get great deals on tires, brakes, and more, and pay later at Ford, Lincoln, and Mercury dealers.
Nobody can do auto service like we do.
Announcing non-drowsy allergy medicine you can take right when you need it. It's Alavert. New Alavert starts dissolving the instant it touches your tongue, without water. So Alavert is non-drowsy relief you can take inside, outside, in your car, wherever you are. Get prescription-strength, non-drowsy, 24-hour relief. Even Claritin can't beat. New quick-dissolving Alavert. Allergy medicine you can take right when you need it, wherever you are.
Huge explosions rocked Iraq's capital of Baghdad.
A steady parade of flames has been going on for hours. The sky was ablaze, crisscrossed with tracer fire.
It's unlike anything I have ever seen.
Judith Miller joins us now as you look at this scene outside the airport at Saddam International Airport outside of Baghdad. The Americans believe now they have control of it. The Iraqi people being told something quite different. Judith is one of the sharpest foreign correspondents ever to grace the pages of the New York Times. We think she spends much of her time writing about chemicals and germs and a lot of other bad things, and that's pretty much what she's been working on since this all began. She's been with units that have been trying to find the chemical weapons, the weapons of mass destruction. She's back in Kuwait, and she joins us from there. And Judy, it's good to see you. They haven't found any, though, have they?
Nice to see you.
Thanks.
No, they haven't. And there's been a lot of downtime out in my camp in northern Kuwait at an undisclosed location.
Why do they think, since they are certain that the weapons are there, why do they think they have not been able to locate them yet?
Well, to a certain extent, Aaron, no one is really surprised because few people thought that Saddam Hussein would be stupid enough to put weapons of mass destruction stockpiles or facilities in the southern part of the country, which is controlled, at least, ostensibly populated at least by the Shia, who have had long-standing resentment towards, hostility towards Saddam's regime. Most of these facilities are believed to be within 25 miles of Baghdad, and therefore the battle for Baghdad also will very much affect the hunt for weapons of mass destruction.
I mean this question seriously, given where the troops are, where the Americans are now, well inside that 25-mile line. Where's your group now, to the extent you can tell us? And why aren't they there?
They're still in northern Kuwait because they carry with them a lot of sensitive equipment. I've already written about the biological and chemical lab that they have set up in the desert. These are mobile facilities, but they really have to operate in what the military calls a permissive environment. That is, people have to stop shooting. And that, of course, is not the case in Baghdad. And so before this entire unit moves, things are going to have to be a lot calmer than they are at the moment.
Are these is this an international group? When we were in Kuwait, we ran into some Americans and Germans and Czechs who worked this chemical biological stuff. Is that the kind of team that you're talking about?
No, it's really almost all American, except for a few British people, a couple of British military people who are part of the planning unit. This is among the most sensitive work of the U.S. government, Aaron, and it is a kind of America-only operation. It is extremely sensitive even within the camp. Many people within this very sprawling camp do not know what goes on in my particular portion of it. So the experts are kind of waiting. I went on one expedition, one foray, where there was a report that there might be chemical weapons stored. This was at one of those huge ammunition facilities in southern Iraq. We found lots of masks and protective suits. We did not find any trace of chemical weapons. And most people, most of the scientists that I'm dealing with, really don't believe that we will until we get a chance to actually talk to the scientists. The key to this entire operation are the Iraqi scientists who worked in this program. When they know the regime is going down, I think they're going to be much more willing to cooperate with the Americans and tell them and show them where these weapons are hidden and the kind of work they did.
In the meantime, there's an odd and terrible race going on, it would seem to me, to find the weapons that may have been deployed before the weapons find the troops.
Right, and that's the other concern, is that perhaps the unit that I'm with will be unnecessary ultimately, in that it has long been feared that Saddam might actually use these weapons and attempt to blame the Americans for their use. One thing that's very clear is that Saddam's distribution of protective masks and suits in the areas where I have visited is usually accompanied by a kind of propaganda line that the Americans are prepared to use these weapons against Iraqi civilians, which is why everyone has to have masks and suits. Now, Saddam Hussein is not telling the Iraqi people that the United States, unlike Iraq, has signed and is abiding by a chemical weapons treaty that bans these weapons, that we do not have these weapons to use and would not do so. But I think it is a real fear among Iraqi civilians now that America might in fact do just that.
Judy, it's good to see you. We appreciate your time, as we always do.
Well, wonderful to see you.
Thank you very much. Judith Miller of the New York
Thanks.
Times,
Bye-bye.
Correspondent and author on the subject of chemical warfare, not just in Iraq, but around the world. We'll take a break. We'll update the day's headlines. Darren Kagan takes care of that. Our coverage continues in a moment.
Today, HP Technology is building efficient miracles, helping access the web wirelessly in coffee houses, and letting citizens talk to their government 24 hours a day. It's powering the engine of the world economy and making art timeless. For the world's great companies, thinkers, and doers, HP makes more things more possible.
The war in Iraq continues, and no one takes you closer than CNN, live throughout the day. Stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
The best way to fight breast cancer is to detect it early. I'm Steve Adubato. I encourage all women to practice monthly breast self-exams. And if you are 40 or older, have a yearly mammogram. Call today to see if you are eligible for a free mammogram. And remember, early detection is your best protection.
Brought to you by the Susan G. Komen Breast Cancer Foundation, North Jersey affiliate.
Tonight on CNN News with Arthur Fennell, America at War, Day 16. The battle for Baghdad, the capital city, in blackout conditions. What sort of opposition will our troops face?
The likelihood that they might use chemical weapons is in front of us now.
And life in a post-Saddam Iraq, who will rebuild a nation, and what it all could mean for the people of Iraq. On the war front, on the home front. Stay with CNN News for complete coverage of America at War. CNN8, smart TV for curious people.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
I'm Darren Kagan, live in Kuwait City. Let's take a look at the latest developments. It was a night of heavy bombardment, and without electricity, now residents of Baghdad are waking up on this Friday morning to the sight of U.S. ground forces virtually at the city's gates. They are swarming around the city's main airport, where, according to CNN's Walter Rogers, at least 400 Iraqis died in Thursday's Allied attacks. Rogers is embedded with the 3-7th Cavalry, and he says that roads into Baghdad are littered with burned-out Iraqi tanks. Meanwhile, near Tikrit, one of Saddam Hussein's presidential palaces was raided by special forces today. Documents were seized, but no members of the regime were found. To Basra now in southern Iraq, British forces are reportedly pushing closer to the city center. Fighting there has been intense since the war began, the British having their hands full with Iraqi paramilitaries. And to the northernmost regions of Iraq now, where U.S. and Kurdish forces have taken some key positions in the region's hilly terrain. The Iraqis have been forced back, allowing the Allies to move within 18 miles of Mosul. Some interesting new information concerning plans for post-war Iraq. A senior defense official tells CNN that the U.S. may begin to install a new government in Baghdad even before the war is over. If so, it would mark the first time someone other than Saddam Hussein has led that country since 1979. President Bush's emergency spending request won approval from both houses of Congress tonight. The measure includes $80 billion, mainly for the war in Iraq and anti-terrorism efforts. It also includes $1 billion for Turkey and financial assistance for the struggling airline industry. And those are the headlines of this hour. Now back to Aaron Brown and more coverage of the war in Iraq. Aaron.
Thank you, Darren. I hope in the next hour or so we'll get to the morning papers out there, but we've got other business to take care of. Thank you very much. Here is the scene at the Saddam International Airport. The Americans say they are in control, and there is no reason to believe otherwise. This is an important psychological as well as strategic area. It lies just 12 miles from the center of the city. The runways are intact. Smoke covers the city of Baghdad now. Walt Rogers on the scene says you can barely see a mile, though it is a clear day. The sky is blue, but the smoke is everywhere. Nick Robertson has talked to sources within the city of Baghdad. They're telling him that people near the airport have been ordered back away towards the center of the city, and they're fleeing there. That checkpoints have been set up 3 miles or so from the airport, and that Iraqi forces, some regulars, some irregulars, are moving towards that area. It has been now closed off. It is now, according to Nick, a closed military zone by the Iraqi government. Meantime, the Iraqi government is telling its people the Americans do not control the airport. These pictures would prove otherwise. These are tanks, American tanks and Bradley fighting vehicles, armored vehicles that moved into the airport complex now several hours ago and felt comfortable enough to feed them out. They wouldn't do that unless they felt pretty comfortable about the situation there. Along the road, this is a live picture that's a few kilometers from the airport itself, and Walt Rogers on the scene that says now that in the distance, how great a distance we do not yet know, there seems to be an active tank battle going on, which proves a point that was made quite early in the evening for us, that while it is one thing to control literally the airport, that is that you control the runways, it is quite another thing to control the general area around the airport so that you can secure it, whether it is the terminal buildings and the hangars and the rest, and then the miles around it. The Iraqis have set up, according to Nick Robertson, checkpoints within 3 miles of the airport, and they are moving their forces in. Earlier, Walt's group, the 7th Cav, was pretty much screaming up the road, up the highway. These pictures are about 15 hours old. The only resistance they encountered, but it was fairly constant firing. There'd be small arms and RPG fire from the side of the road, in and of itself not threatening to these tanks unless it's a what the military people would call a lucky strike or an unlucky strike. There is, as you can see, a tank commander up there, and he's always at some risk, and so the Bradleys and the rest would have to move off the roadway, take out these positions, and that was a pretty constant part of the road up toward the airport where they are right now. They're not quite at the airport, the 7th Cav, but they have made their way They have suffered no casualties along the way from what is, it's a little unfair to call it nuisance. It's a little more dangerous than that, but hardly more than that. And Rogers reports along the way perhaps 400 Iraqi soldiers killed, while it also reports that some Iraqis have been put in pickup trucks and buses and dump trucks and the like, coming down the road at high speed or as high speed as they can, machine guns blazing, and in at least one case, when the Bradley took them out, and these Bradleys certainly will, it exploded in what made the commander of the cavalry unit that he's with believe it was a suicide bombing attempt, that bus had been loaded with explosives, and perhaps the intent was simply to ram it into the Americans, the American vehicles, and the American soldiers who are advancing. Again, that is now a live picture, just a few kilometers outside the airport. And that is the scene now as we are just a little bit past 12:30 on a Friday morning here in the East. How this will all play out, whether exactly what phase we're in, is a little bit difficult to know. There needs to be some assessment of how much resistance there still is in the city. We are not certainly at the end game. We are at the beginning of the end game, but in a literal way and a figurative way, we've moved a little bit farther down that road. We'll move south for a few minutes. Although it's been surrounded by British troops, the city of Basra itself has held out for days. Today, the British began to slowly and carefully, very carefully, move into the city. Pool reporter Juliet Bremner went with them.
As dawn breaks, the British take their first tentative steps into the outskirts of Basra. From a rooftop, they monitor the progress of tanks heading into the suburbs. This is uncharted territory, a provocative move intended to test Iraqi reaction. Their arrival at a key road junction brings the answer. Rockets launched from a house in the city are tracked down and the building demolished. This is what the British Army calls dipping its toe into Basra. It's the farthest forward that the tanks have been. If their presence doesn't cause too much of a ripple, they'll be persuaded to take greater strides into the heart of the city. A roadblock set up on the main route into Basra. Groups of men thought to have links to the military are marched away. Even if they aren't directly involved, they may have vital information. The British fear that the Fadaim militia could be hidden anywhere amongst this warren of homes. Although they're being slowly worn down, they're not yet defeated.
Their attacks, though, are becoming increasingly desperate, and in fact last night I can tell you that they mortared one of our positions in the south of the city, resulting in a pregnant woman being injured, and we then managed to evacuate her by our own helicopters to a hospital.
As part of their fight to stamp out the paramilitaries, the army are trying to put out some of the oil fires they use as a smokescreen. But armed with only 2 fire engines, it's one battle they're still far from winning. Juliet Bremner, near Basra.
We are aware that there is a tank battle or of some size, and because we're not able to get right now in touch with Walt Rogers, who is in the area, and we are desperately trying to do so. It's hard for us to characterize how serious a moment it is. We're working on that. We'll also talk with Scott McLeod, who's the Mideast Bureau Chief for Time magazine. We'll take a break first, and our coverage continues.
It's been tough lately, but you stay the course.
Because to you, investing is a journey.
And like any journey, the time comes when you gotta ask directions.
But who are you going to ask?
Who are you going to ask? Some stranger standing by the economic roadside?
You want to ask someone who's made this trip thousands of times before.
The last thing you want to hear on this trip is, hey, are we lost?
Being in control of your financial future has never been more important. Call 1-800-FIDELITY for a comprehensive portfolio analysis today.
It's all about efficiency.
It's your thing. Do what you want to do.
We're going to the fair.
I can't tell you who to sock you to.
It's my other set of wheels.
gets me to class.
I'm going to see my boyfriend.
We went to the fair, all right.
Public transportation, wherever life takes you.
We focused almost literally now for 3 hours, coming up on 3 hours, on a small piece, and there is a large picture that will go on long past the war, and we need to take a few minutes to talk about that. Scott McLeod is the Cairo Bureau Chief for Time Magazine, and he joins us from there. I want to start in the biggest of big pictures and maybe work back. How important a moment are we in the history of this region and the future of this region?
It's an enormously important moment. You know, it's, I guess, very obvious, but sometimes in the course of the daily reporting we forget about it, but it's not every day that you have an American army or a Western army invading an Arab country, capturing an Arab capital, and here we have a very historic Arab capital. The history of Islam goes back 1,500 years in Baghdad, and then we're going to have an American occupation of Baghdad and of the country after that. So this is going to have an enormous shockwave throughout the Middle East.
I mean, in my lifetime, I would say the significant events in the region were the foundation of the State of Israel, I suppose, the '67 war. Is this on that level?
Absolutely. It remains to be seen, you know, what repercussions will come out of this. Excuse me. After the 48 war that established Israel, for example, we had a number of military coups around the region that brought the kinds of regimes that we've had in Baghdad into power for the first time. Overthrew a lot of the monarchies, including the one here in Egypt. After the '67 war, you had a number of other effects. You had the rise of Islamic fundamentalism that began back in those days. So it remains to be seen what's going to come out of this major shock in the region. My hunch is that it depends entirely on what America does in Iraq. If it becomes, it's already being seen, the narrative in the Middle East is already that this is an occupation, not a war of liberation. And if the American presence in Iraq becomes solidified as an occupation, if this is the way that Arabs are going to see this, that's going to be very bad for the region, probably very bad for America. If, on the other hand, this narrative can be changed very quickly into a narrative of liberation, then, and if we do actually see, you know, progress in Iraqi politics, development of some kind of a democracy or power sharing in that society, this could have an enormously positive effect on the region. So we're really at a point where the United States has taken an enormous risk in undertaking this project. If it works out, a roll of the dice, as one diplomat told me the other day, a big roll of the dice. If it works out well, it's going to be, you know, 7 or 11. But if it doesn't work out well, it could work out very badly.
It strikes me that there are wild cards out there to be played, to stay with the analogy, and one of them is that the Palestinians have a vote in how this ultimately plays out, and the Israelis have a vote in how this ultimately plays out in the region. Is it imperative that particularly the Americans find a way to move that conflict towards resolution?
I think more than ever, because as we were saying, this is a unique case in history where the United States government is going to be ineffective occupation of an Arab country. And this isn't a tiny little speck of sand. This is a major Arab country with a major history. And this is turning Arab opinion very, very much against the United States so far. Now, to keep the progress going as the United States government would like it to, it's going to be essential to turn to the Palestinian problem and really solve that once and for all in a fair way that is seen by the Palestinians especially as having brought them justice after 55 years of this conflict. Because if it's not done now, that will only add to will only be further confirmation for Arabs that this war was just part and parcel of a project to dominate the Arab and the Muslim world, not to help solve its problems, as the Bush administration says it's trying to do.
When you talk, just back to the beginning a bit, when you talk it would be very bad in the region, are you talking about governments falling, instability reigning? Is that what you mean by that?
You know, that's the $64,000 question. It's very hard to tell what will happen. One thing that has been a phenomenon of the last 30 years or 40 years is that Arab governments have, these authoritarian Arab regimes have become very effective in staying in power, as Saddam Hussein himself proves. They know how to stay in power. They know how to keep dissent at bay. They know how to keep their opposition fragmented and disorganized. So it's very hard to say what effect it will have. I mean, some people think that one of the effects that we've already been seeing is the rise of Islamic extremism. Young people who have no politics to involve themselves in their respective countries have feelings of outrage, justified or not, against the United States. So they're looking for ways to express themselves. They can't express themselves through politics. They're suppressed in their own countries, so they start looking for other ways. They go to Afghanistan and join a jihad.
Yeah. Scott, thank you as always. Scott McLeod is in Cairo for Time Magazine. We always appreciate his insight. We've been trying, as we've been talking, to get a hold of Walt Rogers. We think we're within a minute or so of doing that. We'll use that minute to take a break, and we'll update Walt's situation when we come back.
Okay.
Because things are changing so fast, trust CNN. With more frontline reporters, experts who have been there, and the most experienced journalists. Because you need all the facts. Stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
CNN Tomorrow as the battle for Baghdad begins, live at Central Command, plus the latest from the front lines, only on Larry King Live. CNN Tomorrow, 9 Eastern.
Now, at the touch of a button, our great collection of movies and shows is yours with On Demand from Comcast. Pick a title. You are cordially invited to the wedding of the year.
She's ready!
When you're ready, use your digital remote to start and control the laughs.
Oh!
Order the big fat hit, My Big Fat Greek Wedding. Control it for up to 24 hours. On demand, only with Comcast Digital Cable.
His desire made him a champion. Now his pride gives a dangerous opponent one last shot at greatness. Marco Antonio Barrera.
It's about honor.
Kevin Kelly.
Barrera is mine.
For the featherweight championship of the world. Barrera versus Kelly. Saturday, April 12th, live on In Demand pay-per-view.
Order it on In Demand pay-per-view from Comcast.
It's about winning. Bring it on.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Picture just outside the airport, Saddam International Airport in Baghdad. This is a Friday morning outside the capital city. Iraqi people are being told that the Americans are not within 100 miles of their capital, but it is inconceivable to our reporters in the area that they could possibly believe that, given what they are seeing on their skyline. The airport just 12 miles from the center of the city. Reuters, the news agency, has been told by Colonel John Peabody of the 3rd Infantry Division, quote, "We control the airport." These units are just outside it, but controlling it is not the same as suppressing all danger, and there is still danger in the area. CNN's Walt Rogers joins us again to update us on what the situation is. Walt?
Hello, Aaron. The pictures we're showing you now are of U.S. Army main battle tanks and Bradley fighting vehicles blocking one of the approaches to Baghdad. Within the last 20 minutes, the Iraqis sent out another weak counterattack. 3 Iraqi tanks moved against the U.S. cavalry's positions. In each case, we believe the tanks was taken out. We're having to keep our heads down because there is still a fair amount of shooting about us. But again, we have seen the road signs, and the road signs indicate that we are very close to Baghdad, and as I said earlier, just a few kilometers from the Baghdad International Airport. Again, earlier this morning, about 4 hours ago, 3.5 hours ago, the Iraqis sent out a company of tanks to try to intercept or overrun the U.S. Army's 3rd Squadron, 7th Cavalry. 10 tanks were knocked out of action then, 6 or 7 by the armored vehicles in the Apache troop, and another 3 by close air support from the Air Force or the Navy. They stay pretty high up, so we can't see what they were. But again, the Iraqis have put up more resistance in terms of use of Iraqi tanks than we have seen in over a week now. That being the case, the Iraqi counterpunch has been totally ineffectual, and again, those 3 tanks which tried to move against the 7th Cavalry just a few minutes ago have been put out of action. Aaron?
It's one thing to be ineffectual, Walt. It's another thing to not pose any danger at all. And just reading between the lines here, there are still plenty of risks out there, even if the ultimate outcome is clear.
That's true, Aaron, and every one of these tank commanders with their heads out of the turret, and the commanders of the Bradley fighting vehicles, the NCOs, again, their heads sticking out of the turret, surveying the battle scene, is a constant target for snipers, and you never can tell if the Iraqis were able to get off a random shot which would fall close enough to do damage to either the soldiers in the 7th Cavalry or their vehicles. That has not happened so far, although there have been times over the past week and a half when we've been in combat with the 7th Cavalry that we have seen rocket-propelled grenades bouncing at the feet of the Army's vehicles. And yesterday, the CNN vehicle had a machine gun striking in the dirt on one side of the car, and small arms fire from AK-47s striking on the dirt of the other. So while the Iraqis are not able to take out or do serious damage to the U.S. units, they are shooting at them, and as long as there are bullets whizzing through the air, there's always the risk that someone could get hurt. Aaron?
There is indeed. We saw, to stay with us, Walt, we saw pictures not long ago, both live and tape, of the airport itself, of the Americans moving into the airport itself, trying to take control of as much of it as they can. They're trying to take control of it without destroying it. In both the small picture and the big picture, that is one clear message of how this campaign is being run. Obviously, no campaign, no war can be run without damage being done to human beings or buildings, but they are trying here in the case of the airport not to damage these runways. They have to be used. They will be needed to bring more troops in at some point, to bring humanitarian aid in at some point. And so as they move through the airport, this was an incident a while back, a couple of hours ago, that we actually watched live unfold. An Iraqi, we don't know his connection to either the airport or the military or anything else, is confronted by an American soldier. You'll see his buddy come up now, the American buddy come up, will frisk him down while the other soldier keeps a steady aim on this man. They make sure he's not carrying any weaponry, and then they will, in a matter of moments, march him off to a fate we do not know. Whether he was held, we do know that he wasn't handcuffed, at least not in the scene that you're witnessing. This took place just after about 10 o'clock Eastern time tonight, and they kind of push him on out of the way. All this at the airport. One soldier went to the microphone and to a microphone, and these were shot, I believe, by APTN, and said, everything's fine here. Our guys are in good shape. Their morale is good. And as you see on your screen, Reuters reporting that an American officer says, quote, "We control the airport, the officer, Colonel John Peabody of the 3rd Infantry Division." We'll take a break, and our coverage continues in a moment.
You're going to love this new quick rent at National Car Rental. When you get to the airport, they let you choose your own car.
Whatever make and model you want.
Whatever color you want.
restaurants. You can walk right past the counter.
And you don't stand in any lines.
All you need is a major credit card and access to the internet. You rent online at nationalcard.com.
They ought to call it quick and easy.
Bypass the counter.
You don't have to stand in line. Choose your own car.
Click, click, click on the computer.
It's all about me, Rent. Huh?
Choose the rental car company that lets you choose your own car. Quick rent at nationalcar.com.
CNN puts you alongside the troops with soldiers.
Bang, boom, boom, and then there came small arms fire.
With sailors.
6 U.S. Navy warships were involved in the Tomahawk strikes.
With airmen.
There goes a plane taking off now.
With Marines.
What they want to do is try to take this facility intact.
Plus, CNN joins forces with top news organizations and our network of affiliates to put more reporters in the region to keep you informed. No one gets you closer than CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Long before the war began, Newsnight, this program fell in love with still photographers in many ways, and so this now is the latest in our series on still photographers. Tonight, the photographer is Kate Brooks on assignment for Time magazine in northern Iraq, where Kurds are fighting Iraqis. They are also fighting hunger, thirst, and fear.
My name's Kate Brooks, and I'm a photographer working for Time magazine in northern Iraq. I came here 2 months ago, and I'm here to cover the war. It's about telling the truth, documenting history, and being witnesses for the rest of the world. Kurdistan is far more developed than I would have ever imagined. People here have a real self-determination and have worked hard to rebuild their lives. There were a number of families from Cham Shamal and also a couple from Kirkuk who fled their homes and took refuge in rocks. And the families have put plastic over rocks or in between rocks and made temporary shelter in fear of fighting around their villages. The main story for us has been the battle with Ansar. The issue of Ansar in Kurdistan has affected everybody who's in Kurdistan, those of us who are just here for a few months and the Kurds who live here. That was at the Academy for Peshmerga. The man who is standing there in front of the models was a Iraqi defector, and basically it was a mock construction of various front lines. Here it's a mountainous, hilly terrain. The cadets in that situation are being taught about firing distance. The front lines around Halabja have been accessible. For example, last weekend there was the U.S. Special Forces and the Kurdish Peshmerga forces were battling with Ansar. The body is one of Ansar's men, and that was taken in the hills while the U.S. Special Forces and Peshmerga operation was underway. They wouldn't have been able to rid the area of Ansar without the U.S. assistance. The feeling here is, why is this taken so long? Not, why is this happening? So there is a great hope amongst the Kurdish people that they will be free of Saddam Hussein.
The pictures of Kate Brooks for Time magazine and Newsnight producer Amanda Townsend put them together. We'll take a break here. Derek Kagan updates the day's headlines, and our coverage continues in a moment.
You know what it takes to reach your goals in life. You're ready to meet any challenge, no matter how great. It takes persistence, performance, and strength. That's why you choose Pacific Life. For insurance, annuities, and investments, rely on the strength of Pacific Life.
You decided. Once again, CNN is #1. For trust and experience, Americans choose CNN as the most credible news source. More than MSNBC or Fox News. More than any network, newspaper, or magazine. CNN is the most trusted name in news.
Darren Kagan live from Kuwait City. Let's take a look at what is happening at this hour. There is a dramatic nighttime firefight at the Baghdad airport. That is where Iraqi troops tried desperately to stop U.S. forces in a battle to seize this key site. It's unclear if the U.S. has full control of the airport, just 12 miles from Baghdad. Not far from that airport, the 3-7 Cavalry engaged in a tank battle which proved costly for Iraqi troops. 400 of them were killed. It's now about 10 a.m. in Baghdad, but earlier this morning the loudspeakers for the Muslim call to prayers were silenced by a power outage. Not clear if the electricity was knocked out by U.S. bombs or if it was turned off by the Iraqi regime. The Pentagon says coalition forces did not target the city's power system. The U.S. House of Representatives overwhelmingly approved a budget proposal to pay the initial cost of the war in Iraq. The tab is about $80 billion. Earlier in the evening, the Senate unanimously passed its own version of an $80 billion war budget. Today will be another day in the operating room for rescued U.S. POW Jessica Lynch, who is said to be in great spirits despite her condition. Her father says she underwent surgery to relieve pressure on her back on Thursday. Today's operations will address her broken limbs, like her broken legs, that she supposedly suffered when she was shot during that attack. And just for a moment to get away from all the intense war news, let's take a look at an Associated Press study about Major League Baseball. It shows the average player's salary rose to over $2.5 million this season. The New York Yankees have the top team payroll in the game, $150 million a year. The Tampa Bay Devil Rays have the smallest, $19.6 million. And here's a good comparison for you. Baseball's highest paid player, Alex Rodriguez of the Texas Rangers, pulls down $22 million a year. That is more than the entire Tampa Bay team. Those are the headlines at this hour. Aaron, as I toss it back to you, I hope we're going to have time in the next half hour. I was able to cover a really interesting rally here in Kuwait City last night. Probably the only place in the Arab world where you will see a pro-war rally. Some good pictures to bring you in the next half hour.
Thank you, Darren. I hope we have time for that, too. We'll see how things shake out. It certainly hasn't been the day or the night that we thought it would be. As we came on the air around 10 o'clock Eastern Time, American forces were just formally getting control of the airport, Saddam International Airport, just outside of Baghdad. As we have said a number of times now, this is important strategically. It is also important psychologically to the regime and to the people the regime controls, and both matter in the context of the days ahead. What the people of the Iraqi capital do, whether they follow what their government tells them to do, or whether they stay out of the way so that the coalition, which in this case really is just the Americans, can come in, will determine how difficult, how bloody the end game is. Excuse me. That's a small picture of what has been a complicated day, not always an easy day for the coalition. We want to, for those of you who just may be joining us, give you a broad look at how the day began. It ended at the airport. As the lights were turned out in Baghdad, intentionally perhaps by the Iraqi government, American troops moved ever closer to the capital. Some units, according to the Pentagon, are at the city's main international airport. And air assaults, too, continued to hit the city.
There's a rocket coming our way, firing loose over the shoulder. There's a rocket, Charlie, over our right shoulder.
The Army's 3rd Division, 7th Cavalry, with whom CNN's Walter Rogers is embedded, crept nearer and nearer to Baghdad. Tanks and armored vehicles drove past the wreckage of Iraqi tanks, largely unopposed, much to the satisfaction of the Secretary of Defense.
They've taken several outlying areas and are closer to the center of the Iraqi capital than many American commuters are from their downtown offices.
A statement denied, no matter how improbably, by the Iraqi Minister of Information just before the power went out.
They are not near Baghdad. Don't believe them.
So the report, could they be trapped? Could they be trapped?
They are trapped everywhere in the country.
To the south of the Iraqi capital, elements of the 101st Airborne found themselves momentarily trapped in the crowded streets of Najaf. With the gold dome of the Ali Mosque in the distance, a mosque sacred to Shiite Muslims, angry crowds surrounded a small patrol. They believed the Americans were heading for the mosque. They were not. They were en route instead to a meeting with the mosque's leader. CNN's Ryan Shilcote was in the middle.
No one apparently told the crowd of the soldiers' intentions, and as you can probably see from this video, complete chaos ensued.
The troops withdrew and the meeting rescheduled. To the east of Baghdad, not far from the Iraqi city of Kut, Marines took away stacks of rifles after they moved through the town. And to ensure they would not be used again, an American tank went to work. From U.S. Central Command, some new and intriguing pictures. Here, American Special Forces raid one of Saddam Hussein's many palaces about 50 miles north of Baghdad. Nobody home. But commanders say some documents were seized, and American troops also seized an important dam before it could be destroyed by Iraqi troops. New video, too, of that rescue of Private First Class Jessica Lynch. You can see her being carried down the stairs of that hospital where she was found, then loaded into the waiting helicopter. Her family says she is doing as well as can be expected.
I actually assisted in that particular operation. The mother was also operated on for a significant abdominal injury.
And a side story of the war. In a field hospital in central Iraq, CNN's Dr. Sanjay Gupta, who is a neurosurgeon, was called in to help when an Iraqi infant was wounded during an incident at an American checkpoint. Tragically, the child later died. Northern Iraq saw more fighting. Here, a Kurdish patrol, accompanied by a small group of U.S. Special Forces, found themselves in a firefight with Iraqi soldiers. American planes were called in on the Iraqi positions. And at the opposite end of the country, in Basra, the British were probing Iraqi defenses inside the city, but as of yet have not entered. And about those 2 American aircraft lost yesterday, there is a suggestion now that the F-18 off the carrier Kitty Hawk may have been downed by friendly fire, a Patriot missile. And the cause of that Black Hawk helicopter crash continues to be investigated. That's a broad look at the day. This came across our desk a little while ago. I haven't been able to get it in. We've got a moment here. We've hardly talked much about the story of Private First Class Jessica Lynch, who continues to recover at a hospital in Germany. And there's been more reporting, and the reporting here is actually being done by an Army sergeant who's, I gather, with Armed Forces newspaper. It turns out in his reporting, and there's some support in this, that this never would have happened, this rescue never would have happened were it not for an Iraqi lawyer in Nasiriyah who had gone to the hospital to visit his wife, who was in the hospital, and he became aware that there were more soldiers, more security there than normal, and he asked why, and was told because there was an American female prisoner being held there. And the man then walked 10 miles down the road to where the American troops were and told them of this, and the Americans asked him, American Marines, asked him to go back and be with her and gather more information. At one point, he describes being in a room with Private Lynch and some of her people who had taken her captive, and they're talking about amputating her leg, and he leans over to her and says in English, "Don't worry, it won't happen," and she smiles, according to this account. But apparently none of this would have happened, this dramatic rescue, were it not for an Iraqi citizen who made it possible. To the south we go, to Baghdad. Marines of the 1st Battalion, the 7th Marines, have crossed the Tigris River and turned toward Baghdad. CNN's Martin Savage was with them as they fought their way through the city of Al-Kut.
As the unit moves in, they find an old city teeming with life, and all seems calm. But that will change. On the outskirts of the city, as they close on a Republican Guard position, the men of Charlie Company come under attack. Small arms fire and rocket-propelled grenades. The Marines return fire with their M16s and the heavier guns on the APCs. A blazing gun battle erupts.
And get fire capped right now. Somebody give me a grid on those fucking.
At first, there is chaos and shouting. But soon, training kicks in as the source of the gunfire is located and support fire is called in. Rockets, artillery, and air power strike. Charlie Company rolls through a now deserted Republican Guard base. The troops behind them will search it more carefully, but Charlie can't wait. The second objective, an Iraqi airbase, lies just ahead. On the outskirts, Iraqi bunkers, already hit by artillery, boil like volcanoes, self-destructing as the ammunition inside them explodes. The men waste no time watching. They move on, pausing only to open fire on Iraqi radar arrays. Eventually, the Marines push out on foot, and this is the most dangerous part of any mission. Moving in teams, the squads probe Iraqi bunkers on the airbase's perimeter.
Check for traps.
Once on the base itself, they make forced entries into the complex's many buildings. Doors that can't be kicked open are shot until their locks give way. The first weapons are found.
We have a AK-47, not loaded.
Where did you find them?
I found these right underneath these trees. We've been finding a lot of these weapons abandoned.
Offices are searched, offering a wealth of documents. The base is empty, but the troops discover an armory stacked floor to ceiling with weapons. They carry them out by the armload like bundles of wood. So many guns, the challenge becomes how to destroy them all. But soon the might of Saddam Hussein's military is ground beneath the weight of tank treads. The job becomes an assembly line of destruction. What cannot be crushed is simply doused with gasoline and set on fire. Then the Marines leave. Martin Savage, CNN, with the 1st Battalion, 7th Marines, Al Qut, Iraq.
Traveling farther south now, where British forces continue moving closer and closer, though patiently, to Basra, the country's second largest city, trying to convince the citizens that they come offering security and friendship and food and water. The story from British Pool reporter Tim Ewart.
There was more gunfire around Basra today as British troops moved inexorably towards the city centre. Snipers claimed 3 kills, hitting Iraqi artillery controllers 700 meters away. And Royal Engineers worked under fire to douse oil pipelines set ablaze by retreating Iraqi troops.
This is your country, and we don't want to take it, we want to give it back to you.
In nearby Azabaya, the commander of British forces was on a personal mission to win hearts and minds.
The reception we got here was a hail of bullet and rocket attacks. We can now come here on our feet. We talk to the people. The reception has been excellent everywhere I've been.
But at Azabaya Hospital, the prevailing mood remains one of fear and uncertainty. A mood captured by the hospital's director. Saddam Hussein is my president, he told me.
For how long do you think?
I don't know.
But until then, you'll keep his photograph?
Unless it is drawn by force.
Whereupon a British officer promptly removed the presidential portrait that adorned the director's office.
British troops control the streets of Azabaya, but not yet the hearts and minds of the people. Iraqis are living with an invading army, but Saddam Hussein is still their president. For the moment, they don't know what the future will hold.
As Basra burned, these fighters opted for surrender. The fall of their city seems inevitable. The timing is in British hands. Tim Ewart, ITV News, Southern Iraq.
From the south to the north, we'll be joined by CNN's Brent Sadler. A break first. Our coverage continues in a moment.
It's not easy to have a career and a family, but my job makes it a lot easier to do both. I think my company takes family very seriously, and they'll help you achieve anything you want. And it doesn't matter what you want to do or where you want to go, the possibilities are absolutely endless at Walmart. I hope to set a good example for my boys that they can go out and achieve absolutely anything.
My name is Margaret. I'm a district manager in charge of 7 stores, and I've been with Walmart for 11 years.
Tomorrow at 7:42 a.m., a once-in-a-lifetime business deal will arrive in this office. At 2:06 p.m., a letter of credit worth 3 million euros will move across these lines. And at 3 p.m., 24,000 computer chips will leave this distribution center. Only one company in the world is synchronized enough to make all these things happen. UPS. Commerce. Synchronized.
Every night at 8 Eastern, CNN takes you live from the front lines. Paul Azan and Wolf Blitzer show you the day's events, what happened, when, and what it all means. In just 1 hour, CNN brings it home. Live from the front lines, 8 Eastern.
We spent most of the night from Baghdad south. We'll go to northern Iraq. Much has happened there since we last talked to CNN's Brent Sadler, and Brent joins us now. Brent, good morning.
Hi, good morning, Aaron. That startling push on Saddam Hussein International Airport is being hailed by Iraqi Kurdish leaders here as passing a critical threshold in the war to defeat Saddam Hussein. Those same leaders are also saying that the Baghdad regime could collapse like a house of cards, especially if more pressure is put on Saddam Hussein's army in the north of Iraq, mainly defending those key cities of Kirkuk and Mosul. Meanwhile, one of the top Iraqi Kurdish leaders has received a direct warning to stay out of the fight. This is the Iraqi Kurdish leader. Saddam Hussein is trying to turn against the US-led invasion, urging veteran guerrilla commander Jalal Talabani to abandon his armed support for the coalition. Mr. Talabani, though, is turning a deaf ear, meeting the needs of his American allies instead, working out new ways in which Iraq's armed opposition groups can help support the war. For Saddam Hussein, he has an uncompromising return message.
He wants to persuade me not to join actively with the American forces. Second, a threat, a kind, if you do it, you'll hold responsibilities and consequences will be very bad, something like this.
Are you listening?
I'm listening to his words, but I'm replying him very well that please resign and escape and rescue Iraqi people by your resignation.
No one here expects the Iraqi leader to surrender power that easily, so Iraq's opposition holds a council of war, mapping out detailed proposals to push for a second front to smash Saddam Hussein's army in the north, already on the run from many frontline positions.
We, the Iraqi people, together with the American liberators and the British liberators, we can achieve the task of getting rid of Saddam Hussein and his terrorist allies.
It's a strategy that's already worked on a smaller scale last week, when US Special Forces and Peshmerga Kurdish fighters wiped out Islamic extremists in a joint offensive. And perhaps explains why these American war planners now seem to be listening closely to the ideas of their armed, mainly Kurdish, Iraqi allies. I also understand, Aaron, that some of the top commanders from the Iraqi Kurds and other opposition groups are going to Central Command to discuss this planning further. The Iraqi opposition wants to get into the fight. It also wants to get into the cities in north of Iraq to be able to try and attempt to bring about uprisings, to get the people of Iraq to understand it's not just American liberators and British liberators moving into Iraq, it's Iraqis going hand in hand with them. And that's the message they want to get through from here. Aaron.
This is a very simple question. Are we to believe that this man you just profiled talked directly to Saddam Hussein, and when did this conversation take place?
Just backtrack a little bit, Aaron. 48 hours ago, Mohammed Saeed al-Sahaf, the Iraqi information minister, in one of his live press conferences, read out a message from Saddam Hussein directing those warnings, that attempt to turn Talabani through that press conference. It wasn't direct ear to ear, it was through the information minister. Talabani responded, and you know the rest.
I got it. Brent, thank you very much. Brent Sadler, who is dealing with the northern part of Iraq. Reem Brahimi keeps track of events in Baghdad, though she is no longer allowed to be in Baghdad. She, along with Nick Robertson and their crews, were expelled, so Reem is keeping an eye on Baghdad from Amman, Jordan, and working the phones. It's nice to see you this morning.
Same here, Aaron. Well, as you can tell by the pictures we're going to show you, a lot of explosions over the Iraqi capital at night, just as U.S. forces were making their approach to Saddam International Airport on the outskirts of Baghdad. It's about 10 kilometers west of Baghdad. It's just a 25-minute drive. On your way from the city to the airport, you pass a huge presidential palace belonging to President Saddam Hussein. Definitely a key strategic area that's been taken there by the coalition forces. It will allow them probably to use it as a staging ground to launch operations from there. Also, it will be useful to allow them to bring in some humanitarian supplies and be able to channel them directly through the city. That said, there's still a lot to do. A lot of questions over what's happening in Baghdad. Well, we understand from our sources, Aaron, that civilians are not able to leave the Iraqi capital. The Iraqi capital has been, all the checkpoints around Baghdad have been closed. It's also been in the dark since Wednesday 9 p.m. local time. Electricity was cut off, not clear whether deliberately by the Iraqi authorities or whether the result of a missile affecting the electricity grid. But definitely the big question now, as the rhetoric that's being propagated by the Iraqi government through Iraqi TV starts to be at odds with the realities on the ground. Well, the big question now is what happens next. Aaron?
Looking, I'm not sure if you can see these pictures or not. We're looking at Baghdad now. Walt Rogers not long ago described it as a blue sky day, but there is this haze over the city that is the smoke from the bombing and all that is going on at the airport. Reem, it is inconceivable, isn't it, that the people of that city don't know that their government is not telling them the truth when it says the Americans are not near.
Well, very possible indeed, Aaron. People in Baghdad do not have access to satellite dishes or to international news, except some of them through international radio stations, and they would be spreading the word probably. So despite what they're being told on Iraqi TV, a lot of people will have a pretty good idea that the US forces have taken Saddam International Airport. That said, there would still be fear of even maybe for some of them going out or manifesting any change in their behavior for the moment until they know for sure what's happening. They've been given very strict instructions by members of the ruling Ba'ath Party not to leave their homes once the campaign began. And of course now they're just going to wait it out and see what happens, especially after President Saddam Hussein came out on Iraqi TV and said that he was calling on people to fight with their hands, but also indicating we haven't used yet a third of our forces to fight yet, indicating maybe there's still a lot of surprises left in Baghdad. Aaron?
Reem, thank you. Reem Rahimi in Amman, Jordan, keeping track of the events in Baghdad. You can see the Iraqi capital on this Friday morning. You can only imagine, can't you? There were 5 million or so residents of that city. What they must be thinking on this Friday. They must know, they must hear the sounds coming from locations like that, only 12 or 14 miles away from them, that the American-led army, the American coalition, and these are all American troops now, the British are far to the south, are knocking at the door. We'll take a break. Our coverage continues in a moment.
You're gonna love this new quick rent at National Car Rental. When you get to the airport, they let you choose your own car.
Whatever make and model you want.
Whatever color you want. You can walk right past the counter.
And you don't stand in any lines.
All you need is a major credit card and access to the internet. You rent online at nationalcar.com.
They ought to call it quick and easy.
Bypass the counter.
You don't have to stand in line. Choose your own car. Click, click, click on the computer.
It's all about me. Rent, huh?
Choose the rental car company that lets you choose your own car. Quick rent at nationalcar.com.
The war in Iraq continues, and no one takes you closer than CNN, live throughout the day. Stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Davis appears to have a good lie.
Yeah, the grounds crew's done a great job.
Serious about your landscape? Choose Lawn Doctor for a rich, healthy lawn. Our patented turf tamer applies a custom blend of granular fertilizer and weed and insect controls. We also offer tree and shrub care to ensure your entire landscape looks its best. Keep your course green for less than a round of golf. Leave it to Lawn Doctor so you have time to work on other things.
They were inspected 2 years ago.
Well, you should have your brakes checked every year.
You know, there's a big difference in the quality of brake parts. Bargain brakes are no bargain. That's why I trust my car to Jim, because he only uses Raybestos brand brakes.
I'm never taking my car to another place again.
I've earned my customers' trust by only installing premium quality Raybestos brakes.
A life-saving reminder from Raybestos.
CNN, the
most trusted name in news, is what he meant to say. Time to check morning papers from around the country and perhaps around the world. We'll see how it goes. Pretty much the same lead, to be honest, no matter where you live or if you're on the road, if you're traveling, and the USA Today arrives at your door, that's what you'll see. Baghdad airport swarmed, regime's power diminished, and then it's the weekend edition of USA Today, so they always play the sports pretty high in the Final Four. It's just one of those things. I hope you all out there who are sports fans have gotten a chance to spend some time thinking about that too. It's not life in fact goes on. The Boston Herald, a terrific picture, and the headline is "Give It Up" in the Boston Herald. The picture of some surrenders going on. I'll hold that up for you a little bit. And confident Bush, vice closing in on Saddam Hussein. The president visited the Marines today. San Francisco Chronicle had a guest on the program from the Chronicle a little earlier. U.S. attacks airport in fight for capital. We'll go through pretty quickly here, so stay with me. The two papers in Detroit, the Detroit News first for no particular reason. U.S. tightens vice on Saddam's regime, and also the story of a local radio station over here getting fined because their shock jocks shocked a bit too much. Detroit Free Press, the other key airport seized, so they made that in theirs. The Red Streak, which is one of the two editions of the Chicago Sun-Times, publishes Lights Out, and the Chicago Sun-Times itself, U.S. reaches airport, Baghdad in the dark, and the weather, as we always try and point out in the Sun-Times, take cover. I guess it's going to rain tomorrow in Chicago, but you never know. We'll take a break. Our coverage continues with an update of the headlines from Darren Kagan after this.
Disciplined investing. It's not about following the crowd. At T. Rowe Price, our independent research means we're not deceived by every market ripple, and we don't chase every fad. Over 70% of our mutual funds beat their 3, 5, and 10-year Lipper averages. We have the experience to know what works, and the insight to find real opportunity. T. Rowe Price. Invest with confidence. It's all about efficiency.
It's your thing. Do what you want to do. We're going to the fair. I can't tell you who to sock you to.
It's my other set of wheels.
Gets me to class.
I'm going to see my boyfriend.
We went to the fair, all right.
Public transportation, wherever life takes you.
I'm Darren Kagan, live in Kuwait City. Let's take a look at the latest headlines from this hour, including some extraordinary images from a site very close to the Iraqi capital. Right now, they are battling Iraqis from Baghdad Saddam Hussein Airport, just a dozen miles from the heart of the city. Reuters quotes one top U.S. commander as saying, quote, "We control the airport." Iraqis have been trying to stop the American tanks by attacking with dump trucks, pickups, and so-called suicide buses loaded with Iraqi soldiers. Embedded CNN correspondent Walter Rogers says that commanders have told him there have been no U.S. casualties since the push toward the airport began. Southeast of Baghdad to the city of Kut now, where 2 U.S. Marines were killed in door-to-door fighting today. Other combat took place there as well, including one incident where some well-armed Iraqis staged an ill-fated charge on some coalition tanks. A commander says, quote, "They were mowed down." Experts trying to figure out whether recent footage of Saddam Hussein was shot before or after the war started are said to be focusing on details in the background. Specifically, they're trying to decipher some grainy images being broadcast on a television screen in the room. If they can determine exactly what they're looking at, they say they may be able to find out when it was aired. The father, rescued POW Jessica Lynch, says his daughter is in great spirits after undergoing surgery on her back on Thursday. Gregory Lynch Sr. says that doctors have told him there is no evidence his daughter suffered any gunshot or stab wounds during her ordeal. Surgery on her broken limb is scheduled for today. Aaron, back to you.
Darren, thanks. I think in the days ahead we'll learn more and more about what happened to Private First Class Jessica Lynch. Don't go away, Darren. Come back. Morning paper. Okay, I know you're not actually. You've got a lot of working day yet ahead. Morning papers from there.
Real quickly, this is from the Arab Times. It shows kind of how it's more difficult to be in the newspaper business these days. Baghdad battles in darkness. Of course, they're a few hours behind with what we're able to see live here on CNN. And then from the Kuwait Times, the headline, Baghdad Dark Hour. And the picture showing near Basra, some Iraqi men are escorted and questioned by the army, the Desert Rats, as they entered the city in Basra. And then this picture right here, actually we're going to go to some video. This is a rally right here in Kuwait City that I covered myself last night, Aaron. Fascinating rally, thousands of Kuwaitis showing up to show their support for what is taking place. It's a pro-coalition rally. It was organized by the Kuwaiti Lawyers Association, also the Student Association. They brought out all these people. There was poetry readings, there were speeches, a number of signs, Kuwaitis from all ages. And just one other note, I've been getting a lot of viewer email, people wondering how things work here in Kuwait. I thought this was just a little interesting note, Aaron. Word of this rally spread through cell phones. Text messaging goes crazy here, and I can show you just from my own cell phone right here what we got the night before the rally. Your phone beeps, and you see this: to support Kuwait, let us gather at Flag Square from 5 to 7 p.m. on April 3rd, and that being last night, Thursday night, already Friday morning here in Kuwait City. So that's how you spread word of a rally in Kuwait.
And everyone does have a cell phone there. They may not all have Mercedes, so it sometimes seems that way, but they sure do all have cell phones.
But they have the phone.
Thank you, Darren.
Yeah.
Darren and Anderson Cooper will anchor the rest of the morning starting in about a half an hour from now, and we hope you'll stay with them. Here is the scene, and the focus on the night has been Saddam International Airport, 12 miles outside the city of Baghdad, the capital. American forces have taken it. They have taken control of it, but that is quite different from saying there is no risk yet. But they do have control of the airport proper, it seems. This on a night that Baghdad itself spent in darkness, whether that was the coalition's doing, the Americans doing, or whether that was the regime's doing, remains unclear. In any case, the focus has been this charge up to the airport itself to control it without destroying it, and now to work out from the airport to clear it out, to make sure it is safe, and it is clearly not yet safe. Our correspondent Walt Rogers, who's traveling with the 7th Cavalry and has been reporting for us, these are live pictures now, from about this location a few kilometers back, observed, 45 minutes or so ago, maybe a little less than that, a fight, a tank exchange in the area, and this is how he reported it to the world.
We know of at least one trying to punch its way through the U.S. 7th Cavalry's line. Again, the tanks are rushing forward again to engage the Iraqi tanks. The U.S. tanks generally have longer range on their guns, so before the Iraqis get within threatening distance, what we're seeing, of course, is them being taken out like the hulk of the burned-out tank and the armored personnel carrier we have been showing you. Michael?
He was broadcast. The Michael he referred to as the CNN International anchor he's conversing with when he reported this a few minutes back. and they were having some sort of exchange. There's
Well,
Walter again.
I hate to contradict my dear colleague Nick Robertson, but we have seen civilians as we've traveled north of the Euphrates and throughout much of the day and evening last night. The Iraqis are staying fairly close to their homes, even though the Iraqi soldiers are using those homes as screens. Women hanging their washout signs, and we can see last night at dusk, just after a very heavy firefight, we could see an Iraqi shepherd herding his sheep back into a sheepcote or a small corral of some sort. So while some of the Iraqis may have left their homes, I suspect many others haven't had a place that they can go. And despite the fighting around them, many of them are staying very, even though the Iraqi irregulars, the Iraqi military irregulars, are trying to use their homes as cover, if you will, screens to protect them. Michael?
Again, this was how Walt Rogers reported it on CNN International. There are a number of CNN networks, and they don't always carry the same programming at the same time. Sometimes they do, and CNNI is seen around the world.
I'm not exactly sure what you're looking at now. If you're seeing a smoldering vehicle, that is an armored personnel carrier, which was taken out about 3 hours ago. It was part of the company of vehicles which came in the direction of the 7th Cavalry. The shooting you hear over my left shoulder, about 40 meters away, is the 25 millimeter gun on a Bradley fighting vehicle. We can see it shooting back to our left. Back to our left are some farm buildings.
And the sound breaks out there. I don't know if that's the end of the report or if Walt's going to be able to join us. But all of these are live pictures. Now you see some movement in the area. Walt, how long ago did you file that report for CNNI?
I guess about 45 minutes, but within the past 2 minutes, we've been under fire again. I heard an RPG just whistling in the air above our heads. Of course, it was traveling so fast we couldn't see it, but whoever fired that had to be closer than 700 yards to where we are, because 700 yards, 700 meters is the approximate range of the RPGs. And then another shot whistled over our heads just a few seconds ago. So the 7th Cavalry continues to be under fire. About 45 minutes ago, the Iraqis launched yet another tank attack against the 7th Cavalry. It was a bit of a surprise. At least one tank up in the distance is burning. I can see a great big billowing cloud of black smoke. And then off to our left, there were a number of other tanks. We've since been told that in the past hour, the 7th Cavalry has on its own knocked out 7 Iraqi tanks and armored vehicles. This in a rather serious fight. You could hear some of the shooting in that previous report I filed with CNNI. The Bradley fighting vehicles using their tow wire-guided missiles against the Iraqi tanks, and of course then the main battle tanks that the 7th Cavalry has shooting away at them. But again, in the last half hour, 6 Iraqi tanks knocked out. The Iraqis are not out of business, however. Again, within the past 2 minutes, we have heard RPGs firing right over our heads. You can hear them just going right over the heads. We don't know how high up they are, but it's a fairly low trajectory. Additionally, the 7th Cavalry continues to hold its position. Overnight, it claims to have killed over 400 Iraqi soldiers, and some of those in suicide attacks on the convoy. There was an earlier Iraqi convoy armored column that moved against the 7th Cavalry. Again, a combination of the 7th Cavalry tanks and armored vehicles in combination with the U.S. Air Force took out 10 Iraqi tanks. So by my count, at least 16 Iraqi tanks and armored vehicles have been killed, is the word the Army uses, within the last 3.5 to 4 hours. Aaron?
What sort of distances are these battles taking place? Are you talking a quarter of a mile, a half a mile, 3 miles? What are we talking about?
Quarter of a mile sometimes, sometimes farther, but we have seen some of the Iraqis come up to within 100 meters of the road before they were shot down. We can see more tanks coming up the road behind us now. They'll pass through our frame in a few minutes, but this continues to be a hostile and hot free-fire zone. Aaron?
Well, it's pretty evident by what's been going on and just what we can hear. And this has been going on now for at least the last 4 hours, right?
That's correct, although I think there was sporadic fighting prior to that throughout the night here. We could see mortars going out. As a matter of fact, we parked our vehicle about 50 yards, half the length of a football field from a 120 millimeter mortar battalion, and when that thing goes off, the ground shakes, and the 120 millimeter mortars were shooting all night long for all intents and purposes. And as I say, it's been a running fight. Intermittent somewhat, but when they're shooting, it's very, very intense. Aaron?
And no casualties to report with the people that you've been traveling with now for more than 2 weeks, the 7th Cavalry. We see some of the tanks moving.
That's correct. That's correct, Aaron. To the best of our knowledge, and we check regularly, there have been no casualties with the U.S. Army 7th Cavalry, certainly not with the Apache troop, the troop with which we've been embedded. A troop is a company-sized unit. The Army has, because of the increasing number of tanks the Iraqis are sending down the road in our general direction, just reinforced with yet more tanks and another fighting vehicle. So, again, the situation here remains I don't want to say threatening, but the Iraqis have not stopped sending tanks or suicide vehicles in the general direction of Apache troop for the last 4+ hours. Aaron?
Walt, hang on. General Wesley Clark joins us on the telephone tonight. General's been traveling, but has been paying attention. General, good to hear your voice.
Nice to talk to you, Aaron. I'm just amazed. I'm watching this shot that Walt Rogers is showing us here. And I recall a couple of weeks ago when we talked about this moment might arrive when we'd actually see these troops under combat. This is an incredible moment to watch an armored battle like this in progress.
It seems in some ways, General, like it was months ago. It was 2 weeks ago that we watched this group, Apache group, come in across the desert, those grainy pictures moving across the desert. And there was a sense of, I wouldn't say excitement, it's probably not the right word, but adrenaline certainly was flowing as they crossed the border. And now we see them close to the end of their journey. They're just 12 miles or 14 or so miles from the airport. You want to comment now on sort of where we are, General, what we might expect in the next day or 2 days or 3?
Well, this is... I guess you'd call this moderate resistance. As they're moving up the road, what we haven't been able to see is a well-prepared defensive position. Presumably, we're dealing with the tanks and the infantry vehicles and infantrymen who've escaped the pounding from the air. Perhaps these vehicles were camouflaged back in buildings or under trees and they couldn't be seen. But what's striking to me is the deliberate pace of movement, the skill of the troops in the 3-7 Cav in dealing with this enemy, the fact that they're observing, they're overwatching each other, and they're obviously, their gunnery is very, very good.
We've got a couple of minutes here before we have to break away. Do you have any sense that this is the last major armored resistance that the Iraqis can put up, or might we expect to see more of this over the next several days?
I think it's really unpredictable, Aaron, because tanks in street fighting in cities can be enormously powerful. And it would be surprising to me if there aren't some armored vehicles that have been pulled back into Baghdad. On the other hand, the collapse of these Republican Guards divisions has been sufficiently rapid that we just can't predict what kind of level of resistance we would see in Baghdad. Maybe it'll be prepared, maybe it'll be really tough, but maybe it won't be. And so I think this is a case where, as this squadron is doing, our troops have to advance, prepared to fight. They're doing reconnaissance in force. If they get through without a fight, then they get through. If they have to fight, they've got all the wherewithal to do it. And we probe, we exploit, and we push until we finish this conflict.
General, stay on the line, if you will. We're glad to hear from you. We'll also put one more voice now into the mix. Martin Navius is a defense analyst for the Center of Strategic Studies at King's College in London. It's good to have you with us, sir. Care to take a stab at the at the question of the moment, which is how well and how, with how much discipline will the Republican Guard fight the end game?
Well, the one thing that we do know is that in the last war, in the 1991 war, the Republican Guard stood and fought. They were deployed around about Basra in the south of the country. They were hit slam on by American and British armor together with air power, and they didn't collapse. They stood their ground, they fired back. In some instances, in a number of small engagements, they actually advanced under severe fire. And they only surrendered once their equipment had been destroyed. So our past experience of these elite units is that they won't just throw up their hands, and they will stand and fight. The question is, what will they do if they are deployed in cities where they can defend themselves and they can put themselves into good positions?
And what do you think they'll do?
Well, it all depends how successful the bombing was. Now, clearly the Republican Guards, the Hammurabi and the Medina Division were deployed against the 3rd Infantry, the cavalry, and the cavalry, but they're not there anymore. The question is, have they been destroyed by bombing, or have they withdrawn into the city? And if they have withdrawn into the city, was it an orderly, planned withdrawal, or was it a rout? Now, on the basis of our past experience with the Iraqi Republican Guard, and on the basis of our past experience of bombing, we must suspect that at least some elements of these elite units have withdrawn into the cities. And on the basis of a strategic analysis, it makes no sense for the Iraqis to stay in the open and engage the Americans in any large numbers. Their strongest position must be to draw the Americans and the Allies into the cities and to fight them there. It will give them the best chance. And I suspect there will be some members of the Republican Guard, and certainly many members of the Iraqi Special Republican Guard that wish to fight.
General Clark, weigh in on that. The Special Republican Guard is quite different. It's more of a militia or enforcers or thugs or people very loyal to Saddam, but not especially well trained in military tactics.
I think the odds are that there will be a fight in the city. It's been surprising to me that there was as much equipment left in the open by the Republican Guards and vulnerable to our air power as actually happened. But apparently some is left, and it would be surprising if there weren't a fight in Baghdad. If Saddam really is missing in action, if he really is not there, if the bombing campaign worked well, if we continue to grind away at their command and control and disrupt them, maybe we can undercut the resistance. But some of these guys really are hardcore. They've committed a lot to the regime. And even though the Iraqi military is not in the kind of pristine condition it was in 1990-91, a lot of the leadership is no doubt the same. And so I think we have to be prepared for a tough fight.
Mr. Navius, it strikes me, with what little I've learned, I suppose, or as much as I've learned over the last couple of weeks about military strategy, the Americans have a couple of choices to make, and the one they seem to be wanting to make is a slow, methodical taking of the city rather than a kind of headlong, blow-it-away Dresden taking of the city. Is that your view, or do you see it differently?
Well, no, I agree with you, Mr. Brown. I think the Americans will wait for a build-up of their forces. They need more heavy infantry to come up to Baghdad. They need to surround the city properly. And they can look to the British experience in the south of the country at Basra. What the British are doing around Basra is a slow and I believe subtle and sophisticated technique to squeeze the Iraqi resistance in that city. The British have adopted a policy of what they call raid and aid. That is, they are mounting swift operations into the city to locate and neutralize Iraqi positions, while at the same time they are working on the hearts and minds of the Iraqi people. I mean, one of the major problems that the British are encountering in Basra is the experience of the 1991 war.
Right.
The Iraqis civilian population just do not believe that we are going to be there and protect them against Saddam Hussein. And by working both the hearts and minds and the military campaign, slowly but surely the Iraqis' control of that city is being reduced. and they will be removed. This, I think, is probably better than, as you say, a headlong rush with all that would involve for civilian and American casualties in Baghdad.
General, Walt Rogers can hear you. You always see the picture somewhat differently than we do with your experienced eye. Anything you want to ask, Walt?
Well, Walt, we're looking in only a single direction here, and I would assume, of course, that there's a battle that's going on a broader than a one-tank front. And so there must be some mutual support between these vehicles. We've got helicopters overhead. We've got all of our combat elements engaged here, do we not?
Yes and no, General. Your prescience in reading the situation has been spot on. We do need to say, however, this is more than a single tank on tank. This is a troop which, as you know in the cavalry, is a company of tanks, a company of fighting vehicles. I have to be careful about the number of vehicles involved, but there is coordinated engagement by all vehicles, such that when the Iraqis sent out a counterattack about an hour ago, 6 tanks were put out of existence very, very quickly. Having said that, we are not seeing the Kiowa reconnaissance helicopters, and the 7th Cavalry is not getting any support from the Apaches. And this goes to the point of what you were discussing a few moments ago. The closer this unit pushes into Baghdad, the more the resistance becomes. It's not the Republican Guard units, but the Iraqis are fighting, and fighting very strongly, setting up ambushes alongside the road. And as you get close to the suburbs of the city, the Army is very concerned. The Iraqis are going to set up surface-to-air missiles, shoulder-fired missiles in apartment buildings and other buildings, so consequently they're keeping the helicopters out. There is coordination. This is your standard cavalry troop moving forward, or at least holding its position, which is its assignment. But again, no helicopters. It's simply too dangerous the closer you get to Baghdad for those helicopters. Again, confirming what you have been suggesting, that there's going to be the devil to pay of a street fight as these units get closer. Aaron?
Walt, thank you. General, if you can hang around for another couple of minutes, we'll get some thoughts from you before we end our stay here. We need to take a break first. Our coverage continues here on CNN in just a moment.
CNN tomorrow, the coalition closes on Baghdad. Will Iraq launch chemical or biological weapons or even attack its own people? We'll measure the real threat. American Morning with Paula Zahn. CNN tomorrow, 7 Eastern. CNN tomorrow as the battle for Baghdad begins, live at Central Command, plus the latest from the front lines, only on Larry King Live. CNN tomorrow, 9 Eastern.
Music Choice presents MusicLink, a special show packed with music videos and live performances from today's best artists across alternative, urban, modern rock, and dance music. This month, MusicLink is hosted by David Gray and Morchiba. It features clips from Grammy Award winners Erykah Badu and the Flaming Lips. For more great programming, including music and movies, call today and ask about digital cable.
Upgrading to a new HD TV? Connect with Comcast Digital Cable. Comcast makes it easy to enjoy some of the best high-def premium and local broadcast programs available, with up to 1080i resolution and sound formats including Dolby 5.1. And once Comcast installs HD TV equipment, there's no equipment to buy or replace. So when you're ready for the wider format and perfect picture of HD TV, Comcast is ready for you. HD TV with Comcast Digital Cable.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
We're going to step aside here for Darren Kagan and Anderson Cooper to take you through the rest of the morning. General Clark will join us again tomorrow. We'll leave you with the day, at least our portion, a busy and dangerous day for coalition forces across Iraq, and by extension, of course, the correspondents who are embedded with them. Here's a sample of the work our correspondents filed today.
I believe our cameraman Charlie Miller is pointing in the direction of a T-72 Iraqi tank, which is still burning slightly. It was knocked out within the last 2 hours. Behind that is a BMP, an armored personnel carrier. There's an Iraqi soldier lying dead in the road by the by the BMP, and another one who was killed in the turret of his T-72 tank. It's dawn here in Iraq, in the suburbs of Baghdad. We are not far from the Baghdad airport, the Saddam Hussein airport, and for the last several hours there has been an attempted counterattack by an Iraqi tank company. It was a bad decision, as one U.S. Army soldier told us. 400 Iraqis made a very bad decision in the last 24 hours. That bad decision was that they came out and tried to tackle the U.S. Army's 7th Cavalry.
We are reporting to you out in central Iraq. Last time, let me tell you what happened. The 1st Battalion, 7th Marines were able to secure Al-Numaniya Air Base. That was formerly an Iraqi Air Force base. It is safe to say no longer in the hands of the Iraqis, now under the control of coalition forces. And since that time, the Marines continue to push on. What is happening right now is there is a heavy barrage of outgoing artillery fire, this coming from the Marines themselves. The U.S. Marines have now secured the key city of Al-Qut. It was the Baghdad division of the Republican Guard that was headquartered in this particular region. However, no indications of heavy fighting, but certainly if you take a look over here, all the indications of a clear U.S. military Marine buildup.
We have some exclusive pictures. Our cameraman Greg Danilenko just went out with one of the companies of soldiers out here where they found a weapons cache right in the middle of a school. Take a look at these pictures. They're really going to shock you. Acting on a tip from some people here in the city, they went to this school. They didn't know whether it was just going to be weapons or whether they would find some Fedayeen fighters inside the school as well. Well, they didn't find any Fedayeen fighters, but they certainly did find a lot of weapons, a lot of RPG rounds, a lot of mortar rounds, just a lot of weapons in general.
These are the bombs that are used on F-16 aircraft. These are called ABU-10s. They are made in Oklahoma, but they come to the Persian Gulf disassembled, and this is where they have to do the assembling, at this bomb dump at this base near the border of Iraq. And this is Airman First Class Whitney Howery. He's actually sitting on the bomb, assembling it. Thanks for joining us. What are you doing right now?
I'm installing the fuse initiator.
Okay, now that's fuse initiators right there, you're saying. And what does that do?
It initiates the fuse that we've installed in the rear of the bomb.
How did you get in this work assembling bombs?
I chose the career field of ammo.
Is there a risk to it?
Not really.
You don't feel any danger when you're sitting on a bomb like this that you're assembling?
No, not until we get it completely assembled.
Then you feel it?
Just a little bit.
It's been an interesting experience for me. Certainly being a journalist, also a doctor, a neurosurgeon. When I spent some time with the Devil Docs earlier, one of the things that they had told me was they didn't have any neurosurgical capability, and they said if a patient were to come in that needed such an operation, would I be willing to help? They asked me that question. Today, that actually happened. It was just a few hours ago. They came up to me and said a 2-year-old child has a gunshot wound or a shrapnel wound of great significance to the head. Would I be willing to come take a look at the patient and take the patient to the operating room? Medically and morally, I thought that was the right thing to do. This child was in what we call in the medical lingo extremis, meaning at the time that I saw the patient, a few minutes really only to live. The outcome of the operation was that the child did die after the operation. Despite our efforts, but this is something that we attempted to try and save the life of this child through the operation. I was asked to help out medically and morally. I thought it was the right thing to do.
On HP technology to produce and distribute products that bring the world perfect sound.
In a sea of sameness, how do you pick a financial advisor who's right for you? Do you want one who works for the biggest company or the smallest? Do you want one with the most impressive office or the most elaborate website? Or do you simply want one who listens to you like you are the only investor in the world? Raymond James, you first.
I'm Darren Kagan, live in Kuwait City. Let's take a look at the latest headlines. U.S. forces are moving ever closer to Baghdad, and they are using heavy armor and air support to punch through Iraqi defenses. American tanks are moving through the suburbs of Baghdad. Our Walter Rogers is embedded with the 7th Cavalry. He reports that Iraqis attempted an ambush, but it did little to slow down coalition forces. Reuters quotes an U.S. Army officer as saying Saddam International Airport is under coalition control. That is 12 miles from Baghdad. The Pentagon says there has been no damage to any of the runways. U.S. intelligence analysts believe that appearances on Iraqi TV by Saddam Hussein were likely taped before the war, but a CIA spokesman told CNN that a definitive conclusion had not been reached. Intelligence officials also caution that even if the tapes are old, it does not mean Saddam is dead. Congress has approved a package of nearly $80 billion to finance the initial cost of the war, bolster anti-terrorism efforts, and help the airline industry. More than $60 billion of the packages is earmarked for the Pentagon. Funding bills passed unanimously in the Senate and a large margin in the House. U.S. investigators are looking into a possible friendly fire incident that left one U.S. soldier dead and several others injured or missing. U.S. Central Command says that an Air Force F-15 fighter bomber was involved. Also, investigators are looking into the downing of a Navy F-18 Hornet jet over Iraq. Officials believe that plane may have been shot down by a U.S. Patriot missile. U.S. Special Forces conducted a late-night raid at one of Saddam Hussein's palaces about 50 miles north of Baghdad. CENTCOM says that no Iraqi leaders were captured in the raid, but important documents were recovered. Coming up this hour in CNN's coverage of the war in Iraq, more on the battle for Baghdad. Fighting continues near the Iraqi capital. We're going to take you live to the front lines for the very latest. Culture clash, tense moments as U.S. troops confront a chaotic crowd. We'll show you the peaceful ending. And embedded with the devil docs, the war caught up with our Dr. Sanjay Gupta in a very personal way. He'll share that story just ahead.
You are looking at a live picture just outside Baghdad. Burned out Iraqi tanks litter the road as U.S. forces reach the outskirts of the city, taking Saddam International Airport, and President Bush says, quote, tightening the vice on the Iraqi regime. Good morning. It is Friday, April 4th. From CNN's global headquarters in Atlanta, I'm Anderson Cooper, along with Darren Kagan in Kuwait. Good morning, Darren.
Good morning to you, Anderson. It is 2 a.m. on the East Coast, where you are, 10 a.m. here in Kuwait, 11 a.m. in Baghdad. That is where Operation Iraqi Freedom is now in day 16. We have a lot of news this hour, but Anderson's going to get us started with the latest on coalition forces moving into Baghdad at this hour.
It is, Darren, it's going to be a very busy hour indeed. Coalition troops have moved into the suburbs of Baghdad, where the streets are littered with burning Iraqi military armor. American troops have been battling Iraqi forces for control of Saddam International Airport. There you see a graphic. And Reuters quotes a U.S. Army officer as saying the airport is under coalition control. It is just 12 miles from Baghdad. U.S. forces are closing in from both sides. The Marines are covering the east, while the Army is coming from the south and west. Now, the push began with U.S. forces breaking through southern Iraq, working their way north to the rivers. The 1st Marine Expeditionary Unit led the charge across the Tigris to the east. Meanwhile, the 3rd Infantry with the 7th Cavalry moved along the Euphrates and through Karbala. The 101st Airborne took control of Najaf and has supported the western run. Coalition forces also control 2 air bases in the west, and Special Forces troops are assisting the push from Kurdish-controlled territory in the north. A lot happening on the ground for us to cover. We want to go now to Walter Rogers, embedded with the Army 7th Cavalry. Walter, what's the latest?
Hello, Anderson. We're showing you now live pictures of the overnight carnage, the toll taken by the U.S. 7th Cavalry of an Iraqi armor column as it tried to overrun the 7th Cavalry. Obviously, it met with no success. The vehicle in the foreground is a Soviet vintage Iraqi T-72 tank. It was knocked out with relative ease by nothing heavier than a Bradley fighting vehicle. Behind that, still smoldering, an armored personnel carrier. In the far distance, we can see the lines, perhaps half a kilometer up the road, less than half a mile up the road. We can see the lines of the 7th Cavalry drawn across this approach to Baghdad. Of course, we can't say exactly where we are, but we are within just a few kilometers, less than barely miles from the Iraqi International Airport, the Baghdad International Airport. But there was the devil to pay overnight. The Iraqis came with those tanks that you can see in front of us in the armored vehicles. 10 tanks came roaring down the road, trying to overpower the 7th Cavalry. The 7th Cavalry's firepower, aided by night vision goggles, also with the assistance of the U.S. Air Force, took out 10 tanks of the Iraqis. That stopped them in their tracks. And then less than an hour and 20 minutes ago, right where I'm standing, very close by, the Iraqis tried yet another end run around the 7th Cavalry, trying to probe the flank. Again, 6 armored vehicles were taken out, a few tanks, a few armored personnel carriers, again, stopped dead in their tracks. It has been a long night here. There was heavy bombing of Baghdad, and in the early morning hours, the air in the Baghdad suburbs was choked with acrid smoke from the U.S. bombing. Anderson?
Walter, just judging from these pictures, I'm assuming you have stopped. What is your current status now, if you can say?
Well, it was not the function of the 7th Cavalry to go charging up to the airport or to go charging into the city. It was given an assigned position on a map to hold, and that is its position. It is protecting the flank of the other units, the larger units of the 3rd Infantry Division, which are somewhat to the east of us. And again, the 7th Cavalry is holding a checkpoint along a road should the Iraqi army come out in any great strength with its larger numbers of tanks, try to overrun the 3rd Infantry Division. We've not seen any maneuvers on that scale at all. What we've seen basically is one company of tanks coming out shortly before dawn, Baghdad time, being taken out. Again, one of the officers with whom I spoke said that they killed at least 400 Iraqi soldiers. Those would be infantrymen dismounts traveling with those Iraqi tanks. And the shooting is fairly consistent. Again, constantly over our shoulders, we're hearing machine gun fires and exploding ammunition aboard the knocked out and now burning Iraqi tanks. Anderson?
So the movement, we're seeing a tight shot of the tank that is in the distance. I'm taking it that is the 7th Cavalry tank, yes? It seems movement on the top of it.
Let me just check the picture on that, and I'll let you know. Yes, that's 7th Cavalry that you're seeing in the distance, and they're out in front of us. Between them and us are the burning Iraqi vehicles. Some of them were smoldering for hours. One you can see has been smoldering for 4.5 to 5 hours. Now they were knocked out of action almost immediately when the 7th Cavalry came upon them. But beyond that, as you point out, there is the perimeter of the M1A1 main battle tanks along with the Bradley fighting vehicles, both of which have shown themselves splendidly in terms of combat performance over the past week and a half. Anderson?
Walter, in the picture that the wide shot we were seeing before, I see what I assume to be a casualty lying there. Are you seeing a lot of that? You mentioned the numbers of believed to be Iraqi soldiers killed or regular forces killed. Are you seeing a lot of them lying around?
You're correct in your assessment of what you thought you saw. And remember, inside those vehicles are more dead soldiers. The tank has probably a crew of 3 or 4. The fighting vehicle, the armored personnel carrier behind it has a crew of at least that and perhaps more. There have been, as I say, I spoke with one U.S. Army officer, junior officer, several hours ago, and he was reporting that there are now at least 400 Iraqis who made a very bad decision about coming to work today, in his words. Anderson?
Walter, you know, from these pictures, it tells a lot of the story. What we don't get is sort of the sense of what it is like being there, the smell, the heat, the experience as you see it. Can you tell us a little bit about, you know, is it noisy now? Are there things moving overhead? Describe the scene if you can.
I will. I'm sorry we're not allowed to pan the camera at this point, but it's not a good idea because it would give the Iraqis a fairly clear image of where the 7th Cavalry is, and those images would enable them to call in artillery fire on our position. Having said that, you asked about the smell. It was perfectly awful this morning, principally because there was heavy overnight bombing of the suburbs of Baghdad by the coalition air forces, particularly the U.S. Air Force and U.S. Navy jets. A thick pall of smoke hung over the ground. It reduced our visibility at one point to less than a mile, perhaps a kilometer, and the smoke, the burning industrial chemicals, and whatever was hit over there in Baghdad was just choking. It was absolutely choking. At one point, I even flirted with putting on my gas mask, so toxic was the burning odors coming out of Baghdad. Now, a small breeze has blown that away. We are, as I said, just a few kilometers, less than a few miles from the Baghdad International Airport. There are occasionally civilians about in some of the residential communities which are around us. Earlier today, I saw 5 or 6 women and a man trying to make it across the road. Basically, however, anybody who had another place to go certainly evacuated this fire. There was no sleeping last night. The 120 millimeter mortars that the Army uses to pound the area ahead were just withering in terms of their booming and light flashes, and it was not a good night for sleeping in the southern suburbs of Baghdad. Anderson?
And Walter, I know you had heard CNN's Nick Robertson was reporting that Iraqi officials are telling citizens living near the Saddam International Airport to leave their homes, that it's now a closed military area. Are you either still seeing civilians, or have you been seeing civilians in the areas you've been going through?
We have seen nothing like what Nick was reporting that the Iraqis were asking their people to do. That is to say, we have seen no mass movements of the Iraqi citizenry toward the airport. Obviously, the Iraqis, in doing that, were planning to use their people as human shields. What we have seen is the incidental family, the occasional farmer who wants to stick his head up, a few women every now and then trying to get across the road. But again, the civilians are still in these areas, principally those civilians who have no place to go. Anderson?
Do you have a sense, there had been these reports several days ago, 24 hours ago or so, about some of the remnants of the Republican Guard units moving back into Baghdad. The kind of opposition your unit has been facing, can you characterize what it's like? Irregular, regular, special Republican Guard, special Republican Guard?
Basically, what we're seeing is irregular units. What we're looking at now should be an M1A1 Abrams battle tank that was in the thick of the battle for the past 4 or 5 hours. They appear to be moving back somewhat from this position at this point because there are still plenty of Bradley fighting vehicles up there. Having said that, what we're seeing are irregulars, and the irregulars we're seeing are, most of them we see do have Iraqi uniforms, but they're never groups of more than 10 or 20, unless, of course, they're moving in an armored column or in a battle vehicle. We have some noise here. That's a Bradley fighting vehicle pulling up beside us, plus the main battle tank. I'm sorry, Anderson, the noise is abated now. I can hear you a little more clearly. Talk to me.
Understood. We saw the pictures. We could tell there was going to be no noise. There's no problem. We are sticking with your picture. Give us a sense of what the last, say, 12 hours have been like for you. I mean, you talked about these. I don't know if it's right to characterize them as suicide attacks by trucks and stuff, but if you can, just characterize again just the last 12 hours or so.
Well, if you roll the clock back about 12 hours, the 7th Cavalry and the CNN vehicle with the 7th Cavalry began rolling along roads on the approaches to Baghdad. Those roads had ambushes set up on either side, fairly light weaponry, but again, the closer the 7th Cavalry got to Baghdad, the greater the firepower. There would be foxholes on either side of the road. The Iraqis would set up anti-aircraft weapons, 20-millimeter anti-aircraft weapons, except they would aim them horizontally, trying to knock out a tank, which is next to impossible, or perhaps a Bradley fighting vehicle. Those positions were overrun rather quickly, and the Army fought well into darkness and then took a standoff position less than a few miles from the Baghdad International Airport. Having said that, there was not much abating of the firing overnight. For example, we saw constant bombing in the distance of Baghdad. That is to say, giant light flashes on the horizon. There was very little, even when you lay down for a few moments by way of sleep. We were parked less than half a football field away from a 120 millimeter mortar position, and when that goes off, there's this huge flash of light, which you can see even though your eyes are closed, and a thundering clap, and then there would be these volleys of half a dozen or a dozen or more 120 millimeter mortars just pouring out in the distance in support of the forward units of the 7th Cavalry. And then just about dawn, they brought us up to our present position, which was a mile or so from the overnight fighting lines. And that's where we are now. You can continue to see the burning of Iraqi vehicles, which have been ablaze for the past 5 hours or so. And again, the carnage here has been more than substantial. Anderson?
Walter, how are you getting your information? I mean, you know, I saw those tanks pulling out. How do you get the sense that, all right, this is an area we should leave now? Is there one particular tank that you follow or fighting vehicle that you follow? How do you get a sense of where you should be positioned?
Well, much of the information we get in broadcast simply comes from eyeballing. When an RPG whizzed over our heads less than an hour ago, I knew exactly what was coming my way. When they were firing AK-47 rifles along the side of our vehicle yesterday, I could tell what was hitting the dirt. Now, we do not have radio coordination with the Army. However, they have been superb in terms of shepherding us and making sure that we don't fall behind, or for that matter, that we don't get too far out in front. And we will talk to the occasional Bradley commander, who's usually a staff sergeant or an NCO of some sort, or perhaps a junior officer like a lieutenant, or we'll talk to the captain of the Apache troop of the 7th Cavalry, and they report to us on what they have taken out by way of shooting. We're witnessing the shooting, but of course we're not behind the gun sight, so when they give us a count of over 400 dead Iraqis in the overnight engagements along this particular approach to Baghdad, we're reporting what the Army tells us, and in most cases, these are the guys who shot them. Anderson?
Walter, the picture we are looking at now is a U.S. cavalry soldier on top of a fighting vehicle, poised with his hands on some sort of a machine gun. Now it seems they're moving out. Can you describe, I mean, this may be an idiotic question, but would you describe the situation there as tense, or you've been holding that position for a while? Is it somewhat relaxed? How would you describe it?
Well, it certainly is tense because while I may not hear any gunshots for the past 3 to 5 minutes, they constantly are popping up again. There's sporadic firing. About 75 yards ahead of me, there's a tank which has been firing every hour with its 50 caliber machine gun or its smaller 7.62 millimeter. Every one of these vehicles is firing off and on intermittently as it picks up an Iraqi target in the fields and some of the housing development south of Baghdad. Whenever an Iraqi is seen moving up, or whenever they see armored vehicles trying to move up infantry for an assault on the 7th Cavalry, at that point, then the firing begins again. So there's never any point of relaxation, especially last night. Even if you could lie down for 20 minutes and try and close your eyes, the mortars would be constantly waking you up because they were outgoing and thunderously loud. I don't know if you've ever heard the sound of a 120 millimeter mortar being launched. You'll never forget it. And of course, there were half a dozen of those mortars launching multiple shells fairly constantly through the night. Again, our information is coming from the unit with which we're traveling. By the way, I can see more civilians walking out on a field in the far distance, so perhaps the situation has been intermittently tense or constantly tense, however you wish to describe it. But when the firing stops for a while, the civilians in these areas do poke their heads up and start walking around a little. I'm not sure where they're going. I'm not sure what's open by way of these suburban markets, but in any event, the Iraqi civilians feel comfortable with firing at least in the far distance to come out of their homes. Anderson?
Walter, we are going to leave you. We're going to stay with your pictures as we continue to watch the smoldering Iraqi tank or armored personnel carrier, as Walter pointing out. No telling what is still inside there, Iraqi dead, Iraqi munitions, perhaps the fear that they might have a secondary explosion of some sort. So we continue to watch these pictures. Walter, we'll check in with you in a little bit, and we're going to go to Darren Kagan in Kuwait City. Darren?
Yes, Anderson, meanwhile, we will check back with Walter, but we want to check out some of the scenes from the latest fighting in Iraq. We're going to begin with American forces moving through roads near Saddam International Airport. In the distance, plumes of smoke over Baghdad. Artillery pounds Iraqi positions near Kut, that is along the Tigris River. Marines there capture the main bridge and begin their push toward the capital city. Along the way, the remains of Iraqi armor litter the highway. Artillery and airstrikes pounded Republican Guard forces in the area. And in Baghdad, coalition airstrikes light up the skyline. Among the targets, the headquarters of Iraq's Air Force. No Iraqi plane has taken to the air in opposition to U.S. forces since the beginning of the war. Our Nick Robertson is reporting that Iraqi civilians have been ordered out of the area around the airport and that they're moving into the city. Fedayeen fighters had been mobilized to the airport, and U.S. forces have taken up positions outside the airport.
We basically occupied the international airport, had 2 battalions from our brigade, 1st Brigade, 3rd Infantry Division, come down from the south and the north in order to seize the runway. Our mission up here is to block the entrance from Baghdad. This is about as far east that you can get into the Baghdad proper city. We're on an outpost, have security running forward, two company teams and 1 team in reserve executing combat patrols and orientation with our direct fire weapon systems down the main entrance of the Baghdad International Airport.
The airport is a key part of the drive for Baghdad, and the Pentagon says there's been no damage to the runways. We want to get more on the situation in Baghdad and be joined by our Reem Brahimi. She is in Amman, Jordan, but of course very familiar with Baghdad, having spent a lot of time there before the government kicked her out along with her other CNN correspondents. Reem, hello.
Hello to you, Darren. Indeed, as you mentioned, a key strategic area, the airport. It's located about 10 kilometers, about little less than half an hour's drive west of the Iraqi capital, Saddam International Airport. There probably wouldn't be very many planes. There haven't been in recent years because of the sanctions imposed on Iraq. It's a place, of course, that is of great importance because it is a place where the U.S. coalition forces can bring in their equipment, including helicopters. They can use it to stage operations from there in the Iraqi capital. It's a very easy drive from there. It's not far from a presidential palace, and it can also be used to bring in humanitarian supplies. Now, the airport, taking the airport off, of course, conflicts with what Iraqis have been told all this time, especially in the past 2 days by Iraqi officials. Yesterday, Information Minister Mohammed Saeed al-Sahaf told reporters and said on Iraqi TV that it was an illusion. The U.S. troops were nowhere near the airport. So now, as the U.S. troops do approach the city of Baghdad, well, it will become increasingly clear how much at odds the information Iraqis have been receiving is from the realities on the ground. Meanwhile, Darren, as you know, as the U.S. and coalition forces were taking the airport, a lot of bombing in the Iraqi capital. That's been dark since 9 p.m. on Thursday. Power's been cut off, not clear for what reason, but huge explosions, waves of bombings all night through. Darren?
Reem, I have a lot of questions for you, but I'm hearing that we have Art Harris ready to go, so we'll go back to you. We'll have you stand by and want to bring Art Harris in. He is traveling with the Marines, and he is south of Baghdad right now. Art, tell me what you see from your position, please.
Darren, we are, I don't want to say on what highway, but a major highway about 50 miles south. I'm with the 2nd Marines Light Armored Reconnaissance, and their job is to keep the highway open, the supply train open, feeding ammunition and food and anything else troops need up north. It is calm here. They are now detaining a number of POWs, some believed to be Fedayeen. 31 they counted yesterday late. And the way they found them in a house off the highway on the way up here, they found them clustered together, and they looked at their arms, Darren, and 6 had these very, what they call weird tattoos, an F with wings coming out, which indicates Saddam Fedayeen, a paramilitary group. Some have also a heart with a dagger. They're described as very crude tattoos, prison-like tattoos that are sort of homemade, and that's what they do now. They not only check their feet to see if they're wearing good shoes, possibly military type shoes or cast-offs, but also their arms to see if they have an ID. Right now, they are lining up along the highway, their armored vehicles, and going inland, several kilometers to check. They've gotten one tip today, Darren. There are Ba'ath Party officials still occupying the interior of this country and in control of these small towns and hamlets south of Baghdad. Those are the people that the little people say they're afraid of, according to translators I've talked to, and those are the people the Marines are trying to round up. Darren?
All right, I appreciate you can't tell specifically which highway you're on, but if you could better describe what the situation looks like on that highway. Is it completely cut off from any other kind of civilian traffic?
Well, civilian traffic actually has been the most frequent. I've counted this morning actually about a dozen cars, vans, people in traditional robes, headdresses, and the Marines here are very interested in the kinds of designs of the headdresses to see what kind of perhaps tribal leaders may be in the area. They don't want to alienate these people, but they don't want to let any Saddam loyalists go either. So they have been polite, but trying to stop the cars and trucks away from the overpasses in case there are any suicide bombers, and trying to be very careful who and what they let through without being impolite. Darren?
Art Harris traveling with the U.S. 3rd Battalion, 2nd Marine Division, south somewhere of Baghdad. Thank you. Anderson, we'll toss it back to you.
All right, Darren, thanks very much. We're going to get a quick check from the Pentagon right now with our Chris Plant, with a sense of trying to get a sense from the Pentagon, at least, of what is going on in the battle for Baghdad. Chris?
Hi, Anderson. Well, clearly one of the keys to the city is the airport. At least the U.S. military has decided that, and the push is on to take the airport to the south and west of the city, as we've been hearing from a variety of people, not the least of which Walt Rogers. The 3rd Infantry Division is moving in on that position, and airport is, of course, a classic military objective. It's a large area. It has obviously runways, which the U.S. and Brits have not bombed during the course of this military action, knowing that they would want to use it, at some point. It has lots of indoor space. It obviously has the hangars. It has fuel facilities. It's an ideal location to run a military operation from. I think you can probably expect to see forces flowing in there as soon as they secure the location. Helicopters followed by airplanes. Probably see special operations running out of there. From there, obviously, excuse me, they can move downtown with relative ease, hop by helicopter with special operations forces, or drive with armor. But first things first, they're going to have to secure the perimeter and make sure that they're taking care of artillery and other threats to that piece of real estate there. But a classic military objective: you take the airport, gives you a launch pad into town. You can flow further troops in and equipment in. You take over the communications from there, which pardon me, which they're in the process of doing. And it's turning into sort of a textbook military operation here. Just a few days ago, everybody was wondering what was taking so long, and now it seems that the worm is turning pretty quickly as the forces close in on Baghdad. Anderson?
The worm certainly does seem to be turning, Chris. All right, we're going to check in with you in a little bit from now for some more updates. We're going to go to a short break, and we'll be right back.
Tomorrow at exactly 6:02 a.m., a cargo jet will fly through this airspace. At 11 a.m., a shipment of soccer cleats will immediately clear customs. And at 1:32 a.m., a critical part will be delivered to this refinery to keep it running. Only one company in the world is synchronized enough to make all these things happen. UPS. Commerce. Synchronized.
You decided. Once again, CNN is #1. For trust and experience, Americans choose CNN as the most credible news source. More than MSNBC or Fox News. More than any network, newspaper, or magazine. CNN is the most trusted name in news.
CNN Tomorrow.
tomorrow the coalition closes on Baghdad. Will Iraq launch chemical or biological weapons or even attack its own people? We'll measure the real threat. American Morning with Paula Zahn. CNN tomorrow, 7 Eastern.
Quick update on what's going on at this hour. U.S. forces are moving ever closer to Baghdad and are using heavy armor and air support to punch through Iraqi defenses. American tanks are moving through the suburbs of Baghdad. Our Walter Rogers, embedded with the 7th Cavalry, reports that in the past hour, at least 6 Iraqi tanks have been destroyed. Iraqi opposition is increasing as the U.S. troops get closer into Baghdad. U.S. forces occupied and have been fighting for control of Saddam International Airport, that is 12 miles from Baghdad. The Pentagon says there has been no damage to any of the runways. The U.S. may begin its attempt to install Saddam's successor even before the war is over. Our senior Pentagon correspondent Jamie McIntyre reports a senior defense official says the organization of a post-Saddam government could start in the next week. Saddam Hussein has, of course, been Iraq's president since 1979. Secretary of State Colin Powell met with NATO representatives to talk about post-war Iraq. Powell told NATO that coalition members should have a leading role. It was also agreed that the United Nations would be involved. But Powell says the nature of its role remains to be seen. Powell said military commanders would stabilize Iraq before giving way to an interim authority. U.S. State Department is allowing the departure of non-essential personnel from China for fear of the spread of SARS. SARS, of course, was first identified in China's Guangdong province. More than 2,000 cases have now been identified in 15 countries. 79 people have died. CNN affiliate KSL reports that investigators near Salt Lake City are combing through an underground campsite used by the man accused of kidnapping Elizabeth Smart. It is believed Brian Mitchell hid Smart underground when search helicopters were overhead. The case against Mitchell is expected to go to court later this month. More from our embedded correspondents now. Troops from the 101st Airborne took control of the central city of Najaf a day ago, but it wasn't long before the people of Najaf rose up to stop American troops in the streets, but it was all part of a cultural misunderstanding. A fascinating report by our Ryan Chilcote.
I'm Ryan Chilcote with the 101st Airborne in the city of Najaf in central Iraq. Well, the day began with what was supposed to be a routine patrol for the troops. The goal of that patrol for the soldiers' commander to meet with the Grand Ayatollah Sistani here in the city. He is the chief leader of Shia Muslims in this city and throughout the world. Now, on the way there, the Ayatollah via radio asked the soldiers' commander to first secure his compound, which is located about half the way down the road from where the troops were at the time to the Imam Ali Mosque, which you see over my shoulder right now. The troops agreed, and that was their intention, was to simply go to his house and secure it. Well, no one told the crowd that had up to that point been very peaceful and very pleased with the Americans' presence of what the Americans' intentions were. Chaos ensued, the crowd apparently assuming that the soldiers planned to go all the way up to the Imam Ali Mosque, which, as you know, was not the case. Now, both the Ayatollah's representatives and the soldiers' commander took very commendable immediate steps to try and defuse the situation. The soldiers' commander telling his troops to take a knee, to point their weapons down at the ground, and to appear as little hostile as a soldier possibly can. That is what happened. But the situation had just gotten so chaotic at that point that eventually the commander decided that he ought to pull the troops back, send them back to their compound until cooler heads prevail. Back to you.
Ryan Chilcote, embedded with 101st, and should just update. The New York Times today is reporting that one of the most prominent Shiite clerics, Grand Ayatollah Ali al-Sistani in Iraq, has issued a fatwa or edict instructing Muslims to remain calm, not to interfere with Allied forces seeking to defeat irregular troops loyal to Baghdad. This is a report in today's New York Times. And what is interesting about that is that this seems to be a reversal of tone, and the Times says that on March 27th, the Grand Ayatollah, who may have been under pressure from Baghdad, issued a fatwa forbidding any cooperation with invading forces. So a slight change there. Let's go back to Darren Kagan now in Kuwait City. Darren?
Interesting nuance there, Anderson. So we've checked in from the south. We want to check in from the advance on the northern front. It continues. U.S. Special Forces and Kurdish fighters are following Iraqi troops back toward Mosul. Julian Mannion was walking those front lines when the new fighting started. Let's check in.
U.S. jets are pounding Iraqi troops on the road to Mosul. The Iraqis have been ordered to stand and fight after yesterday's retreat, but they are taking terrible punishment. Earlier, we advanced on foot towards Mosul, which is part of Saddam's heartland. We followed a unit of Kurdish Peshmerga through miles of territory which the Iraqi army has abandoned. With us, half a dozen U.S. Special Forces soldiers, who for a time were hopeful that the enemy had pulled out altogether. So what's your procedure when you get up to a place like this?
Well, usually we sneak up to it at dark in the middle of the night. But seeing how the Peshmerga pretty much secured the whole high ground here, we're just going to walk up there with
firing
them.
going on.
And they're moving.
We've just heard a shot over there.
Yeah. They get contact front, dude.
The Iraqis were a few hundred yards ahead of us, and they opened fire.
Right there. Right there. All right.
Soldiers and journalists dived for cover, and the Peshmerga rapidly began to fire back. New situation here on the road to Mosul. Up to just a few minutes ago, we were walking calmly down the road with a few members of the U.S. Special Forces. Then our position was fired upon. Since then, both U.S. troops and Kurds have gone into action, as you can see behind me, taking over a former Iraqi army position and opening fire on what they believe are enemy positions further ahead.
Okay.
Kurdish and American troops began to move forward towards the enemy. The Kurds fired rocket-propelled grenades towards their enemy. Iraqi troops fired back from behind a low hill, and their mortar rounds began to land nearby. We took cover.
Roger, grid 7-0.
The Americans called in airstrikes, and the jets screamed in. But tonight, the Iraqis are still holding out on the road to Mosul. Julian Mannion, ITV News, on the Northern Front.
I want to go ahead right now and take a look at some of the scenes from the latest fighting in Iraq. Marines making their way through Kut, that is along the Tigris River. There they searched bunkers, buildings, and hideouts. They found no enemy, only weapons. In the north, Kurdish fighters teamed with U.S. Special Forces to strike at Iraqi positions on the road to Mosul. And when the going got tough, coalition aircraft were called in to deal an even stronger blow. Back in Basra, British Marines brought food and water to the civilians. Fedayeen fighters are still holed up in parts of Iraq's second largest city, but aid has started to make its way in to Basra. Well, for nearly 2 weeks now, British forces have been pushing steadily into Basra, while Iraq's stubborn paramilitary groups keep putting up a fight. Juliet Bremer has more. We're going to check in on that in a minute. First, though, I'm told we're going to take a quick break from here in Kuwait City. Much more with me and Anderson Cooper just ahead.
If you were born between 1918 and 1963, call the number on your screen now to find out more about the Silver Care Plan. The average funeral now costs over $6,000. But did you know your survivors may only be able to receive government death benefits up to $300 if they qualify? The Silver Care Plan is a way to help protect your loved ones. To get free information about the plan, just call the number on your screen.
CNN tomorrow, the coalition closes on Baghdad. Plus new questions about Saddam's messages. When were they taped? American Morning with Paula Zahn. CNN tomorrow, 7 Eastern. Tonight on CNN News with Arthur Fennell. America at War, Day 16. The battle for Baghdad, the capital city, in blackout conditions. What sort of opposition will our troops face?
The likelihood that they might use chemical weapons is in front of us now.
And life in a post-Saddam Iraq, who will rebuild a nation, and what it all could mean for the people of Iraq. On the war front, on the home front. Stay with CNN News for complete coverage of America at War. CNN8, Smart TV for curious people.
Now, at the touch of a button, our great collection of movies and shows is yours with On Demand from Comcast. Pick a title. Lieutenant Vincent LaMarca has just one clear choice.
You don't have enough to make Joey the prime suspect.
Look, I know it's your kid.
Find the real killer or lose his son. Start the action instantly and control it with your digital remote. Order City by the Sea. Control it for up to 24 hours on demand, only with Comcast digital cable.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Well, with the battle for Baghdad having begun and the battle for Basra continuing now, there is a lot happening on the ground on the front lines in the battle all over Iraq. For the latest, let's go to Tom Matier at CENTCOM headquarters, Doha, Qatar. Tom?
Anderson, in about 4 hours and 20 minutes, we expect to hear from the U.S. military-led coalition on the successes that they have felt in and around Baghdad and the situation report of where they are. As we have seen over the last 12 hours, the Saddam International Airport, a key objective in Baghdad, does have U.S. ground forces there and taking control as we speak. Joining us now, Group Captain Al Lockwood, the British military spokesman. Captain Lockwood, how important is the airport as a military objective?
Well, obviously, as a strategic military objective, very important. A large piece of real estate, modern communications, long runways, a key jewel in Saddam Hussein's crown, which I'm sure they'll be very unhappy at losing.
They didn't seem to fight very hard for it.
No, it's becoming a slight puzzle to us all here. The progress that we've made over the last 2 days, through to of the Republican Guard divisions, then up to the airport. Yes, there has been resistance, but not the level that we thought we would encounter. Obviously a sign that probably a good air campaign, or maybe the Republican Guard has possibly retreated into the city.
That is a concern, not something to rejoice about. If the Republican Guard pull back into the city and fortify their positions there, it becomes this urban guerrilla campaign that most military planners fear.
A possibility, but there are, a large number of possibilities open to us when it comes to military options. We'll look at them all very carefully, and we'll take our time, as we have done in other places.
What about this talk of taking over the infrastructure of Baghdad and Iraq, of taking over electricity, water, civil administration? Even though you don't find Saddam Hussein and his regime, you take away things that they offered and kind of have a parallel government. Is that a possibility?
Well, it's another option. I don't really know what the plans are and how they're going to be put into operation, but it is an alternative, and one that shows good lateral thinking.
All right, let's move down to Basra, an area where British forces have been working for well over a week, trying to win over the hearts and minds and the territory of Basra. Where does it stand now?
Well, we had another quiet night following a successful day yesterday where we entered on an aggressive patrol into the city again with help from the local people who had identified a paramilitary position. It was yet again a public building, a school. We took the prisoners from the paramilitary and we found a large weapons cache in there.
Are you finding the information these citizens are bringing you now is better than it was, say, a week ago?
Well, not so much better, but there's more of it. The confidence is growing from the people daily. As you may have seen, yesterday one of our commando brigades played a football match against a local village team. Sadly, we lost.
Well, you can't win them all. Group Captain Al Lockwood, thank you very much for joining us here at CENTCOM headquarters. And as I said, in just about 4 hours, we expect the U.S. military to have a briefing here, hopefully giving us an update on the situational report in and around Baghdad, where it appears the Saddam International Airport is the key focus. Back to you, Anderson.
All right, Tom, I also know you have, I think, an off-camera briefing to go to, so we'll check in with you in the next hour sometime just to see if you heard any new information. For now, let's go to Darren Kagan in Kuwait City. Darren?
Anderson, we can keep this military theme going. It was a very busy day in the battlefield, both in the north and the south on Thursday. Our Miles O'Brien wraps that up for us.
10:24 a.m. CNN's Ben Wiedemann reports artillery shelling near Kaylak in northern Iraq. He says hundreds of Kurdish troops have secured an 8-mile stretch of the road leading to Mosul, the largest city in northern Iraq under control of the Hussein government. 11:45 a.m. Iraq's information minister, in a live interview on Arabic TV network Al Jazeera, says the coalition is not as close to Baghdad as it claims. Noon Eastern time, for reasons not yet known, the lights go out in Baghdad for the first time since the war began. Joint Chiefs Chairman Richard Myers says Central Command did not target the city's power grid. 12:50 p.m. Defense Secretary Rumsfeld says coalition forces have so battered Iraq's Republican Guard that military leaders have been forced to backfill the defense of Baghdad with regular Army troops. 3:28 p.m. CNN's Nick Robertson reports sources inside Baghdad tell him Iraqi authorities have turned off the lights in the capital city. 5 p.m. Eastern, a series of explosions begin to rock Baghdad, echoing across the darkened city. 5:08 p.m. The Pentagon says U.S. forces have reached Saddam International Airport in southwestern Baghdad. CNN's Nick Robertson reports government vehicles are going through areas near the airport, telling residents to gather there to defend it Thursday night. 5:10 p.m. U.S. intelligence sources conclude the videotapes of Saddam Hussein broadcast since the war began were all made before March 19th, but they caution the analysts can never be 100% certain.
There are some new developments in the story of rescued POW Jessica Lynch. We'll have that for you in just a bit. Right now, a quick break. We're back after this.
Where do you get your pet's flea, tick, and heartworm medications?
Oh, what a hassle. I take the dog, drive to the vet's office, then sit and wait.
I just call 1-800-PET-MEDS, and my pet's medications are delivered right to my door.
Wow, I paid a lot at the vet's office.
And I paid a lot less.
1-800-PET-MEDS guarantees the lowest price on all your pet's medications. Order now and receive free shipping.
You decided. Once again, CNN is #1. For trust and experience, Americans choose CNN as the most credible news source. More than MSNBC or Fox News. More than any network, newspaper, or magazine. CNN is the most trusted name in news.
Every day and every night as the war in Iraq continues, CNN is there. Every morning at 7 Eastern, get your first look at what happened overnight on American Morning with Paula Zahn.
Breaking news out of Iraq.
Then, every night at 10 Eastern, Aaron Brown takes you from the home front to the front lines on Newsnight.
The maneuvering is now intense.
American Morning with Paula Zahn and Newsnight with Aaron Brown for your first and final word on the war in Iraq. Stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
And now for the latest on President Bush. He was upbeat as he visited Camp Lejeune in North Carolina today. The president addressed more than 17,000 Marines from the base who have been deployed to the Gulf. The president praised those troops and talked about U.S. forces going the final 200 yards to Baghdad.
The course is set. We're on the advance. Our destination is Baghdad, and we will accept nothing less than complete and final victory.
The president also said that none of the fallen would be forgotten. At least 11 Marines from Camp Lejeune have died in the war, and others are still listed as missing. This is the president's third trip to a military installation since the war began a little more than 2 weeks ago. More now on 19-year-old Army Private Jessica Lynch, who was rescued from an Iraqi hospital on Wednesday. Our Jeff Flock follows up on the dramatic story that has captivated the country.
These are the latest pictures of the dramatic rescue of Private First Class Jessica Lynch, carrying her down the stairs of an Iraqi hospital, a belly-mounted chopper camera capturing the hustle of legs as she was ferried aboard. But a published account of what was said to be the dramatic capture of Lynch by Iraqi forces, an account that had her shot multiple times and ultimately stabbed, is apparently untrue.
The doctor has not seen any of this. He looked for the gunshot wounds, for the knife stabbing, and there is no entry whatsoever.
From their rural Palestine, West Virginia home, Jessica's parents talked to her twice, before and after surgery at a U.S. military hospital in Germany, to bring feeling back to her injured feet. She needs more operations on 2 broken legs and a broken arm. No one is saying how she got those.
Just seeing her
I was just so relieved that we were able to bring back somebody home, but I was also angered also to see the injuries that she did sustain. So like I mentioned earlier, she's definitely a fighter.
Lynch's parents got a steady stream of flower deliveries, had a 5-hour meeting with military brass talking about their daughter, and even heard the president mention her in a speech at Camp Lejeune, North Carolina.
Marines and Special Operations Forces set out on a daring rescue mission, and thanks to their skill and courage, a brave young soldier is now free.
But U.S. officials have refused to confirm a report that Lynch shot several Iraqis trying to capture her and, quote, fought to the death before she was taken into custody.
We don't know that that's a true fact or not.
But it does sound like something that I would say my daughter would do because she's a fighter.
The people here in Jesse Lynch's hometown don't really care exactly what happened to her, only that she's safe. But U.S. military officials do. What, they want to know, became of the other members of her maintenance unit ambushed after taking a wrong turn in Iraq. With the rest either killed, captured, or missing, Jesse Lynch may be the only one who is able to tell them. I'm Jeff Locke, CNN, in Elizabeth, West Virginia.
And we should learn more about Jessica Lynch's medical condition. At just a few hours from now, there will be a news conference at Landstuhl Regional Medical Center in Germany. That's where Jessica is being treated. Doctors will have an update on her treatment and on her condition. That is 5 a.m. Eastern Time, and CNN, of course, will carry that news conference live. And Anderson, I don't know if you had a chance to look at it, but in today's Washington Post, an incredible article talking about how this whole rescue apparently even came to take place. An Iraqi man, a lawyer, whose wife is a nurse at the hospital where Jessica was being held, discovered that she was there, was disgusted by the conditions, he says, that she was being held in, and he risked his own life and his family's life basically to tip off U.S. Marines about the whereabouts and the layout of this hospital.
Yeah, it is a great article. I did see it online, and what's remarkable is not only did he risk his life initially by going to the hospital and sort of probing around for information, actually even approaching Private First Class Lynch, apparently, but he risked his life several times approaching Marines to tell them the information, and then they asked him to go back to the hospital on 2 occasions to gather more information, make contact with her, and he was actually even scouting around, counting the number of Fedayeen fighters in the hospital. It is just a remarkable story of one man's decision to lend a hand. We're going to
go online and check that out.
Yeah, it's a good story. Washington Post. Darren, thanks. We'll check in with you shortly. We're going to check in right now with Chris Burns, our White House correspondent, who is live in Washington. Chris, what's the latest?
Well, Anderson, a little bit more on President Bush's trip to North Carolina, to Camp Lejeune, as he was meeting with the troops there, as he was paying tribute to those who lost their lives, the 11 soldiers. He met with some of the families of those 11 soldiers, shed tears with them, in fact, according to White House officials. Also on the president's mind, though, the messy part of state building. After the end of Saddam Hussein's regime, how to replace it. Now, the U.S. government would like to put in a military-led administration, though they would very quickly, as soon as possible, according to a senior administration official, shift to some kind of an interim government. The president talking about that, but vaguely, at that visit to Camp Lejeune.
The Iraqi people deserve to live in peace under leaders they have chosen. They deserve a government that respects the rights of every citizen and ethnic group. They deserve a country that is united, that's independent, and that is released from years of sanctions and sorrow. Our coalition has one goal for the future of Iraq: to return that great country to its own people.
Friday, the president of the White House will be meeting with Iraqi Americans, those who have stories about being abused and persecuted at the hands of the Saddam Hussein's regime. The question now is, what will replace that government? President Bush not meeting, obviously, with any interim members of an interim government. He's playing his cards very close to his chest, because the question is really, how do you pull together the various Iraqi elements, the Kurds in the north, the Shiites in the south, the Sunnis in the middle of Iraq, and you have also Iraqi exiled leaders who would like to be a part of a government. You have Iraqis within the government itself who may want to be accommodated into the government. A very, very big question. Now, at least what officials here would say is that the government would like, the U.S. government would like to name some interim members of an interim government sometime as early as next week to get Iraqis talking to Iraqis on television, talking to them about how they can get humanitarian aid, for instance. Very important to shift away from some image of an occupying force to some kind of an interim government, Anderson.
And as far as we know, there are a fairly large number of U.S. officials already in Kuwait who are preparing for that eventuality, is there not?
That's right. In fact, there's a retired General Jay Garner who's going to be heading this sort of reconstruction authority. He's going to be the civil administrator once it gets set up in Iraq. He's now, yes, putting that together in Kuwait. Though there aren't a whole lot of Iraqis that are part of that. That is one criticism that we've seen in the media. And the question is, really, how effective can that be without incorporating more Iraqis? It's going to be a big challenge. Also, keep in mind the question of a UN role, because Europe and other countries are demanding that there be a greater UN role. That, of course, is in the interest, President Bush even mentioned himself, that it is important to have some kind of an international role to attract manpower and dollars and cash to try to rebuild Iraq. It's going to be very complex to try to work in an international role and still try to keep some kind of coalition control of the situation.
Yeah, it certainly will be. I think it was about a week ago or so we heard from, I think, 4 members of the Iraqi opposition groups who were meeting in Kurdish-controlled territory, northern Iraq, basically saying they wanted to form a provisional government of their own. We haven't heard much about or from them in the last couple of days, but it will be certainly interesting to see what happens.
That's right. In fact, that was slapped down by the U.S. administration. They don't want to see an interim government named by Iraqi exiles. Many see that as being some sort of imposition by exiles who would come back. Ahmed Shalabi, who heads the Iraqi National Congress, some people criticize him as being just a banker who has been out of touch, living in the countryside in England for so long, that how much respect, how much command can he have over Iraqis living inside Iraq? Big question of how to incorporate the exiles as well as Iraqis who have lived and suffered under the regime as well.
Yeah, a question U.S. officials, I guess, will try to be answering in the coming weeks and months. Chris Burns, thanks very much. We'll check in with you in the next hour. Right now, the latest official figures on coalition casualties puts the loss at 81 lives. On the American side, 41 soldiers killed in action. That number includes the 11 Marines from Camp Lejeune that were killed in battles on the outskirts of Nasiriyah in late March. 6 British soldiers have been killed in battle. For the British, non-combat deaths have taken their toll. 19 so far killed in accidents. For the Americans, 13 have been listed as non-combat deaths. Not yet included in those figures, a U.S. soldier killed by what is believed to be friendly fire as he investigated an Iraqi tank in central Iraq. We're going to take a short break. We'll be right back. Our coverage continues. A lot more coming up.
The race to Baghdad is on.
Convoys, though, did not stop. That is not their purpose here.
This now becomes a high-risk and difficult military operation.
All of this is happening in real time.
The war in Iraq continues, and no one takes you closer than CNN, live throughout the day. Stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
During cancer treatment, Elizabeth could only watch from the sidelines. Today, her cancer is in remission, and she's ready to play.
Elizabeth is one of millions of children with hope because of Children's Miracle Network. We are the alliance of premier children's hospitals dedicated to serving all children. Your support can make miracles happen.
Go with Comcast high-speed internet. It's fast, and it's the perfect way to enjoy everything the internet has to offer. From shopping, to sharing videos, downloading music, to online gaming. You name it. Comcast high-speed internet. Call now for this special offer. There's never been a better time to lose the weight.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
I'm Darren Kagan, live from Kuwait City. Let's check the latest headlines at this hour, beginning with U.S. forces who are much closer to Baghdad today, and they're using heavy armor and air support to punch through Iraqi defenses. American tanks are fighting Republican Guard forces around Baghdad's airport. Our Walter Rogers is embedded with the 7th Cavalry. He reports that Republican Guard armor is fighting back but taking heavy losses. Saddam International Airport is now partially under coalition control. That is 12 miles from Baghdad. The Pentagon says there's been no damage to any of the runways. The U.S. may begin to attempt to install Saddam's successor even before the war is over. Our senior Pentagon correspondent, Jamie McIntyre, reports a senior defense official says the organization of a post-Saddam government could start in the next week. Saddam Hussein has been Iraq's president since 1979. U.S. intelligence analysts believe that Saddam Hussein's recent appearances on Iraqi television were likely taped before the war. The CIA spokesman told CNN that a definitive conclusion has not been reached. Intelligence officials also cautioned that even if the tapes are old, it does not mean Saddam is dead. U.S. investigators are looking into a possible friendly fire incident that left one U.S. soldier dead and several others injured or missing. U.S. Central Command says that an Air Force F-15 fighter bomber was involved. Investigators are also looking into the downing of a Navy F-18 Hornet over Iraq. Officials believe the plane may have been shot down by a U.S. Patriot missile. U.S. Special Forces conducted a late-night raid at one of Saddam Hussein's palaces about 50 miles from Baghdad. CENTCOM says that no Iraqi leaders were captured in the raid, but important documents were recovered. Coming up this hour in CNN's coverage of the war on Iraq. Live from the front lines, coalition troops take a giant step toward Baghdad and put the squeeze on Saddam Hussein. Our reporters will bring you the very latest. Also, is this live or is it pre-taped? We'll tell you what the Pentagon says about Saddam Hussein's recent TV appearances. And later, is this the start of World War IV? Not 3, but 4. A former CIA chief has a chilling prediction.
Good morning, Baghdad. It's in the bullseye. U.S. tanks are crushing Republican Guard resistance in a pitched battle for control of Baghdad's international airport. We're going to have a live report in just a moment. It is 3 a.m. at CNN's global headquarters here in Atlanta, noon in Baghdad, where Operation Iraqi Freedom is now in day 16. Good morning. I'm Anderson Cooper.
And I'm Darren Kagan in Kuwait City. I'll have much more from Kuwait in just a few minutes, but Anderson takes it from here in Atlanta with the latest on the coalition march toward Baghdad. Anderson.
Darren, thanks. And a march it is. Securing Saddam International Airport would be both a strategic and moral